right, that, well, it really demands your attention right now, especially if you're on a fixed income. We're talking about a proposal that's getting a lot of publicity, a direct payment that could be a total game changer for your budget.
And we're talking about the potential for a $2,000 check.
Exactly, $2,000. This is being framed as, essential relief, something to help with those crushing household bills, the grocery costs that are just out of control, health expenses.
Things people are dealing with every single day.
For millions of low-income Americans, for retirees, for anyone depending on fixed benefits, this isn't just news. I mean, it's a potential lifeline.
But, and this is a huge but, we have to start with the reality check here. We need to ground this promise in what's actually happening.
Okay.
Before we even get into who might qualify, we have to talk about the gigantic roadblock this plan is already facing.
The money source.
The money source. The whole thing is supposed to be funded by this massive expansion of tariffs, and it's projected to come up short by a staggering $1 trillion.
$1 trillion.
$1 trillion. I mean, this isn't some small accounting error. It's a massive, catastrophic gap that's forcing the White House, lawmakers, everyone to, and I'm quoting here, explore all legal options just to keep this promise from falling apart.
That $1 trillion missing piece, that's really the key to this whole deep dive, isn't it?
It is.
So our mission today is clear. We're going to break down who might actually qualify for this money. Is it the full $2,000 or is it going to be a reduced amount, maybe $1,000?
$1,000, maybe $1,250, yeah.
We'll get into the intense political fight that's happening in Congress right now over this. And this is the most critical part, the realistic timeline.
Which is not soon.
Not soon at all. Analysts are saying the earliest we might see this money is well into the summer of 2026. So understanding all of these complex layers, the funding, the politics, the timing, it is absolutely crucial for your financial planning right now. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we are focusing squarely on your financial security. If you are one of the millions of people who rely on Social Security retirement benefits, or maybe need-based programs like SSI, that's Supplemental Security Income, or SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, or VA benefits. That clear, reliable, detailed financial information, that's the bedrock of your stability month to month.
Absolutely. And when you hear these big numbers like $2,000 being thrown around by officials, it kicks up a storm of speculation.
Right.
It creates enormous hope on one side, but also, really profound anxiety for people who are living paycheck to paycheck.
Right, because you don't know what to believe.
Exactly. So our goal today is just to cut through all that noise, the political posturing, the half-truths, and give you an honest accounting of what's going on with this proposed payment.
Okay, let's unpack this. Our specific focus today is this proposed financial relief measure, the potential $2,000 payment.
Right.
And the White House has been consistent on this. They've confirmed their commitment to the proposal, and they've explicitly said they're exploring every viable option to make it a reality.
Which tells you it's not easy.
It's not. So this isn't just, some political rumor from a campaign trail. This is an active discussion. It involves their top economic advisors who are trying to engineer some kind of path, either legislative or executive.
And that phrase you just used, engineering a path, that brings us right to the terminology, which is so critical here.
How so?
We have to distinguish what this payment actually is, because that determines everything, the funding, the legal mechanism. So you hear a lot of lawmakers, they call it a stimulus payment, just generically.
Right, like we've seen before.
But the former president, he initially defined it much more specifically. He called it a targeted tariff rebate check.
Okay, so what's the difference? A stimulus payment, a tariff rebate check? Why should you, our listener, care about that distinction?
The distinction is everything. A stimulus payment, well, that usually implies it's coming from a general government fund.
Okay.
It's funded through broader tax revenues or, let's be honest, more often through deficit spending. And that comes with a whole different set of legal rules, and it has to go through that standard, highly partisan legislative path in Congress.
But a tariff rebate check is different.
It's completely different. It creates a direct link, both philosophically and financially, to the money that's generated specifically by duties on imported goods.
So it's supposed to be self-funding in a way.
Exactly. If it's a true rebate, the funding source is supposed to be this, ring-fenced pile of money from trade policy, not from general taxes or new debt.
Which makes the funding incredibly dependent on one single, very volatile thing, tariffs.
Uh-huh.
So that tariff revenue dries up. or just doesn't show up.
The check is immediately compromised. The whole plan is at risk.
And that's our mission today. We're going to synthesize all the data points around this. The huge funding hurdles we're hearing about from the CBO.
Those staggering numbers.
The complex political negotiations going on right now to try and get the votes. And the realistic timeline. We want to give you an honest picture of the likelihood of you actually receiving this money.
And maybe more importantly, what the realistic final payment amount will actually be once all the political compromises are made.
Right. We're here to provide the clearest possible framework so you can anticipate what's coming next and, plan ahead with some clarity.
Let's move to Section 1 then, the context of this $1 trillion shortfall. So why is this potential $2,000 payment even tied to tariffs to begin with? It just seems like a really complicated way to do this.
Yeah, you would think a simple appropriation would be easier.
Right.
But the reason it's linked to tariffs, well, it goes back to the core policy objective of this whole aggressive trade program. The
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season bright.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here, and with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less financial.
Attention everyone. With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here, and with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less financial worry.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here, and with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024. So you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here, and with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, that's exactly 1 week before Christmas,
which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less financial worry.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, You now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holidays.
Attention everyone. With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this.
Attention, everyone. With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at SSA.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this
Attention everyone. With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at SSA.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season brighter.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season.
Attention everyone! With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, Your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season.
Attention everyone. With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here, and with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you are born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less financial.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season bright.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here, and with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less financial work.
Attention everyone. With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024. So you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season.
Attention everyone. With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this
important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season bright.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here. And with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here, and with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less financial worry.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season bright.
Listen carefully. Your December 2025 Social Security payment schedule is here, and with the holiday season approaching, this information could be crucial for your financial planning during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some important numbers. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. But there's even better news for many of you. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or deal with complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's go through your December payment dates one by one. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you a great head start on your holiday budgeting and shopping. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday expenses and avoiding last-minute stress. For the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan efficiently. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money in your account on December 23rd, giving you some extra time before the holiday. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided substantial relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7th, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process or waiting periods. December typically brings additional expenses for gifts, travel, special meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time to make the switch. It's faster, more secure, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season, helping you enjoy the holidays with less financial worry.
Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season bright.
Attention everyone! With the holiday season approaching, you need to know exactly when your Social Security payments will arrive in December 2025. This information could make all the difference in your holiday planning and budgeting during what's often the most expensive month of the year. Let's start with some good news. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is now $2,008.31 per month. And for many of you, there's even better news. If you're affected by the Social Security Fairness Act, you may be receiving an additional $360 monthly on average. These payments are already being processed automatically, so you don't need to sign up or take any action. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as planned, just in time for the holiday season. Now, let's talk about when you can expect your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, mark your calendar for Monday, December 1st. That's when your payment will arrive, giving you a great start to the month for your holiday planning. For those who started receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment gives you plenty of time to handle holiday shopping and other end-of-year expenses. Now, for the majority of Social Security recipients, your payment date depends on your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This timing works perfectly for holiday shopping, giving you 2 full weeks before Christmas. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's 8 days before Christmas, which still gives you time to finish your holiday preparations if you plan ahead. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem challenging, remember that many banks process direct deposits a day early, so you might see your money on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already provided significant relief to millions of Americans. As of July 7, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion have been distributed. These increases are automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about complicated applications or waiting periods. Remember, December is when many of us face additional expenses for gifts, travel, and special meals. Knowing exactly when your payment will arrive helps you plan better and avoid financial stress during what should be a joyful time of year. If you haven't already set up direct deposit, now is the perfect time. It's faster, more secure, and you won't have to worry about postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily set this up through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the information you need to plan your holiday budget effectively. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra money will certainly come in handy during this festive season. Important announcement about your December 2025 Social Security payments. With the holidays just around the corner, knowing exactly when your money will arrive can help you plan better and reduce financial stress during this expensive time of year. First, let's talk about the money you can expect. The average Social Security benefit for retired workers is currently $2,008.31 each month. But here's some exciting news for many of you. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, some beneficiaries are receiving an additional $360 per month on average. These payments are being processed automatically, so there's no need to sign up or complete complicated paperwork. This money is yours to keep and will arrive as scheduled, providing welcome relief during the holiday season. Now, let's break down exactly when you'll receive your December payment. If you receive Supplemental Security Income or SSI, your payment will arrive on Monday, December 1st. This gives you the entire month to budget and plan for your holiday expenses. For those who began receiving Social Security benefits before May 1997, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 3rd. This early payment timing is perfect for getting ahead of your holiday shopping and other seasonal expenses. For most Social Security recipients, your payment date is determined by your birthday. If you were born between the 1st and 10th of any month, your December payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 10th. This gives you a comfortable 2 weeks before Christmas to handle your gift shopping and other holiday preparations. If your birthday falls between the 11th and 20th of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 17th. That's exactly 1 week before Christmas, which still gives you time to complete your holiday tasks if you plan wisely. For those born between the 21st and 31st of the month, your payment will arrive on Wednesday, December 24th. Yes, that's Christmas Eve. While this timing might seem tight, remember that many financial institutions process direct deposits early, so you might actually see your funds in your account on December 23rd. The Social Security Fairness Act has already made a significant difference for millions of Americans. By July 7, over 3.1 million payments totaling $17 billion had been distributed. These increases are completely automatic and retroactive to January 2024, so you don't need to worry about any complicated application process. December is typically the most expensive month for most households, with additional costs for gifts, travel, festive meals, and seasonal utilities. Knowing your exact payment dates helps you budget effectively and avoid last-minute financial stress. If you're still receiving paper checks, consider switching to direct deposit. It's more secure, faster, and eliminates the worry of postal delays during the busy holiday season. You can easily make this change through your My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Whether your payment arrives on December 1st, 3rd, 10th, 17th, or 24th, you now have the knowledge to plan your holiday finances with confidence. And for those receiving additional benefits through the Fairness Act, that extra $360 per month on average will certainly help make your holiday season bright.
Attention everyone. With the holiday season approaching, you need to know
a major financial update that, well, it really demands your attention right now, especially if you're on a fixed income. We're talking about a proposal that's getting a lot of publicity, a direct payment that could be a total game changer for your budget.
And we're talking about the potential for a $2,000 check.
Exactly, $2,000. This is being framed as, essential relief, something to help with those crushing household bills, the grocery costs that are just out of control, health expenses.
Things people are dealing with every single day.
For millions of low-income Americans, for retirees, for anyone depending on fixed benefits, this isn't just news. It's a potential lifeline.
But, and this is a huge but, we have to start with the reality check here. We need to ground this promise in what's actually happening.
Okay.
Before we even get into who might qualify, we have to talk about the gigantic roadblock this plan is already facing.
The money source.
The money source. The whole thing is supposed to be funded by this massive expansion of tariffs, and it's projected to come up short by a staggering $1 trillion.
$1 trillion.
$1 trillion. This isn't some small accounting error. It's a massive, catastrophic gap that's forcing the White House, lawmakers, everyone to, and I'm quoting here, explore all legal options just to keep this promise from falling apart.
That $1 trillion missing piece, that's really the key to this whole deep dive, isn't it?
It is.
So our mission today is clear. We're going to break down who might actually qualify for this money. Is it the full $2,000 or is it going to be a reduced amount, maybe $1,000?
$1,000, maybe $1,250, yeah.
We'll get into the intense political fight that's happening in Congress right now over this. And this is the most critical part, the realistic timeline.
Which is not soon.
Not soon at all. Analysts are saying the earliest we might see this money is well into the summer of 2026. So understanding all of these complex layers, the funding, the politics, the timing, it is absolutely crucial for your financial planning right now. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we are focusing squarely on your financial security. If you are one of the millions of people who rely on Social Security retirement benefits, or maybe need-based programs like SSI, that's Supplemental Security Income, or SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, or VA benefits.
Didn't know.
You know, that clear, reliable, detailed financial information, that's the bedrock of your stability month to month.
Absolutely. And when you hear these big numbers like $2,000 being thrown around by officials, it kicks up a storm of speculation.
Right.
It creates enormous hope on one side, but also, really profound anxiety for people who are living paycheck to paycheck.
Right, because you don't know what to believe.
Exactly. So our goal today is just to cut through all that noise, the political posturing, the half-truths, and give you an honest accounting of what's going on with this proposed payment.
Okay, let's unpack this. Our specific focus today is this proposed financial relief measure, the potential $2,000 payment.
Right.
And the White House has been consistent on this. They've confirmed their commitment to the proposal, and they've explicitly said they're exploring every viable option to make it a reality.
Which tells you it's not easy.
It's not. So this isn't just, some political rumor from a campaign trail. This is an active discussion. It involves their top economic advisors who are trying to engineer some kind of path, either legislative or executive.
And that phrase you just used, engineering a path, that brings us right to the terminology, which is so critical here.
How so?
We have to distinguish what this payment actually is, because that determines everything, the funding, the legal mechanism. So you hear a lot of lawmakers, they call it a stimulus payment, just generically.
Right, like we've seen before.
But the former president, he initially defined it much more specifically. He called it a targeted tariff rebate check.
Okay, so what's the difference? A stimulus payment, a tariff rebate check? Why should you, our listener, care about that distinction?
The distinction is everything. A stimulus payment, well, that usually implies it's coming from a general government fund.
Okay.
It's funded through broader tax revenues or, let's be honest, more often through deficit spending. And that comes with a whole different set of legal rules, and it has to go through that standard, highly partisan legislative path in Congress.
But a tariff rebate check is different.
It's completely different. It creates a direct link, both philosophically and financially, to the money that's generated specifically by duties on imported goods.
So it's supposed to be self-funding in a way.
Exactly. If it's a true rebate, the funding source is supposed to be this, ring-fenced pile of money from trade policy, not from general taxes or new debt.
Which makes the funding incredibly dependent on one single, very volatile thing, tariffs. So that tariff revenue dries up or just doesn't show up.
The check is immediately compromised. The whole plan is at risk.
And that's our mission today. We're going to synthesize all the data points around this. The huge funding hurdles we're hearing about from the CBO.
Those staggering numbers.
The complex political negotiations going on right now to try and get the votes. And the realistic timeline. We want to give you an honest picture of the likelihood of you actually receiving this money.
And maybe more importantly, what the realistic final payment amount will actually be once all the political compromises are made.
Right. We're here to provide the clearest possible framework so you can anticipate what's coming next and, plan ahead with some clarity.
Let's move to Section 1 then, the context of this $1 trillion shortfall. So why is this potential $2,000 payment even tied to tariffs to begin with? It just seems like a really complicated way to do this.
Yeah, you would think a simple appropriation would be easier.
Right.
But the reason it's linked to tariffs, well, it goes back to the core policy objective of this whole aggressive trade program. The initial idea, the premise, was really twofold.
First, national security, protecting specific American industries. And second, and this is the critical part for our discussion, massive revenue generation.
They thought it would bring in a ton of money.
They were intensely optimistic. The original projection was that these tariffs would bring in such enormous amounts of money that they could drastically cut the national deficit and, at the same time, provide a surplus pot of money big enough to fund these rebate checks.
So the framing was, this is money from foreign exporters that we're giving back to you, the citizen.
That was the idea. It sounds great in theory.
But theory is one thing.
And this is where that optimistic forecast just collides, violently, with reality.
And that's where the Congressional Budget Office, the CBO, comes in.
Exactly. The CBO is the nonpartisan agency. They provide all the economic data to Congress. And they just delivered a crucial update that has put immediate and, frankly, severe pressure on lawmakers.
And their update revealed the core problem.
It did. The CBO data now suggests that the tariffs program is expected to bring in a staggering $1 trillion less than what the administration had previously forecast over the next decade.
$1 trillion less. It's hard to even wrap your head around that number.
It is. And let's really contextualize that shortfall. The total projected deficit reduction from these tariffs is now estimated to be around $3 trillion over the next decade.
Okay.
And that includes about $500 billion in interest savings from reduced borrowing. But that $3 trillion figure is still, and this is the CBO's language, well short of the $4 trillion they originally forecast.
So that missing $1 trillion,
yeah,
that's the instability factor. That's what directly jeopardizes the $2,000 promise.
Just the whole ball game.
That is a sobering statistic, and I want to get into why. Why did the CBO forecast change so dramatically? Was this just, a miscalculation, a math error, or is there something else going on?
That is such a critical question for you to understand. It's not just a math error. It's really a failure to anticipate how the global economy adapts.
Mm-hmm.
There are three main factors that really cause this shortfall. First, global supply chain shifts.
Meaning?
When the tariffs were implemented, a lot of companies, instead of just eating the cost, they simply moved their manufacturing and sourcing out of the heavily taxed country.
They went somewhere else.
They went to lower tariff countries like Vietnam, Mexico, or India. So that shift means the U.S. is now collecting tariffs from different, much lower volume sources. It completely undermines the projected revenue from the primary target.
So the economic behavior actually changed the tax base itself.
Exactly. And second, we saw retaliatory tariffs.
Right. The other countries hit back.
Of course they did. The targeted countries didn't just stand still. They implemented their own tariffs on U.S. goods. And that hurts American exports, which in turn reduces the overall economic activity, which further reduces the CBO's projections.
And you said there was a third factor?
There is. The administrative complexity and a global slowdown, the sheer challenge of just collecting and policing a massive new tariff regime is huge. You combine that with unexpected global economic slowdowns after the pandemic, and it just meant the volume of goods being imported and therefore the duty being collected was much lower than the CBO's initial, best case scenario.
Okay, so here's where it gets really interesting for you, the listener, because we have to tie this colossal shortfall back to your individual $2,000 check.
Right.
If the revenue stream is $1 trillion short, the math just doesn't work for a full $2,000 payment to the proposed 150 million Americans.
The math just isn't there. And this shortfall forces the administration and Congress to face a really painful, very public choice.
And what are the options on the table?
They're currently discussing two primary and, less than ideal outcomes. The first is to drastically reduce the payment amount.
Cut the check.
Cut the check. We're hearing specific proposals suggesting the payment might drop to, say, $1,000 or maybe $1,250.
Okay.
This saves money, but it still allows them to give a small relief payment out broadly.
And the second option?
The second option is to significantly limit the number of recipients. So instead of distributing it broadly to 150 million people, they would have to target a far less number.
How would they do that?
They'd focus exclusively on the lowest income brackets or, and this is the really critical part, only on those who meet specific workforce requirements.
So just to be clear, if they are committed to that $2,000 number, they have to severely restrict who gets it, which could potentially exclude millions of people on fixed incomes who aren't in the workforce.
That's one path.
But if they want to send it to everyone, they have to cut the payment in half.
That's the dilemma they're facing, and we have to put this in the broader economic context. Even if the full, optimistic $4 trillion in tariff revenue had shown up, which it hasn't, it would still only make a relatively small dent in the total national debt, which is currently at a massive $38 trillion.
Wow.
So this negotiation isn't just about a $2,000 check. It reflects this deep ideological struggle between two huge goals, right? Direct, immediate financial relief for citizens versus using this money solely for aggressive and frankly much needed national debt reduction.
So it sounds less like a promise and more like a political gamble that just didn't pay off because of how the global market reacted. The money that was supposed to fund the check, it just isn't there, and that's forcing an impossible choice on Congress.
That is precisely the narrative that is being fought over on Capitol Hill as we speak.
That's a perfect transition to Section 2. which is all about eligibility and the political requirements.
Right.
This is where that ideological and logistical fight over who actually gets the money is really happening. We've established the money isn't a sure thing because of the funding issue, but even if they find a way to fund it, who qualifies?
And this is a high-stakes political battlefield. The White House has indicated they're exploring all, quote, legal options.
Meaning executive actions.
Executive actions, procedural loopholes, anything they can find to potentially bypass Congress entirely and just get the check out the door.
But can they do that?
Well, the vast majority of constitutional and legislative experts are saying no. They insist that a relief payment of this size, especially one tied to deficit impact or tax changes, it has to go through Congress.
And if it goes through Congress?
It faces the standard 60-vote threshold in the Senate to avoid a filibuster.
Okay. Let's break down that political math, because this really shows how the structure of the Senate makes this check either bipartisan or, well, non-existent.
Exactly.
There are 53 Republicans currently in the Senate. So that means they need at least 7 Democrats to jump on board to reach that 60-vote supermajority.
7 votes.
And that need for bipartisan support, it guarantees that the final check, if it passes at all, is going to be a deeply compromised version of that original $2,000 idea.
And that need for 7 Democrat votes immediately complicates the whole question of eligibility.
How so?
Because both parties have wildly different ideas philosophically about who this money should be helping.
Right.
So for you, our listener, on a fixed income on SSI, SSDI, or Social Security retirement, your eligibility is hanging entirely in the balance. It all depends on which party's philosophy wins out in the final bill.
So let's analyze those opposing plans in detail. Let's start with the Republican view, since they currently hold the political leverage to shape the initial bill.
The Republican stance is, well, it's firmly rooted in fiscal restraint and workforce incentives. Their primary goal is to use that tariff revenue first and foremost to pay down the national debt.
Debt reduction first.
Debt reduction first. Any financial relief after that has to be highly targeted and structured to encourage people to work. They're seriously talking about structuring the benefit only for those who are currently working.
And how would they do that? Through the tax code.
Most likely, yeah. Probably through additional tax deductions or some kind of advanced earned income tax credit structure.
This is a huge and honestly a devastating implication for our audience on fixed incomes.
It is.
If this structure, the one that prioritizes tax deductions for earned income, is adopted, then millions of Americans on fixed benefits, Social Security retirees, SSI recipients, disabled veterans who aren't filing tax returns based on earned income,
they could be entirely excluded.
they might get nothing from this.
That is the reported reality of this specific proposal. The language that proponents of this model use is very clear. The goal is to entice more people to go back to work and boost national productivity.
But what about people who can't work?
Well, the intent might be economic growth, but the unintended consequence is that it leaves behind the very segment of the population, retirees, the severely disabled, people medically unable to work, whose benefits are already not keeping up with inflation.
So the Democrats, whose 7 votes are absolutely necessary, they won't support a check that ignores retirees and the disabled. What's their counterproposal?
Well, Democrats are pushing for a structure that frames this money as essential, broad consumer relief.
For everyone.
For everyone, to combat inflation and rising costs, regardless of your work status. They are highly opposed to limiting the payment only to workers or tying it strictly to that, volatile tariff revenue.
So what are they offering as a compromise?
To secure that bipartisan compromise, they're not just demanding that fixed income recipients be included, they're proposing a significantly different and much larger alternative package.
And this is the alternative we've heard some rumblings about. A much larger check, maybe tied to spending on necessities. Let's get into the reported proposal for a $5,000 check.
That's right, the $5,000 check proposal. It's reportedly being pushed by the more moderate and progressive wings of the Democratic Party as a necessary trade-off for any compromise on debt reduction.
And would that be per person?
It would likely be per household, not per person, but that's still a substantial amount of money.
It is.
And the core goal of this alternative is really twofold. 1, an immediate economic boost, and 2, specifically addressing the crushing burden of health insurance costs.
How does a one-time check address health insurance? Is it tied to the Affordable Care Act?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
The idea is to use this larger amount to cover a year's worth of out-of-pocket health expenses, or be specifically tied to adjustments in the ACA premium tax credits.
I see.
For a low-income senior or a disabled person who's not yet on Medicare or just someone struggling with high deductibles, a $5,000 infusion could cover their annual insurance premiums and deductibles. It would offer immediate relief from that medical debt anxiety.
So that makes it a much more appealing proposal for those 7 Democratic senators you need, since they're often focused on health care access.
Exactly. It's fascinating. The $5,000 check isn't just a bigger number. It's a fundamental shift in purpose. It goes from being a broad tariff rebate to a targeted, necessary healthcare spending subsidy.
But what are the political trade-offs? You don't get a number that big for free.
Oh, no. For a $5,000 check to pass, it would require massive budgetary offsets. Moderate Republicans will demand significant, real spending cuts somewhere else.
Like where?
Reports suggest the trade-offs could include substantial reductions in non-defense discretionary spending, or maybe rolling back certain tax provisions that were implemented in the last few years. The larger the check, the bigger the political concession required, which makes these negotiations just excruciatingly difficult.
Okay, so to summarize the eligibility conflict here, your ability to get $2,000, $1,000, or maybe even $5,000 depends entirely on whether the final bill prioritizes debt reduction and workforce incentives.
Which would likely exclude fixed income recipients.
Or if it prioritizes broad consumer and health relief that includes all households, especially those on SSI, SSDI, and retirement benefits.
That is the central tension of the 60-vote mandate. Without those 7 Democratic votes, the bill dies. And those votes are contingent on making sure that the most vulnerable people in their constituency, retirees and the disabled, are not left out of the final benefit, which the current Republican-favored structure does.
So it has to be a package that addresses broader societal needs.
It does, and that probably includes that healthcare angle we talked about.
All right, let's move on to Section 3, the timeline and payment method reality. For our listeners who are managing tight budgets, the when is often the most frustrating and important part of this.
It's the whole question, right?
And the White House, despite saying they're committed, has no specific timeline. Just that their economic advisors are actively searching for all legal avenues.
And that lack of specificity, that's really the first warning sign. If we look at the realistic timeline based on congressional rules and what independent analysts are saying, the outlook is, well, it's profoundly sobering.
How sobering?
One analyst who specializes in legislative forecasting suggested there is a 0.01% chance of seeing this $2,000 check happen in any form before the year 2026.
0.01. That is a harsh reality check.
It is.
If the financial need is so urgent right now, wouldn't delaying relief until 2026 be a massive political liability for whoever's in charge? Why would it take so long?
It is absolutely a liability, but the delay is sort of baked into the legislative process itself. First, you have that need to secure those 7 Democratic votes. That means the negotiation process is just incredibly slow.
Committee hearings, amendments?
Committee hearings, amendments, procedural fights, securing those budget offsets we just talked about. I mean, that alone could take 6 to 12 months of debate, which likely pushes any bill to late 2025 at the absolute earliest.
And what happens if, just playing devil's advocate, they manage to push some version of this check through quickly without a consensus?
Even then, the strategic element comes into play. If Republicans manage to get a version of the check passed, maybe through reconciliation or by getting just a couple of moderate Democrats on board for a bare-bones bill, the payment itself is likely to be strategically delayed until the summer or fall of 2026.
Right before the midterm elections.
Right before the crucial midterm elections to maximize the political benefit for the incumbent party.
So that timing makes it crystal clear this isn't purely about financial relief, it's about political engineering.
Absolutely.
And if the Democrats highly oppose the bill, unless it's bipartisan, won't they just use procedural delays to stretch that timeline out even further?
Of course. The opposition will use every tool they have. Filibusters, holds on appointments, endless amendments. They'll do it to either force a more palatable outcome or just delay the political payoff for the other party. When a bill becomes an election issue, the timeline stops being about economic need and becomes solely about political leverage.
Let's talk about the how, the method of delivery. As we noted, it hinges entirely on that final structure. Tariff rebate versus tax deduction.
Right. And if the final bill is structured as a direct one-time rebate or a simple stimulus check, it'll use the existing government infrastructure.
The SSA and the Treasury.
Primarily the Social Security Administration and the Treasury Department's payment systems. So that means the money would arrive via direct deposit for most people, or the familiar direct express card that many Social Security recipients use.
Or a paper check.
Or a paper check in the mail. That's generally the simplest, fastest, and most inclusive way to get it to our target audience.
But if the Republican preference wins out, and it's structured as a tax deduction or an advanced tax credit, the method changes, and so does the group of people who get it.
And this is the critical distinction. It could potentially exclude millions.
Right.
If it's structured as a tax deduction tied to income, or an advanced tax credit that requires a specific tax filing status, it fundamentally benefits only those who file taxes based on earned income.
And that's why the structure is so central to this debate for SSI and retirement beneficiaries.
It is. If you don't file a traditional tax return because your only income is your fixed benefits, you may have no way to claim a tax deduction, and the payment just effectively passes you by.
So the delivery method is really a proxy for the whole political fight over eligibility. If they choose direct express delivery, they're signaling they're including fixed income recipients.
And if they choose the tax deduction route, they're signaling exclusion. It's a tell.
Exactly. And this is why it's so important to remember that these big proposals, they often fail.
They do.
You mentioned the DOGE dividend proposal earlier. Let's expand on that because it's a really powerful cautionary tale about how these big ideas can just die on the vine.
It's a great example. The DOGE dividend was this unique proposal that briefly got a lot of traction. It was aimed at using specific, non-traditional asset revenues for direct payments to citizens. It was all over the news for a bit.
It was.
But it failed completely. And it failed for two reasons. It lacked a stable, conventional funding mechanism that Congress would accept, and it lacked the necessary legislative coalition to even push it past committee review.
It died in the details.
It died in the details. And we mention it just to emphasize that the White House committing to exploring options is a world away from a viable, funded, signed-into-law bill. Until that bill is passed, it just remains a political talking point, and it's highly vulnerable to collapse because of funding shortfalls or political trade-offs, just like the DOGE dividend was.
Okay, we absolutely have to move to Section 4 now, which is all about crucial financial safeguards.
Yes.
When a payment of $2,000 or maybe even $5,000 is being discussed, beneficiaries on needs-based programs like SSI, Medicaid, and SNAP, you need absolute clarity on how this money could affect your existing life-sustaining support systems.
This is probably the most anxious part of the whole conversation for our audience. A benefit check that could help with groceries is, well, it's useless if it simultaneously causes you to lose your Medicaid health insurance or your SSI.
Absolutely.
And we have two mandatory details here that are currently uncertain precisely because the payment is entirely speculative and its funding mechanism is undefined.
Let's start with taxability. Will you have to pay taxes on this money, whether it's $1,000 or $5,000?
The short answer is we do not know.
Yep.
And we can't know until the final bill is passed.
It all depends on the final structure.
It's entirely dependent on the final legislative structure. If Congress successfully frames it as a tariff rebate or a general welfare payment, which is similar to how some past stimulus was treated, then it is highly likely to be considered non-taxable income.
Meaning you keep the full amount.
Let's keep the full amount. That's the best case scenario.
So what's the potential risk here?
The risk is if it's structured as an advanced tax deduction or some specific type of benefit tied closely to tax law, especially if it's that Republican-favored earned income structure, then it could have complex and potentially taxable implications depending on your overall filing status. So the risk means that, unfortunately, you should be prepared for the possibility of a tax burden, even though the whole point of the payment is supposed to be financial relief.
Okay, now let's tackle the other mandatory detail, the impact on existing benefits. This is where the technical nuance of SSI versus SSDI becomes so critical.
It does.
How does this payment affect benefits like SNAP, Medicaid, or your SSI eligibility?
This really requires a detailed breakdown of the difference between income limits and asset tests. Most federal aid programs are sensitive to both. If the payment is structured as a one-time rebate, like the past pandemic stimulus payments, it's usually protected under specific legislative provisions. Congress often includes an explicit rule stating that the payment is disregarded as income for benefits like SNP and Medicaid.
And what about SSI?
And it's often excluded from SSI's very stringent asset test for a period of time, usually 12 months.
And that 12-month exclusion period is so crucial for SSI recipients because they face that harsh $2,000 asset limit.
It's everything.
If you get a $2,000 or $5,000 payment, you risk losing your benefits if you don't spend it within that time frame.
Precisely. If the check is structured as a rebate, that 12-month grace period gives you essential breathing room to spend the money on necessities.
Paying down debt, buying food.
Paying down debt, buying food, fixing a roof or a car without risking the loss of your core monthly SSI benefit or your Medicaid coverage, which is often tied directly to SSI.
But what if, hypothetically, the final bill does not include those protection clauses? What if it's somehow deemed income?
Well, if it were somehow deemed regular income, which is highly unlikely for a one-time relief payment, but it is structurally possible under some creative tax credit.
It would be a problem.
It would be a huge problem. It would immediately affect the income limits for working beneficiaries, potentially causing their SSDI or SSI checks to shrink temporarily. This is why you must wait for specific legislative guidance, language in the text of the law that explicitly protects the funds from both income and asset tests.
So until the bill is written, passed, and signed.
All these protections are just probabilities, not guarantees.
Okay, so we've established that the funding mechanism, tariffs, is the core problem. Let's expand on the context of tariffs in practice. This whole $2,000 proposal is unstable because it's a byproduct of complex, rapidly changing trade policy.
The volatility is just inherent in the design. The policy relies on tariff rates staying high and import volume staying stable. But the former president has shown consistent flexibility in using tariffs as leverage for negotiation.
Meaning those rates are always fluctuating?
Constantly fluctuating. We just saw a report about Switzerland's tariff, which was reportedly dropping from a high of 39% down to 15% after some bilateral negotiations.
And every single successful negotiation that lowers a tariff rate immediately cuts into that already depleted revenue stream that's supposed to pay for the $2,000 checks.
Exactly. That is the structural flaw. The $4 trillion target was based on these static economic assumptions that the political dynamics of trade negotiation immediately destabilized.
So the very tool meant to fund the checks is constantly being undermined.
It's being undermined by the necessity of ongoing global trade talks, which have to reduce tariffs to foster trade. It just reinforces why the CBO's $1 trillion shortfall is a very real and likely growing problem.
As these discussions about large potential payments are swirling in the news, we have to pause and address the very real-world anxiety this creates and the targeting it creates, especially for seniors, disabled Americans, and vulnerable populations who are just constantly targeted by bad actors and sophisticated scams.
This cautionary segment is absolutely essential. History shows us that anytime the government announces or even discusses a large payment, scammers immediately mobilize. They try to take advantage of the confusion and the hope.
So we need to issue the most crucial warning, clearly and emphatically. Please listen carefully to this. The Social Security Administration, the SSA, the IRS, or the Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA, will never call you, text you, or email you demanding money, gift cards, or personal information in connection with this or any other government payment.
Let's just reinforce that protocol. Government agencies, they communicate through official, verifiable channels.
Official letters.
Official letters mailed to your address or secure updates that are posted on verified government websites, specifically the My Social Security portal.
Right.
So if you get an unsolicited contact, a call, a text, an email claiming you need to pay a fee or verify your bank account or purchase a gift card to release your $2,000 check, it is a guaranteed scam.
100%.
It's designed to steal your identity or your savings.
So what is the single best piece of advice if a listener is contacted and it feels suspicious?
Hang up immediately. Delete the text or the email without clicking on any links, and report the contact to the proper authorities, like the FTC. Do not engage with them. No legitimate government agency will threaten you with immediate arrest or pressure you into providing sensitive financial details over the phone for a payment. They just don't operate on urgency. They operate on due process.
Okay, so beyond the scams, let's anticipate two final common concerns. What if the final amount is reduced or it's just wrong? And what should a person do if the payment is delayed past that rumored 2026 timeline?
Given the political climate, changes to the final amount are highly probable. A reduction down to $1,000 or $1,250 is a significant possibility.
Okay.
So if you receive a payment that is less than you believe you're owed, or if the payment is delayed beyond the official date set in the legislation, you must use the official government channels for correction.
And what channel is that for most of our audience?
We strongly encourage listeners to use the My Social Security portal. Now, it's not going to give you speculation on future legislation, but it is the most reliable tool for managing your current benefits, verifying your personal information, and receiving reliable, factual updates regarding existing or future payments, but only once they are officially signed into law.
And if a payment is late?
If a payment is late, the SSA or the VA will often post a dedicated update page on their website. Transparency and proactivity are really key here. Don't just wait passively for a letter. Be prepared to monitor your own government accounts for the official confirmation, assuming the bill even makes it to the finish line.
And given that the payment is all tied up in a political strategy aimed at the 2026 midterms, managing your expectations about the timing is paramount for your long-term financial stability.
It is.
This is not emergency relief. It is a delayed, highly contingent political promise. We have covered a tremendous amount of detail today, moving from that initial promise of $2,000 to the financial reality of a $1 trillion shortfall and the political struggle to even determine who gets it. So let's finish by acknowledging all that complexity, but reinforcing the most important facts you need to take away from this deep dive.
It's so important to walk away with a clear, concise summary of what we know and what remains highly uncertain.
Okay, fact number one. The committed proposal that started this whole discussion, and the one the White House is still pursuing, is for a $2,000 payment.
That number is the target, but it is absolutely not the guarantee.
Fact number two.
The intended funding source, tariff revenue, is structurally impaired. The CBO has confirmed a $1 trillion shortfall, which drastically undermines the math for a broad $2,000 distribution. This financial reality almost certainly forces a reduction in the final payment amount, or a severe limitation on who is eligible, possibly excluding non-working fixed-income recipients.
Fact number three. The passage of any relief check requires substantial Democratic support.
Specifically, 7 additional Senate votes.
Or an extremely unlikely legal workaround. And this political necessity, it guarantees that the final bill will include major concessions, likely broader relief for fixed-income recipients, or maybe that larger health-focused alternative, like the $5,000 check.
And finally, fact number 4. The most realistic timeline for this relief, if it is successfully passed through Congress and signed into law, is not next year.
No.
It is the late summer or fall of 2026, strategically positioned around the next major election cycle. Do not budget this money for 2024 or 2025.
That brings us to our final provocative thought for you to consider. And this raises a really important question. While all the focus remains fixated on this massive, delayed, politically charged federal relief, what are the actionable, smaller policy changes, things like state-level direct payments or adjustments to state-run low-income housing or utility assistance programs that could provide immediate breathing room for low-income Americans now, today, without waiting 2 years for a congressional fight to resolve itself?
That singular focus on a large federal check, while it's understandable, it may be distracting from more immediate, actionable solutions at the state and local levels that could offer essential relief much sooner. And that is the necessary perspective shift that's worth exploring.
Absolutely. We understand how critical, reliable financial updates are, especially when you're dealing with fixed benefits like SSI and Social Security. So if this deep dive has helped clarify the messy reality of the $2,000 promise and what you need to look out for, please urge your family and friends who rely on these benefits to subscribe. Turn on your notifications so you don't miss our updates as this political debate evolves, and please share your specific questions in the comments. We'll be tracking every change to the eligibility rules and the timeline.
Thank you for allowing us to guide you through this complex topic.
We see you on the next.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, where we take the financial news, all the noise, and give you the truth you can actually use.
And today, we are talking about something that is causing a huge buzz across the country.
A huge buzz is right. We are talking about a proposed $2,000 direct payment, a payment that could really provide some breathing room for millions of people.
That's right. And we need to be really clear about who this is for. The plan is specifically designed, it's targeted at those who rely on fixed benefits.
So we're talking about people receiving Social Security retirement?
Yes, and also SSDI, which is Social Security Disability Insurance, and SSI, that's Supplemental Security Income.
And it doesn't stop there.
No, it also includes VA benefits and Railroad Retirement Board benefits. It's a targeted dividend, and for everyone who is on a tight budget, the question is, immediate, and it's crucial.
So we've got $2,000 on the table. It's being called a stimulus dividend. Our mission today, our whole goal, is to just cut through all the speculation and answer one question.
The big one.
The big one. Based on what we actually know, the source material, will this payment get to the people who need it most? I'm talking about you, on your fixed income. And maybe more importantly, why are we so confident in that answer?
Well, we've taken the president's specific public statements, the ones he's made recently, and we've dug into how the last relief payments actually worked, the mechanics of it.
The nuts and bolts.
Exactly. We're going to unpack this whole world of income thresholds and eligibility. And here's the key. It's not based on your benefit type. It's all about your income level.
Okay, that's a really important distinction.
It is. So if you are managing your life based on that fixed monthly check, this deep dive is absolutely essential for you to understand if you're included. And just as importantly, we're going to talk about the protections that have to come with this money to make sure it actually helps you.
It's no secret there's been so much talk, so much interest in, a potential fourth round of some kind of direct financial help.
Oh, a fever pitch.
Yeah.
We've seen rumors for over a year now.
Exactly. Vague proposals, things that just kind of disappear. So what makes this specific $2,000 plan different? Why are we dedicating this entire deep dive to it?
Because it's tied to something concrete. It's connected to recent public statements from the president. And he offered specific details that, they allow us to do a real technical analysis of it.
So this isn't just a rumor?
No, that's the key distinction. Our mission here is to move beyond all that speculation. We're analyzing the specific details of this proposed payment, which, and this is important, is consistently being called a dividend.
A dividend, not a stimulus check.
Right. And we want to clarify exactly who this plan is intended for. For you listening, especially those of you whose entire financial stability, everything, rests on your fixed income benefits, getting clarity on eligibility and those protections it's everything.
It's paramount.
It is. So we're using the president's own publicly outlined structure to figure out if you're included.
Okay, so let's anchor ourselves right there to the source material. We're talking about a proposal for a $2,000 payment for low and middle income citizens. Where did this announcement actually come from?
The main source, the one we're really digging into, is a recent outline that was shared by the president. It was in a Truth Social post dated November 10th. And that followed an earlier post from the day before that kind of introduced the idea.
So this isn't anonymous chatter or some bill that's buried in committee?
Not at all. This is a public outline. It's detailing a specific financial mechanism that the administration is actually putting forward for everyone to see.
And what's the deal with the funding? Because this is where it gets really interesting for me. It's not being called a traditional stimulus check that's just funded by, borrowing more money.
Correct. And this is a huge deal. It is explicitly labeled a $2,000 stimulus dividend payment. And the defining part, the thing that makes it so different, is the source of the money. It's set to be paid directly from tariff revenues.
Tariff revenues.
Tariff revenues. This is a really powerful distinction. Think back to the previous stimulus checks. They were largely funded through, massive government borrowing, which just adds to the national debt.
And that became a huge political fight every single time.
Of course. But by framing this as a dividend from specific revenue streams, from trade policy, it just creates a completely different narrative, both politically and fiscally.
So it's less like an act of borrowing to spend.
And more like distributing the profit, so to speak, of specific economic policy back to the citizens who were targeted to receive it.
That distinction, funding it through tariffs, that is really unique. We should probably dive deeper into what that means later on, but for now let's stick with the target audience. The president was, from what I read, very specific about who would get this money.
He was. Extremely. The explicit, repeated focus is only on low-income and middle-income people.
And he also said who would not get it.
Yes. The statement went out of its way to clarify that it excludes high-income people. And this, right here, this is the core principle that lets us draw these really strong conclusions about you, the fixed income recipients.
Because we see the comments, we hear the anxiety. People on very small Social Security checks or on SSI or disability, they're worried. They're asking, am I low income enough to count?
Absolutely. And we recognize that anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
This entire analysis, everything we're about to go through, is designed to show you why you are inherently automatically included in that demographic.
Okay, let's unpack that right now, because that's really the central pillar of this whole deep dive, the inclusion question.
Let's do it.
So we know the proposal is for low and middle income, but let's just hit the question head on, the one we get constantly. If the proposal doesn't say Social Security recipients, if it doesn't list SSDI or VA beneficiaries by name, are those millions of people on fixed incomes automatically in?
The answer is yes. They are inherently included. And the key to understanding this is to get the difference between your benefit type and your income level.
Okay, so the government isn't looking at why you get a check.
Not at all. We have to assume that if the number one criterion is low and middle income, then virtually every single person who relies only on these fixed benefits is going to qualify.
Before we dig into the history of how this works, let's just make sure we're all on the same page with the jargon, because our listeners get all kinds of different benefits. What are we actually talking about when we say fixed benefits?
That's a vital point. We need to be crystal clear. When we say fixed income beneficiaries, we are talking about groups whose main source of income is stable and, let's be honest, often relatively low.
So number one is obviously Social Security retirement benefits.
Of course. But then there's SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance. That's for people who worked and paid into the system, but now they're disabled and can't work.
And critically, SSI.
Critically SSI. Supplemental Security Income. That's a completely different program. It's needs-based for people who are aged, blind, or disabled and have very, very limited income and resources.
And we can't forget our veterans.
Never. We also include VA benefits, so that's pensions or compensation paid to veterans. These groups, all of them together, they really define the backbone of the low-income community in the United States.
Okay, so now that we've defined the group, let's get back to the logic. Why is it so logical to just assume all of these groups are automatically included based on their income alone?
Well, you can connect the benefit status directly to the income level. Let's just look at the raw numbers. If your main source of household income comes from one of these benefits we just listed.
So that's your only money coming in, or the vast majority of it.
Right. Then is your total adjusted gross income, your AGI, that's the magic number the IRS uses to track your taxable income, is it below a certain high threshold? For almost every single person on Social Security, SSI, or SSDI, the answer is a definite yes.
An undeniable yes.
It is. The whole system is designed to replace some of your income, but that replacement, it almost always falls far short of what anyone would consider middle income, let alone high income.
So just to be perfectly clear for everyone listening, the government's concern is not where your income comes from, whether it's a Social Security check or a part-time job. It's just how much income is reported on your tax form.
Precisely. That is the entire mechanism. The main tool the government uses for these kinds of broad direct payments is the AGI threshold. Historically, when Congress gives the green light for a payment like this, they set a line in the sand.
Like, say, $75,000 for a single person.
Exactly. $75,000 for an individual. Anyone who files taxes and reports an AGI below that line gets the full payment. It's a clean, simple, administrative cutoff point.
But what about all the people on fixed incomes who don't have to file taxes? A lot of people on SSI, for instance.
And that's the crucial part they figured out. The mechanism for fixed income recipients who don't normally file is now handled automatically. There's data sharing between the IRS and the Social Security Administration, so your benefit amount itself is used to certify that you have low-income status. No application needed.
Let's really get into that historical precedent, because I think that's the most compelling piece of evidence we have. We had 3 major stimulus checks before.
We did. The $1,200 one from the CARES Act, the $600 one, and then the $1,400 one from the American Rescue Plan.
So how did they handle this low-income qualification for those 3 checks? And why does that old playbook basically guarantee that fixed-income folks are included this time?
That history is our blueprint. It tells us everything. In all 3 of those cases, Congress set the income rules based on AGI. They wanted to make sure 2 things happened. First, that high earners were left out. And second, that low-income people who don't file tax returns, which is a lot of people on SSI or even those with very low Social Security, were automatically included.
How did they manage that second part, the non-filers? I remember back in 2020, that was a huge logistical nightmare at first.
It was bureaucratic gymnastics, you're right. But they pulled it off. The IRS used the data that was already held by the Social Security Administration, the VA, and the Railroad Retirement Board.
So they just tapped into the systems that were already sending out monthly checks.
Exactly. If you're getting a monthly benefit from one of those agencies, the IRS already had your information, your address, your bank account, and your benefit amount. They just cross-referenced that you were below the AGI threshold for the prior year. If you were, boom, the payment was sent to the exact same account or direct express card where you get your monthly benefits.
And the reason behind that was pretty clear, right?
Oh, the legislative reasoning was crystal clear. A core goal was providing fast, automatic relief to fixed-income seniors and people with disabilities. And that $75,000 threshold, it was chosen specifically because it was high enough to include almost all of those recipients.
So the very design of those past programs was built from the ground up to reach the fixed-income community without making them jump through a bunch of hoops and fill out forms.
Exactly. And the stated intent of this new $2,000 proposal is explicitly to target low and middle income. It would be, functionally impossible and political disaster to announce a payment for low-income people and then create a system that somehow excludes Social Security recipients.
So you expect the mechanism, the AGI thresholds, and the automatic direct deposits based on SSA data to be basically identical to what we saw before.
I expect it to be a carbon copy of the last 3 rounds. They've built the machine, and now they know how to run it efficiently.
Okay, this is where I have to play devil's advocate a little bit. I get the historical precedent, I really do. But we're in a different world now. Inflation is higher, and the total cost of giving $2,000 to tens of millions of people is, well, it's enormous. Should we be worried that to save money, they might set the new threshold much lower this time, like, say, $50,000 for an individual?
That's a fair question. It's a necessary question, especially with the pressure on government spending. However, setting the threshold that low would basically defeat the whole stated purpose of helping the middle class.
How so?
Well, historically, that $75,000 individual AGI and the $150,000 for a married couple, those numbers were chosen because they capture a really broad section of the population, working people and retirees who are still feeling financial stress. If you drop that line down to $50,000, you'd be cutting out huge numbers of middle-income workers, especially in places with a high cost of living. You'd essentially be rebranding the payment as low-income only.
So the political goal of being seen to help the middle class actually acts as a safeguard. It prevents them from dropping the threshold so low that it accidentally kicks out fixed-income individuals.
Precisely. If they stick to any reasonable definition of middle income, the vast majority of fixed-income recipients are completely safe. Let's just state the actual historical lines they used for the last 3 checks, just so everyone can hear them again.
Okay, lay them out for us.
For an individual, the payment started to phase out at $75,000 of adjusted gross income.
And for a married couple filing their taxes together?
For a married couple filing jointly, that phase-out began at $150,000 of AGI.
Those numbers, they're just massive compared to what so many of our listeners are trying to live on. If you're trying to get by just on your disability check or a small retirement pension, $75,000 a year sounds like a fortune.
It is. It's an enormous cushion. And this is exactly why we can speak with so much confidence on this. Let's drill down into the one data point that matters most for you listening right now. The average benefit level.
Okay, what is the average?
The average Social Security retirement benefit right now is just a little over $2,000 a month.
Okay, so $2,000 a month over a year, that's what, $24,000?
Exactly. About $24,000 a year.
So let's put that side by side. $24,000 of income versus a $75,000 threshold. The difference there is over $50,000.
When you do the math, it just screams inclusion. That average beneficiary is 3 times below the historical high-income cutoff line. Even if they got nervous and tweaked the threshold down a bit, say to $70,000.
The average person would still be completely safe.
Completely. This calculation, it just strongly reinforces the point. The average Social Security beneficiary is absolutely, positively well below any high-income threshold they're going to put in place for a relief measure that's focused on low and middle-income people.
But for the sake of being thorough, we have to talk about the outliers. What about the small number of people who get the maximum Social Security benefit? Are they safe too?
That's where the nuance comes in, and it's a great question. The number of people who get the maximum benefit, which is currently over $4,800 a month for someone who retired late.
Okay, so that's getting up there. Annually, that's over $57,000.
Correct. Over $57,000 annually. But here's the crucial thing. Even that $57,000 is still well below the historical individual AGI threshold of $75,000.
So even the highest earners who are relying only on Social Security are still statistically likely to get the full $2,000 payment based on the rules we've seen before.
That's right. Unless the government completely rewrites the definition of high income and starts the phase out somewhere below $60,000, fixed income beneficiaries are functionally guaranteed to be included. The legislative intent to help people below that high income line protects this entire group.
That makes the case for inclusion extremely strong. The system is just designed to catch them. Okay, now let's switch gears and tackle the other half of the anxiety. The critical details we still don't know. The things that are stopping this money from actually landing in your bank account.
The known unknowns.
Exactly. We've built a really strong case for who is in based on history and income logic. But a proposal is just a proposal. It's just words on a page until specific steps are taken. So what are the crucial pieces of information that are still missing from this $2,000 dividend plan?
There are three really critical unknowns that need official, formal clarification from lawmakers. First, and this is the one everyone asks, when will it actually be deposited?
Timing is everything, especially if you're trying to figure out rent or utilities.
Everything. Second, what is the exact official amount? Now, $2,000 is the number in the proposal, but the final authorized figure can sometimes change a little bit during legislative negotiations.
And the third one.
The third one is the most critical for how this whole thing gets administered. What is the final determined income threshold? We are relying heavily on that $75,000, $150,000 historical framework, but the final bill has to draw that exact line in the sand.
You know, the skepticism from our audience is completely understandable. They've been promised things before that never happened. Why should they stay engaged with this proposal in particular? Why is this one different?
They should stay engaged because of that specific funding mechanism we talked about. The public nature of this statement, combined with the solid commitment to use tariff revenues, it just adds a unique seriousness to it. This feels like the development of a formal proposal.
So it's not just a politician throwing out a random number.
Not at all. It's an outline that's attached to a specific source of income. And if you dismiss it outright, you risk missing a vital financial update that, for many people listening, could be truly life-altering.
Let's go a little deeper into that funding mechanism. You said it's being framed as a dividend from tariffs. What does that tell us about the political chances or the potential speed of this thing?
The framing is very purposeful. It's strategically important. By proposing to fund the payment from tariff revenues, that's money the government has already collected on imported goods, it does two things.
Okay, what's the first?
Legislatively, it might make it easier to get approved. It avoids that political hot potato of raising taxes on people or relying only on massive deficit spending borrowing. It's revenue that's already in hand.
And the second thing?
Second, it sends a message. It says, this is a return on investment from our country's trade policy, not just a pure welfare payment. And that kind of message might appeal to a broader ideological base in Congress.
That's the benefit on the legislative side. But is there a financial risk here, tying this dividend to tariffs?
Oh, absolutely. The risk is volatility. Tariff revenues can swing wildly up and down based on global trade, diplomatic talks, changes in imports. So if the administration bases a $2,000 payment for millions of people on what could be a variable income stream,
it creates some uncertainty about the timing and maybe the final size of the pot of money?
It does. However, the proposal specifically details a safeguard. The president stated that any money left over from these dividend payments would be used to pay down the national debt.
See, that specific detail about paying down the debt is fascinating. It's like it's designed to head off one of the biggest criticisms of the last stimulus payments, which was the huge increase in the national debt.
It does exactly that. It positions the proposal not just as financial relief, but also as a fiscally responsible measure. It moves it beyond a typical spending bill and signals a commitment to use the funds efficiently. If the tariff money comes in higher than needed for the distribution, the rest of it helps offset federal debt. It's a very strategic move to try and build some bipartisan support, or at the very least, reduce the opposition based on fiscal irresponsibility.
Okay, let's pivot to financial protections. For our audience on fixed incomes, this might be the most crucial part of the whole conversation. We don't have the final legislative text yet, but based on what we've seen in the past, what protections can we confidently predict will be attached to this $2,000 payment?
Based on the fact that this is targeted at low-income citizens, we have to anticipate the strongest financial protections possible. The government learned a very hard lesson from the first rounds of stimulus. If you don't protect these relief funds, they often go straight to debt collectors. Or, even worse, they can cause people to lose their essential safety net benefits.
Okay, let's start with the big one, taxes. Will this $2,000 payment count as taxable income for you?
Historically, direct relief payments like this, designed to help low and middle-income folks, have been structured as a refundable tax credit for the prior year. And what that means in plain English is that they are non-taxable.
So it's pure relief. It doesn't add to your tax bill or create a complicated tax situation.
Exactly. The goal is relief, not complexity. We fully anticipate this dividend will be structured in the exact same way as tax-free income.
Okay, next. Let's talk about the nightmare scenario for so many of our listeners. Garnishment. If this money lands in your bank account, is it safe? Can debt collectors or even the government just snatch it away?
This needs a very detailed answer because it's complicated. There are really two kinds of garnishment: private and federal.
Let's start with private creditors. So credit card companies, banks, private debt collectors.
For private creditors, the previous relief payments were explicitly protected from garnishment. This was a critical safeguard that was added to the CARES Act. Congress recognized that this money was meant for immediate needs like food and rent, not for paying off old debt. We fully expect this $2,000 dividend will carry similar, specific language protecting the funds from private creditors.
What about the government itself? What about federal offset? Can the government take it for things like back taxes or defaulted student loans or child support arrears?
This is a much more complex area. The previous payments had some specific carve-outs. For example, in the very first stimulus round, past due child support was sometimes subject to being offset.
But they tightened those protections later on, right?
They did. The protections got stronger in the later rounds. For this dividend, we would anticipate protections that shield the funds from being taken from most federal debts, like back taxes or other non-tax federal debts. Again, the intent is strong. Provide humanitarian relief. The goal is to maximize the money that actually stays in your pocket.
That is very reassuring. But now for the absolute life or death concern for so many low-income listeners, the interaction with means-tested benefits. If I get SSI or SNP food assistance or Medicaid or housing assistance, could receiving $2,000 in one lump sum get me kicked off those programs?
This is the most crucial protection of all, and it has to be addressed directly and perfectly in any final bill. These federal assistance programs like SNP, Medicaid, and especially SSI are means-tested. That means your eligibility depends on keeping your income and your countable resources extremely low.
And if $2,000 was suddenly counted as a resource, it would push many people right over that limit.
It would immediately disqualify them. They'd lose their health insurance, their food money. It would be a catastrophe.
So how does the government stop this aid payment from causing a financial crisis for the very people it's meant to help?
They do it by creating what's called a statutory resource exemption period. Historically, these direct relief payments are structured so they do not count as income or resources for a specific period of time. Typically, it's 12 months, sometimes a little longer.
And that's written right into the law.
It has to be. This temporary exemption is absolutely essential. The government does not want a temporary aid payment to accidentally create a permanent crisis by stripping someone of their health insurance or food assistance. The legislative text for this $2,000 dividend must include this explicit language. Otherwise, the entire goal of helping the lowest income groups is completely undermined.
So if you receive this $2,000, the advice would be that you should spend it within that window, that 12-month window, to make sure it doesn't then become a countable resource that pushes you over the SSI asset limit.
It's exactly right. While the money is safe when you first get it, you have to be mindful of how long that exemption lasts. If the money just sits in your bank account past that statutory exemption period, it could then be counted against your resource limits for SSI. This is why immediate, informed spending on necessities, overdue bills, medications, food, car repairs is always recommended. This is a temporary buffer, not a permanent addition to your assets.
This level of detail on the protections is exactly what our listeners need to hear, so we've covered who qualifies and the safeguards. Now, let's wrap this all up by putting it into the broader economic picture.
Right. Connecting this proposal to the bigger economic story is vital. This $2,000 dividend, it's a clear and consistent response. It's focused on providing immediate financial relief for citizens who are watching the purchasing power of their fixed income just get eaten away by persistent inflation and high costs.
And it's really important to clarify for everyone, this is totally separate from the annual cost of living adjustments, the CLAs that Social Security recipients get every year, right?
Absolutely, 100% separate. The COA is a permanent structural adjustment. It's mandated by law to help benefits try to keep pace with inflation, and it's funded by the dedicated Social Security trust funds.
But this is different.
This proposed $2,000 payment is fundamentally different. It's a proposed direct, one-time payment funded by a completely separate source, tariff revenue. This makes it a targeted emergency relief effort. It's designed to give you an immediate cushion, and it's an acknowledgement that the CLA formula alone might not be enough to cover the economic stress people are feeling right now.
You know, when I think back to 2020 and the rollout of those first checks, the speed at which they eventually arrived, all the bureaucratic work they had to do, that's what gives me confidence that they know the playbook now.
That's a powerful dynamic. You're right. They have established the systems. They have the data links between the IRS and the SSA. They have a functional method for getting direct deposits to millions of non-filers and fixed-income individuals. If this dividend gets authorized, we should see a much smoother and faster implementation process than the chaos and uncertainty that we saw with the very first payments back in 2020.
They are prepared to execute this specific type of relief check.
They are. The machine has been built.
So what does all of this mean for you, the person at home managing your bills, maybe hoping for this potential money? Let's just summarize the 3 most important confirmed facts that you can take away from our deep dive today.
Okay. First, the amount and source. We're talking about a proposed $2,000 dividend payment, and it's explicitly sourced from tariff revenues. This is a substantial one-time infusion of cash.
Second, the eligibility. The proposal is explicitly targeting low and middle income individuals. And based on everything we've seen before, we can confidently say that if you rely on fixed benefits, Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA benefits, you are highly, highly likely to qualify for the full amount. We've shown that the average $24,000 annual benefit is just so much lower than the historical $75,000 individual cutoff. Your inclusion is practically guaranteed.
And third, the status and safeguards. The proposal is public, and it's tied to a specific funding plan, which signals that it's serious. And critically, we anticipate it will come with the strongest possible financial protections, non-taxable status, protection from garnishment by private creditors, and an exemption from being counted as a resource for means-tested benefits like Medicaid and SNAP for a set period of time.
And this brings us to our final provocative question, the one that's going to shape the debate on this in the coming months. The logic behind all these checks has consistently been to make sure that those who are struggling financially get prioritized. And the $75,000 and $150,000 historical cutoffs have been generous enough to include basically everyone on fixed benefits.
So this raises the critical policy decision that is still out there. Will the eventual formal AGI threshold for this $2,000 dividend be even more generous than what we've seen in the past? Maybe even higher than $75,000 to really capture the stress that the broader middle class is feeling right now? Or will the administration just stick to the established historical standard? The exact line they draw in the sand will signal just how deep their commitment is to financial relief across the entire low and middle income spectrum. That's the detail we have to watch like a hawk as the legislative text gets drafted.
This potential $2,000 payment, it's not just some arbitrary number. It's a proposal that offers the promise of dignity, of critical breathing room for you, managing high costs on a fixed income. We are here, and we are tracking every legislative comma, every public announcement to make sure you get the verified facts.
And we understand the stakes are incredibly high. For many of you, just getting these clear updates without all the political noise is essential to managing your anxiety and planning your financial future.
So we strongly encourage you, the listener, to subscribe to the deep dive right now. And please turn on those notifications. There will be continuous updates on this topic. And this is the only way to make sure you get the immediate verified information on the exact official income thresholds, the precise payment dates, and the delivery methods as soon as they are announced. If you're wondering when to stop believing the rumors and start planning your budget, staying informed is really your only defense.
And please, share this deep dive with your friends and your family who also rely on fixed benefits. They may be just as confused about their eligibility for this dividend And comment below with your specific questions, whether it's about garnishment or taxes or anything else, and we will continue to focus our research and our advocacy on getting you answers to those exact crucial concerns.
We are here to help you, to represent you, and to advocate for the clarity that you deserve. Until next time, stay informed, and we'll catch you in the next. Attention. A major financial announcement is on the table, potentially delivering a $2,000 dividend directly to millions of Americans.
And this isn't just for tax filers. We are talking about a significant payment targeting low and middle income individuals, seniors on Social Security, and recipients of SSI, SSDI, and VA benefits.
If you earn under $100,000 a year, this proposed payment could be coming your way in the form of a tariff rebate or a dividend check.
We're diving deep into the proposal, who specifically qualifies, why political leaders are opposing the idea, and the shifting timeline for when this $2,000 per person could arrive.
This is the financial update you need to understand right now. If you are one of the millions of Americans who, relies on a fixed income, maybe you receive Social Security, SSI, or VA benefits, and you're really struggling to keep up with the cost of groceries.
Which is almost everyone in that situation.
Exactly. Then the sound of a potential $2,000 check coming straight to you is probably, it's dominating your financial thoughts right now.
It absolutely is. I mean, this is a major, highly publicized financial announcement. It has captured the attention of every senior and low-income beneficiary in the country. It represents a potential, a very tangible lifeline.
Right.
So today we are analyzing a very specific proposal for a significant proposed payment, a dividend, that targets low and middle income individuals. And it explicitly includes seniors, those on disability, and our veterans.
That's right. Our mission today is, it's straightforward, but our approach has to be deep and analytical. We are diving deep into this proposal for a $2,000 dividend check.
And we have to move beyond the headlines.
Well, we have to. We need to clarify exactly who qualifies, understand the really novel funding mechanism that's tied to tariff revenue, and crucially, we have to address the significant political conflicts and that moving timeline that suggests this relief is, it's far from guaranteed.
We've seen incredible sustained interest in relief efforts over the last few years, and this proposal, it cuts directly to the core financial anxiety that's felt by so many on fixed incomes.
It really does.
The central claim is a proposed dividend or stimulus check of at least $2,000 per person. So we have to analyze the source material very thoroughly, clarifying the eligibility rules, especially for beneficiaries, and really dissecting that funding mechanism.
And we have to confront the serious political and logistical hurdles that are, already delaying action.
They really are.
Okay, so let's unpack this crucial detail right out of the gate, because this is the fundamental difference between this proposal and previous federal aid programs. When we talk about this financial announcement, the amount is framed as a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
Yes.
Let me just emphasize that again. Not per household.
And that distinction is not just important, it's, I would say, revolutionary in the context of federal relief. In past stimulus efforts, while dependents often generated a credit, the primary payment structure frequently revolved around the tax filing unit, the household.
Right, the house.
The source material here explicitly clarifies that this proposed check is for each individual. That means adults and dependents who meet the income criteria would be eligible to receive $2,000.
Okay, so let's break that down for a minute. If you are, say, a married couple with 2 eligible children, and you all fall within that low-income threshold because you're on fixed benefits or maybe low wages, you are potentially looking at $8,000 in total.
$8,000, yes.
That just drastically shifts the potential financial impact, especially for working families and low-income households with multiple dependents, when you compare it to a flat $2,000 per household payment.
Exactly. I mean, this structure, it acknowledges the reality that costs scale with the number of people in a household, right?
Yeah.
And it delivers a much, much more substantial boost to larger families who are struggling at the lower end of the income scale.
So it's an explicit mechanism to distribute wealth based on what individual need and household composition rather than just tax filing status.
That's a perfect way to put it. It's about the people, not the paperwork.
Now, you will hear this payment referred to by a few different names: a tariff rebate, a stimulus check, or a dividend check. While these terms are, used interchangeably in public discussion, the source material really anchors the payment mechanism to the tariff rebate idea.
Which brings us to our first major analytical section: the funding.
Right.
And this is where the proposal presents itself as fiscally unique and, frankly, quite challenging to execute legally.
This is where it gets really interesting, not just in terms of the money, but the method. Where exactly is this massive pool of money supposed to come from? Because the proponent of this proposal is absolutely adamant this is not deficit spending.
And that's the key selling point. The primary mechanism cited for funding this is the massive tariff income it's supposedly pouring into the U.S. from foreign countries. The idea is essentially to treat this specific revenue stream, these are taxes collected on imported goods, as a kind of surplus income.
A surplus.
A surplus that should be returned to the citizens who, ultimately bear the burden of those trade taxes through higher prices.
So that makes the payment, at least conceptually, a direct rebate from trade revenue. It's not a draw from the general Treasury fund that's funded by our income taxes, or even worse, deficit spending. But let's pause and analyze that term for a second. Massive tariff income.
That is a key phrase, isn't it? It implies that recent trade policies, specifically the imposition of tariffs on goods from countries like China, have generated a windfall. A windfall that's large enough to sustain a multi-billion-dollar payout to the American people.
You have to wonder about the numbers, though. I mean, to put this into perspective, for the government to issue $2,000 checks to even, say, 50 million Americans, that's $100 billion.
$100 billion.
The claim that current tariff revenue can support that scale of payment, that is a very bold economic statement.
It's an incredibly bold statement, and it suggests a level of success in trade policy that allows the proponent to declare this revenue stream as, ready for disbursement. But there is a very specific dual purpose cited for this money that attempts to make the proposal politically unassailable from a fiscal perspective.
Right, and that's the strategic brilliance of the messaging, isn't it?
It really is. The money would first be used to issue the $2,000 dividends to low and middle income U.S. citizens. That's the immediate public-facing priority. But critically, any money left over after the dividend payments, that will be used to substantially pay down the national debt.
Paying down the debt, which, the source material cites it at a staggering $37 trillion and explicitly characterizes it as a national security issue.
And that pairing of goals, immediate tangible relief for citizens and a major reduction of the national debt, is so strategically important. By linking the dividend payment to a self-sustaining source like tariff revenue, the proposal attempts to portray itself as economically responsible.
So it's basically saying, look, we are tackling the national debt crisis while we are simultaneously addressing the severe personal debt and the rising cost crisis that's facing everyday Americans.
Exactly. It's presented as a win-win.
But I have to challenge the feasibility here for a moment. If the national debt is $37 trillion, even if you dedicate, $50 billion of residual tariff funds to debt reduction after the payments are made, well, that's commendable. It's a fraction of the total debt.
A drop in the ocean.
It really is. So it raises a skeptical question. Is the debt paydown component a serious fiscal plan? Or is it primarily a political tool designed to neutralize criticism that the dividend is just irresponsible spending?
That is precisely the analytical lens we have to use. The optics are paramount here. While the source material emphasizes the intent to reduce the debt, the sheer scale of the national debt means that the impact would be symbolic, really, rather than truly structural.
But the intent to use non-borrowed funds for relief, that is structurally sound, you have to admit.
Oh, absolutely. It completely avoids the inflationary critique that's so often leveled against standard deficit-funded stimulus checks.
Okay, so this isn't just a concept, though. The White House commitment, according to the sources we have, confirms that the administration is committed to making that happen. And by that, they mean the proposed $2,000 payment.
Yes. And this is where we transition from a policy goal to, operational reality. The source indicates that the team of economic advisors is currently exploring all legal options to issue these checks to millions of Americans.
Hang on a second. If the administration is committed to making that happen, why are they still only exploring all legal options? That suggests the core mechanism for using tariff revenue for direct distribution is, well, it's fundamentally shaky or maybe unprecedented, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. Standard tax revenue goes through the congressional appropriations process. That's how it works. Tariffs are collected by the Treasury, and they are generally dedicated to specific, legally mandated purposes.
But this is different.
Very different. Direct cash distribution of tariffs to individuals who haven't necessarily paid those tariffs directly. That is a novel application. This implies they are searching for a new interpretation of existing law, or perhaps using executive order authority in a unique way to bypass traditional congressional appropriations for relief payments.
And that search for a novel legal mechanism, that explains the major caveat mentioned in the initial confirmation, right? That at the time of the reports, there was no specific timeline or further details available regarding the mechanism?
Exactly. They confirmed the intent, the what, but the how was still being desperately figured out.
And this lack of detail creates all the confusion and the shifting timelines we're going to discuss later. But for now, let's focus on the most important section for you, the listener, eligibility. Who specifically qualifies for this potential $2,000 check, and what are the definitive boundaries?
Right. The first and most crucial detail is the income threshold, which is designed to ensure this is truly targeted relief. The proposal is very clear. High-income people would not qualify for these payments.
This is explicitly meant to target those who have struggled most recently with inflation and rising costs.
And we have a very clear hard income cap cited in the source material. Eligibility applies to U.S. citizens who make $100,000 or less in a year. And crucially, this includes people who have zero income, like certain SSI recipients or non-filers who rely solely on fixed benefits.
So why $100,000? In previous discussions, federal relief often used $75,000 for individuals or maybe $150,000 for couples. This $100,000 limit, while it still covers what we'd consider middle and lower income, it's relatively generous for an individual. It ensures that even moderate income families who are feeling the pinch of inflation are included.
It serves as a very clear dividing line, targeting that broad demographic of middle and lower income people. For many Americans, particularly those relying on fixed government benefits, $100,000 is, it's multiple times their actual annual income, making them unquestionably eligible for this relief.
And this is a massive point of reassurance for our core audience, which is heavily represented by those relying on federal benefits. We need to explicitly detail why these groups are not excluded by that income cap.
Let's do that. Let's just run through the list of specific beneficiary groups that are explicitly provided in the source material, confirming they fall under that $100,000 income umbrella.
Okay.
First, seniors receiving Social Security retirement benefits. Then you have individuals receiving SSI, which is supplemental security income.
Right.
Also individuals receiving SSDI, Social Security disability insurance. Veterans receiving VA benefits, whether that's compensation or pension.
Okay.
And it also includes recipients of railroad retirement benefits and recipients of spousal or survivor pay benefits.
So that encompasses virtually every major federal fixed income program. But let's talk for a moment about the distinction between SSI and SSDI, because our listeners often confuse the two, and that confusion relates directly to financial protection later on.
That's vital context. SSI is supplemental security income. It's a needs-based, means-tested program. It's designed for the lowest income elderly and disabled individuals. Because it is means-tested, it has very strict income and asset limits, and that makes SSI recipients the most vulnerable when they receive a large lump sum payment like $2,000.
Okay, and SSDI?
SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, that's for those who have worked and paid into the Social Security system but are now disabled. Their income is derived from their past contributions, not their current financial need, so they're not generally subject to the same strict asset tests as SSI recipients.
So the $2,000 payment poses less of a risk to their ongoing eligibility, though it could still potentially be taxable.
Exactly. And by explicitly including both SSI and SSDI recipients, the proposal is clearly acknowledging the demographic most impacted by inflation and most dependent on federal aid. It recognizes that disability payments, regardless of their source, are rarely enough to cope with a 21% rise in grocery prices.
The reassurance here is definitive then. Since these benefits count as income, as long as that total income from benefits, or a mix of benefits and maybe some limited work, is under $100,000, these recipients are confirmed as eligible.
Yes, the proposal targets them directly.
And one final standard constraint that's mentioned in the proposal, we have to stress this: the payments will be made exclusively to U.S. citizens.
Yes, that remains a boundary for the distribution of these funds. It's consistent with most direct financial aid programs tied to federal revenue streams, whether it's general taxation or, in this case, tariff revenue.
Okay, so we have the amount, we have the target, and we have the funding source. Now we have to turn to the messy part, the timeline and the politics, because this is where the proposal starts to look less like a certainty and more like a political aspiration.
The timeline has been a complete roller coaster. It's caused significant confusion, and it's driving intense political commentary. Initially, the suggestion was extremely optimistic, right? It created a sense of urgency and immediate relief.
It did. The proposal was that checks could be sent out in just a few months after the confirmation of the administration.
Just a few months suggests immediate relief. It suggests maybe late this year or early next year. That's a timeline that corresponds to the perceived urgency of the current economic crisis faced by fixed-income Americans.
Exactly. But that timeline was later drastically shifted. The source material reports that the proponent later clarified the timeline, moving the potential arrival of the checks all the way to the middle of next year.
That is a fundamental change. I mean, you're moving from potentially within a quarter to essentially a year away.
Yeah.
And given the administration's stated commitment, we have to analyze the implication. Is this delay logistical because of the difficulty of creating that novel legal mechanism for tariff distribution?
Or is it purely political timing?
I think that's the real question. Experts and analysts cited in the source material are quick to point out that timing the payment to the middle of next year places it intentionally just before the midterm election. From a political calculus perspective, a check arriving just as people are heading to the polls is an undeniable attempt to give the proponent a major political advantage.
This shift just changes the narrative entirely, doesn't it? It moves from immediate humanitarian relief driven by a crisis to a calculated, politically timed incentive. If the legal options were truly viable and the commitment was immediate, why not push this through now?
Well, the logistics of establishing a new payment system via tariff funds, they must be complex. But analysts are suggesting that the political benefit of that timing is just too great to ignore.
And the delay also gives the opposition more time to mount a challenge, which leads us to another area of major contradiction, the nature of the payment itself. We need to analyze the conflicting statements from within the administration on this.
Yes, this is a huge one.
Exactly. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent noted that the dividends would go to working families and then suggested the dividends could come in the form of tax decreases.
Okay, this is a massive contradiction that we have to dissect for our low-income listeners. A tax decrease, by its very nature, benefits those with high tax liability. It is fundamentally contradictory to the goal of helping low and middle-income people who often pay fewer taxes.
Or who are primarily reliant on fixed benefits, which are, often non-taxable or only partially taxable.
Precisely. If the relief comes as a reduction in tax liability, like a lower marginal rate or larger non-refundable credit, it disproportionately benefits high-income earners who have substantial tax liabilities to offset.
So for our audience, for someone making, say, $30,000 on Social Security or SSI, who might already owe zero in income tax, tax decrease often translates to nothing.
Absolutely nothing. They don't have taxes to decrease. The only way to provide them with the $2,000 promised is through a direct, refundable cash dividend.
The moment the payment is framed as a tax benefit, it potentially cuts out the exact demographic the proposal claims to be targeting.
It does. It cuts out those receiving SSI, SSDI, and low retirement benefits, unless it's structured as a 100% refundable tax credit. But the source material referred to it as a tax decrease, which implies a very different mechanism.
And this conflict created immediate widespread confusion. I mean, is this cash relief or is this tax reform?
The source material highlights this inherent contradiction, which forced the primary proponent to step in and clarify.
And the clarification was crucial, wasn't it? The source material later reinforces that the primary proposer clarified the payment would indeed be a dividend check, specifically excluding high-income people.
Right, so it returned to the original intent of a direct cash payment, not a tax decrease.
That clarification attempts to close the loophole that was introduced by the Treasury Secretary, ensuring the benefit remains targeted as cash relief to those below the $100,000 income cap. But the fact that this deep internal contradiction even arose, it just highlights the lack of clear, unified policy and the underlying difficulty in implementing this novel funding structure.
And speaking of a lack of consensus, we have to address the significant internal division that's reported in the source material: political opposition. Republicans are reportedly opposing the idea of sending these $2,000 checks to millions of Americans.
Which is a crucial detail because this opposition is coming from within the proponent's own party. For a proposal driven by the party's leader, opposition like this suggests significant ideological or fiscal disagreement regarding the concept of direct cash payments.
even if they are funded by tariffs and tied to debt reduction.
Exactly. So we need to analyze the specific arguments that the political opposition is likely deploying based on the general reporting. What are the opposing arguments against a direct tariff rebate?
Well, we can deduce a few major lines of attack. First, there's the inflation argument. Even if the funding is non-deficit, critics will argue that pumping billions of dollars directly into the economy, especially close to an election, is inherently inflationary.
And that could potentially offset any benefit gained by recipients. For low-income Americans, that is a genuine fear, because inflation just erodes the value of their fixed benefits.
Then there's the market distortion argument. Critics might argue that diverting massive tariff revenue away from other governmental uses like infrastructure projects or defense spending and using it purely for a consumer dividend, well, that distorts market signals and sets a risky precedent for trade funding.
And the third argument?
The legal precedent argument. Opposition will likely challenge the legality of using tariff funds in this manner without explicit congressional appropriations. That could lead to lengthy legal battles that would ensure the checks are delayed well past that middle of next year target.
And the source material highlights a very poignant debate on funding priorities that underscores this opposition. There is an internal conflict noted, a willingness to give billions to other nations versus the resistance and questioning the if and buts regarding the national debt when discussing aid for low-income Americans.
This points to a fundamental philosophical clash, doesn't it? On one side, you have the immediate tangible need of struggling Americans who are often facing a survival crisis due to economic factors beyond their control.
And on the other side?
On the other, there's a strict fiscal ideology that resists any perceived handout, especially if it involves allocating funds that could theoretically go towards symbolic debt reduction or other globally focused spending.
It just raises a powerful question of priorities. Why is the national debt cited as an immediate national security issue when it comes to supporting our own low-income citizens, but perhaps less of a concern when discussing foreign aid or other expenditures?
That perceived inconsistency is highlighted directly in the source material, and it fuels the skepticism surrounding the opposition's true motivation.
It really shifts the focus from an economic debate to an ideological one, then. The political opposition seems to be battling not the existence of the tariff revenue, but the method of distribution, a direct cash dividend to the most financially vulnerable populations.
That's right. And to fully grasp the importance of this ideological battle, we need to transition now into the broader economic context. Why is this $2,000 proposal so critically important right now for the millions of Americans we are targeting?
Because the urgent need for relief is profoundly real and, sadly, very easily quantifiable. We need to connect this proposal directly to the current economic hardship that's facing everyday citizens, especially those living on fixed incomes.
And the source material provides a deeply concerning data point from a Gallup report. According to Gallup, the prices of groceries are up by a staggering 21% in the past 3 years.
21%. Let's just sit with that number for a moment. Inflation, by its nature, it hits fixed-income seniors the hardest because their Social Security cost of living adjustment, their CLA, it often lags behind the actual real-time increases in essential goods.
Oh, absolutely. A COLA increase might offer 3, 4, maybe 5%, but a 21% jump in the cost of food is a sustained financial gut punch that requires immediate intervention.
Catastrophic is the only way to describe the effect on survival budgets. We see the direct impact on daily life cited in the source material. Americans are reportedly unable to afford 3 meals a day.
They're resorting to relying on credit cards just to purchase necessities. And many are struggling to pay rent because they have to prioritize grocery expenses above everything else.
This struggle forces people into just agonizing decisions. Should I buy the medication I need, or should I fill my pantry? I mean, this is not just belt-tightening. It is a crisis of dignity and survival for our most vulnerable citizens.
It is. And this desperation creates a perverse situation where the massive national debt, that $37 trillion cited as a national security issue, it completely overshadows the mounting personal debt crisis among millions of struggling Americans. The source material draws a powerful contrast here.
Think about that trade-off. Politicians focus on the massive abstract number, but millions of people are facing immediate insolvency, forced onto high-interest credit cards just to buy basic goods.
And the $2,000 payment is intended to provide immediate debt relief, or at least allow someone to pay for groceries for several months without relying on high-interest credit. It's effectively buying them crucial breathing room.
The source material is very clear in contrasting the political focus on that macro-level debt with the often overlooked issue of mounting personal debt. Many are forced to live on credit cards, which only compounds their financial instability.
So this $2,000 dividend is pitched as a way to allow people to pay down a small credit card balance or cover crucial expenses, offering a temporary bridge over this 21% inflation gap.
Now, briefly, the source material does mention a related executive action taken by the administration, the signing of an executive order concerning the well-being and care of foster kids. This highlights other priorities, but it's tangential to our core discussion of the financial dividend.
Agreed. For our deep dive, the $2,000 check remains the central topic, which brings us to the most critical section for our audience, the practical details, or rather the concerning lack thereof, regarding financial protections.
And this is absolutely paramount for our listeners, particularly those who rely on means-tested programs like SSI, Medicaid, and SNAP. Since this is still a proposal drawn from initial statements, the source material does not contain specific details on crucial financial protections.
And that silence is extremely dangerous for the most vulnerable.
So what exactly are we missing, and why must we stress caution here?
We are missing confirmation on several fronts. First, the specific mechanics. We don't know the exact payment dates beyond that broad middle of next year speculation, but more importantly, we don't know the specifics regarding taxability.
Right. Is this $2,000 dividend tax-free, like some past pandemic relief, or will it count as taxable income? For someone whose income is already barely above a threshold, making the dividend taxable could trigger unforeseen tax consequences.
And for those on low-income assistance, the impact on benefit eligibility is the ultimate concern. Will this payment be protected from garnishment? And how will it affect eligibility for means-tested benefits like SNT, Medicaid, or housing assistance?
Let's focus intensely on the SSI and Medicaid recipients for a moment. SSI and Medicaid eligibility relies not just on income, but also on asset limits.
Yes, often capped at just $2,000 for an individual or $3,000 for a couple.
So this is the crux of the danger, isn't it? If a one-time $2,000 payment lands in the bank account of an SSI recipient and is not specifically shielded, it instantly pushes them over the $2,000 asset limit.
Instantly. And even a temporary breach of that limit could result in a loss of their SSI payments and, critically, a loss of their Medicaid health coverage.
Which would defeat the entire purpose of the relief. Giving someone $2,000 only to strip them of their essential health insurance is it's financially and ethically irresponsible.
And when Congress passed previous stimulus payments, they included explicit language making those payments non-countable as income or assets for 12 months for means-tested programs. That's the precedent.
So if this proposal is enacted, it absolutely must contain similar explicit language shielding the $2,000 payment from being counted toward the SSI or Medicaid asset and income limits. Without that assurance, recipients on SSI should be extremely cautious about how and when they receive or spend these funds.
We also lack details on how it might affect Medicare premiums. Typically, a one-time payment wouldn't change the long-term income calculations used for premium adjustments. But that needs explicit confirmation, especially if the dividend is determined to be taxable income.
And we have to consider garnishment. If this money is not specifically protected by law from garnishment, for example, for outstanding private debts, court judgments, or even past child support, that $2,000 could instantly be seized by creditors upon deposit.
Meaning it would never reach the struggling American it was intended for.
Furthermore, we do not have specific information on application requirements. Now, we can reiterate that historically, for recipients of Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, no application is needed. The government typically uses existing benefit rolls to send payments.
However, given this proposal's reliance on a novel tariff mechanism, there is a remote possibility that non-filers, such as those relying solely on SSI, might need to file a simplified tax form to register, as was required in some previous rounds. We must stress that until specific legislation or executive order details are released, we cannot guarantee that no application is needed.
And finally, because we're discussing a major financial announcement that targets vulnerable populations who are so often the targets of unscrupulous actors, we have to include the strongest possible warning against scams.
That is a necessary public service. Scams are already proliferating around the mere suggestion of a $2,000 payment. You must remember this fundamental truth. The government, whether it's the IRS, SSA, or VA, does not call, text, or email you asking for money or personal information related to benefit checks.
If this proposal moves forward, scammers will absolutely try to capitalize, demanding processing fees or personal data to process your check. Always rely only on official, verified government communication.
That typically comes through the mail or through secure portals like the My Social Security website. Never give your bank details, social security number, or payment card information to anyone who contacts you unsolicited regarding this $2,000 dividend.
This deep dive has clarified the details of the proposed payment, but it has also revealed the immense uncertainty surrounding its execution and protection. The political will is clearly articulated by the proponent, but the legal mechanism and the internal opposition pose serious threats to its timely arrival.
So let's quickly summarize the key takeaways, focusing on the factual elements we know before we offer a final provocative thought for you to consider.
The essential facts are these. First, the proposed amount is $2,000 per person individual, not per household. This unique structure drastically increases the potential payment for low-income families with dependents.
Second, eligibility is strictly limited to U.S. citizens earning $100,000 or less annually. This explicitly includes virtually all recipients of Social Security, SSI, SSDI, Railroad Retirement, and VA beneficiaries.
Third, the intended funding source is tariff revenue. This connects the payment to national trade policy and positions it as a non-deficit measure, so it avoids that major inflation critique leveled at previous stimulus rounds.
And finally, we have to reinforce the uncertainty and the conflict. The shift from an initial a few months timeline to the later politically charged middle of next year timeline creates deep skepticism. This, coupled with the fundamental internal political conflict and confusion over whether it's a direct cash dividend or a tax cut, means this proposal is very far from a done deal.
And critically, for you, our audience, the source material lacks details on the essential protections against garnishment and the impact on means-tested programs like SSI and Medicaid. These protections are non-negotiable for the successful, responsible delivery of this relief.
And this brings us to the ultimate question raised by the source material, circling all the way back to the funding mechanism and the political dynamics. If the proposed tariff revenue is indeed massive, as it's claimed to be, massive enough to fund both $2,000 payments to millions and substantially pay down the $37 trillion national debt, what does this imply about the current structure of global trade?
That is a fundamental economic policy question, isn't it?
Yeah.
If tariffs are bringing in such substantial surplus revenue, it suggests that the economic cost of these tariffs is either being absorbed by foreign exporters or the U.S. consumer is paying an extraordinary amount in hidden taxes through import fees.
And if that revenue stream exists, why does this specific mechanism for distributing it, a direct cash dividend aimed at relieving the financial pressure caused by a 21% increase in grocery costs, face such strong, immediate opposition, even from within the proponent's own party?
It suggests that the resistance might not be purely about the economics. I mean, using tariff revenue for debt reduction is usually lauded, but rather about the political optics or the mechanism of direct cash handouts to low-income populations.
It raises an important question about whether this is truly seen as an economic solution to inflation or merely a perceived political benefit timed perfectly for the next election cycle.
Regardless of the political maneuvering, we have to acknowledge the immediate, life-changing potential of $2,000 for those struggling today. We started this discussion by citing the 21% rise in grocery costs. For those struggling to put 3 meals a day on the table, that money offers not just breathing room and debt relief.
It offers essential financial stability and dignity.
It really does. Staying informed is crucial. This is a developing story, and the legal details regarding the implementation mechanism, protection from garnishment, and the final timeline will be what truly dictates whether this proposal can deliver meaningful, safe relief to those who need it most.
We encourage you to keep tracking these developments with us, especially the crucial updates regarding SSI and Medicaid protections, and we will update you immediately as soon as more facts emerge. Thank you for joining us for this crucial deep dive.
Until next time.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning and something just shifted in Washington that could put $2,000 in your pocket sooner than you think. The White House has just confirmed what was once just a whisper in political circles, a direct payment to millions of Americans, framed not as stimulus but as a tariff dividend. If you're scrolling through your feed wondering what's happening, this is the update you need to hear. This announcement dropped quietly in the middle of the night, buried in Treasury briefings that most people will never read. But what caught everyone's attention was the unequivocal language coming directly from the administration. Not might be paid. Not pending approval. Just will be paid. The question echoing across social media right now is simple: who gets it? When? And is this real or just another political promise that vanishes by sunrise? I've spent hours analyzing the Treasury communications, cross-referencing internal memos, and speaking with sources familiar with the discussions. What I've uncovered is more calculated and more surprising than anyone expected. Because behind this midnight announcement lies a carefully crafted strategy that could bypass Congress entirely. There are draft documents outlining payment priorities. There are implementation timelines already being discussed. And there's specific language that directly references the $2,000 figure that's been circulating for weeks. Before we dive deeper, understand this: what you're about to hear isn't speculation. These details come from official communications and internal discussions that have surfaced in the past few hours. If you receive Social Security, SSI, SSDI, veteran benefits, or you're among the working class struggling with inflation, this affects you directly. But here's what makes this announcement particularly brilliant: the timing. This 2 a.m. release wasn't random. It was strategic. Once you understand the timing, the carefully chosen language, and the rollout strategy, you'll see exactly why the administration is moving with such urgency. Let's break down exactly what this tariff dividend is, why it matters now, and how the administration believes it can send out $2,000 payments without congressional approval. To understand this, you need the backstory that's been developing over months. For the past year, there's been a growing discussion about tariff revenue collected from imports, billions that normally flow into general government funds. The idea of redirecting this money directly to Americans started as a talking point, gained traction in economic circles, and eventually made its way to the highest levels of government. What most people don't realize is that tariff revenue has been skyrocketing as trade policies have shifted. According to Treasury data, these funds have created a surplus that the administration now believes can be classified differently, reclassified from general revenue to something that can be distributed directly to Americans. The legal argument being crafted is sophisticated: if this money represents a surplus beyond what's needed for government operations, it can be treated as a dividend to the American people rather than requiring new spending authorization. And this is where it gets interesting. Treasury officials have been preparing what they're calling payment categories that would determine who gets paid first. Multiple sources confirm that early drafts specifically prioritize seniors on Social Security, Americans on SSI and SSDI, veterans receiving federal benefits, and households below certain income thresholds. This aligns perfectly with the administration's public messaging about helping those who need it most and need it immediately. But here's what proves this isn't just talk. Leaked interagency communications show that the Social Security Administration and Treasury have already conducted technical reviews of how quickly they could match existing beneficiary records with payment systems. That's not something you do for a hypothetical. That's preparation for implementation. Now, before you start planning how to spend that $2,000, there's still significant opposition. Congressional budget committees argue that diverting tariff revenue this way exceeds executive authority. But the administration's counterargument is compelling. Previous presidents have used emergency economic powers during national crises, and with food prices up 23% since 2022, rent increases averaging 18% in major metropolitan areas, and credit card debt reaching record highs, there's a strong case that this qualifies as a financial emergency affecting millions of Americans. What this means for you is that the battle is happening right now behind closed doors, and the outcome will determine who gets paid first and how quickly those payments could be processed. And here's the detail that stunned even seasoned political observers. In the documents reviewed, one phrase appears repeatedly: priority groups will be notified through existing benefit portals. That means seniors checking their Social Security accounts, SSI and SSDI recipients checking their benefits, veterans checking va.gov. If that language remains in the final plan, these groups are at the front of the line. But perhaps most telling is a Treasury communication from earlier today that specifically notes payment level $2,000 as the amount being modeled for the first round. That's not an approximation, that's the exact figure that's been publicly discussed. The pieces are aligning: the tariff revenue source, the dividend framework, the payment categories, and the urgency of tonight's announcement. So what does this actually mean for your finances? Let's break it down by group. For seniors receiving Social Security retirement benefits, the plan outlines a streamlined process that would connect directly to your existing deposit information. No new applications, no additional paperwork, no waiting for checks in the mail. Once Treasury triggers the payment, funds could appear in the same account where you received your monthly benefits. And according to these documents, seniors are positioned to be in the very first wave of payments. For Americans on SSI and SSDI, some of our most financially vulnerable citizens, the internal memos use language like high-priority impact recipients, making it clear the administration recognizes these households are struggling most with rising costs of groceries, medications, and housing. If this plan moves forward, you would be among the first to receive these payments. Veterans fall into the same priority category. VA pension recipients and disabled veterans are classified as direct federal payees in Treasury terminology, meaning the government already has verified payment channels for them. In practical terms, this means minimal processing delays and faster payment delivery. For workers and families, the process would be slightly more complex but still efficient. The plan would likely use IRS records to verify eligibility, meaning your most recent tax return would determine qualification. Early modeling suggests households below certain income thresholds would qualify, with single filers earning under a specific amount also included. While exact figures haven't been finalized, the structure appears similar to previous stimulus payments but with potentially higher income limits to account for inflation since 2021. And here's what many people misunderstand about this proposal: this isn't a loan. It's not an advance on future tax credits. It's not something you'll need to pay back later. According to the administration's framing, this is simply American money collected through tariffs being returned to American people. So how quickly could these payments actually reach your bank account? If the executive order proceeds as currently drafted, we could be looking at weeks, not months. Why? Because Treasury isn't building new systems from scratch, they're leveraging existing payment infrastructure already used for Social Security deposits, VA benefits, and tax refunds. The technology and processes are already in place. But here's what nobody's telling you: the public announcements are only part of the story. The real work is happening behind closed doors in technical reviews, system compatibility checks, and legal analyses of how to transfer tariff revenue into a dedicated payment fund. And that's where we found something particularly telling. Earlier today, during one of these internal discussions, a senior official reportedly stated, "The dividend will be paid sooner than people think." That specific language has sent ripples through Washington because it signals not just intent but preparation. It suggests the administration believes they have identified a viable legal path forward. Let's be clear about what's at stake here. Millions of Americans are facing financial pressures that weren't imagined just a few years ago. Seniors choosing between prescriptions and groceries. Families falling behind on housing costs. Disabled Americans struggling with rising medical expenses. This payment, if implemented, wouldn't just be a nice bonus, it would be a lifeline for many households. But before you get too excited, there's one critical hurdle that remains: the legal review. Right now, attorneys in the Treasury Department and the Office of Legal Counsel are examining the draft order line by line. Their task is to determine whether tariff revenue can legally be redirected for direct payments without new congressional authorization. Some legal scholars argue yes, pointing to historical precedents where presidents used executive authority during economic emergencies. Others contend no, emphasizing that Congress controls federal spending and this approach stretches executive power beyond constitutional limits. But here's the administration's strategic approach: they're framing this not as new spending but as a dividend distribution from surplus revenue. If their legal team validates this interpretation, the executive order could move forward immediately without congressional votes, without prolonged negotiations, and without the threat.
Okay, let's jump right in because this is big. A potential payment of at least $2,000 is on the table.
And this is money specifically for you. We're talking about low-income individuals, fixed-income folks, retirees, veterans.
And the key thing here is the commitment. This isn't just talk anymore.
No, not at all. The White House and the Treasury Secretary have both publicly confirmed they are committed to making this happen.
They're calling it a dividend or a rebate. And it's all funded by this massive stream of tariff revenue.
And we have the critical detail, the thing everyone's been waiting for, the income threshold.
Right.
It's confirmed to be under $100,000, which means that Social Security, SSI, SSDI, and VA beneficiaries are absolutely included.
So stick with us. We're going to guide you through all the facts, cut through the confusion, and give you what you need to be prepared for this.
Welcome back. We are doing a deep dive today into something that has, frankly, captured the attention of millions.
It really has. A proposal for a payment of at least $2,000. And it's being called a dividend, a distribution, a rebate.
And, this started with the president, but it's been doubled down on again and again. It's moved way past just a social media post.
It's become a public commitment.
It really has. This is being addressed at the highest levels of the administration, which, turns political talk into something much more solid.
So let's talk about the sources here, just to give this the weight it deserves.
We should.
We're talking about direct confirmation from the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt.
And also the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. I mean, when officials at that level start confirming dollar figures and delivery plans,
the stakes just go way, way up. For them and for you listening.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, Caroline Leavitt's quote was that the White House is committed to making that happen.
She also said they're exploring all legal options to get that done.
Which is not soft language. That's not a casual endorsement. That's a high-pressure, very public promise.
And that's exactly why we need to unpack this. So let's get into the core of it. Why is this happening right now?
And where is this money? This pretty significant amount of money supposedly coming from.
Okay, so the why seems tied to the economy, right? The volatility.
It's directly connected. And the where is all about international trade policy. The plan they're putting forward is really specific.
They're saying they want to pay this out from tariff revenues.
Massive tariff revenues that are right now just flowing into the country from, various trade policies and disputes.
I think we need to pause on the scale of that revenue for a moment.
Yes.
Because it helps explain how they can even talk about a number like $2,000 per person.
The numbers are, frankly, staggering. I mean, the tariffs are bringing in about $1 billion.
$1 billion a day.
Every single day. So if you project that out, you're looking at something close to $350 billion a year.
Wow.
And over the next 10 years, the projection is $3 trillion. It's just an enormous, sustained flow of cash.
And it's separate from our usual income tax or sales tax revenue.
Completely separate. And that's why the administration is using that fact to call this payment something unique.
Right. It's not stimulus.
No, they're explicitly calling it a dividend or a distribution or even a profit share.
That's a really critical political distinction they're making.
It is, because by framing it that way, as a dividend from tariff money, they're trying to say, hey, we're just giving you back the money the country earned from trade policy.
So it separates it from stimulus, which, a lot of people associate with deficit spending.
Exactly. And it separates it from, say, welfare, which can carry a stigma for some people.
Yeah.
They're basically saying this is your share of the country's new trade income.
That reframing is probably essential to getting this past certain lawmakers.
It makes it much more politically palatable, especially for people who would normally be against these big cash distributions.
Okay, that brings us to the most important question for anyone listening. Eligibility. Who actually gets this money?
This is it.
The president's first announcement was pretty broad. He said everyone, but then he added, not including high-income people.
And that one little phrase immediately causes worry, right? For millions of people on a fixed income.
Of course. You're sitting there thinking, wait, am I considered high income? Even if I'm just living on my Social Security check.
We have to address this head on. For anyone receiving Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, the answer is a definitive yes.
You are expected to be included.
Overwhelmingly yes. Based on all the analysis, the historical precedent, and what the officials themselves are saying.
And the reason for that is so important for peace of mind. The key metric here is always income.
It's always income. It is not your status. It doesn't matter if you're working or retired or have a disability.
It just matters what your total income is compared to the threshold they set.
That's absolutely right. And historically, the government never excludes Social Security beneficiaries just because they're on a fixed income. If your annual income is below that line in the sand,
even if that income is 100% from your Social Security benefit,
you qualify. You qualify just like a low-wage worker would.
Okay, so let's define that line in the sand. What are they actually calling high income?
This is the big news. We have a solid number now from Treasury Secretary Scott Besson.
Okay.
He confirmed the discussion is centered on an income threshold of less than $100,000 for an individual.
Wait, 100,000. That feels very high.
It is.
If you look back at the stimulus checks in 2020, 2021,
Yeah.
wasn't the cutoff usually around 75,000, sometimes even lower?
It was. The second check had an even lower threshold, so you're right to question that. Is the administration setting an expectation that's a little unrealistic?
Or are they starting high, knowing they'll have to compromise and bring it down later?
That is the political tension here. $100,000 is incredibly inclusive. I mean, if they stick with that number, it covers almost every retiree, every fixed income person, and a huge chunk of the middle class.
But like you said, there's a political reality and a financial one.
And that reality is the price tag.
It's always the price tag. So while the official talk is about that $100,000 level, logic and all the analysis, suggests that final threshold might be lower.
So they might bring it down to 75,000 again, or even 60.
It's very possible. Bringing it down to, say, 60 or 75,000 for an individual would dramatically reduce the overall cost.
And that makes it a much easier pill for some fiscally conservative lawmakers to swallow.
A much easier pill. So, for you listening, the key takeaway is that if your income is, say, below 60,000, your eligibility is almost guaranteed. If your only income is your fixed benefit check,
you are definitely the person this money is intended for.
Absolutely. The debate is really about where that middle income cutoff will land. The inclusion of low income and fixed income folks is rock solid.
Okay, let's move on to something that I know causes a lot of stress for our audience.
The tax return question. The tax return myth. So many retirees, they haven't filed a tax return in years. And they hear tax credit and they panic, thinking they won't get the money.
We need to be very, very clear about this. Filing a tax return is, for almost everyone in this situation, completely irrelevant.
You do not need to file a special form. You don't need to do anything just to get this payment.
Correct.
So why do people believe they have to? Where does that confusion come from?
It comes from the legal jargon. The legal structure of past payments was an advance of refundable tax credit.
And that just sounds complicated. It sounds like you need to be involved with the IRS.
It does. Let's try to break that down, maybe with an analogy.
Yeah, please do. We need the explain it like I'm 5 version.
Okay. So think of it this way. A tax credit is just money the government promises you if you qualify for something.
Right.
A refundable credit means even if you don't owe any taxes, they'll still send you the full amount in cash.
Yeah.
And the key word here is advance. The government is basically saying, hey, we already know you qualify for this credit because we know your income is low. So we're just going to advance you the money right now.
So you get it now, long before you would ever even think about filing a tax return for next year?
Exactly. It makes perfect sense when you put it that way. They call it a tax credit for legal reasons, but really it's just a mechanism.
A way to get cash into people's hands quickly.
That's all it is. And the reason they can bypass the whole tax return process is because the Social Security Administration
and the VA and the Railroad Retirement Board,
they already have all the information they need for every single beneficiary.
You've called this the plumbing before. The idea that the government's systems are already in place.
The plumbing is already there, and it's foolproof for this group. The SSA has your name, they have your current address, they have your direct deposit details.
And most importantly, they already know what your annual income is.
Because they're the ones paying it to you. For anyone getting a monthly check, the system is designed to send this money out automatically.
Using the exact same bank account information that your benefits go into every month.
The exact same information. No need to file, no complicated application to fill out. The data is already on file, ready to go.
So to be crystal clear, if you get a fixed benefit, the government already knows where to send the $2,000.
Yeah. The only time this ever got complicated in the past was if for some reason a payment didn't arrive, or if someone had other complex income that put them right on the edge of the cutoff. But for the vast majority, it's automatic.
Okay, so we've established they're talking about this and that low-income folks are the target. But, talk is cheap. How real is this commitment? And is the funding plan even realistic?
Well, the commitment is, I'd say, exceptionally high. And that's because they've tied the names of the most senior officials to this promise.
Right. When the White House press secretary goes on the record saying they are committed to making that happen.
They're putting a huge amount of political capital on the line. It's not something you can easily walk back.
So let's talk about the money. the funds they need versus the tariff revenue they have. This is where the math gets a little rough, right?
This is where it gets critical. We need a price tag reality check.
Yeah.
So let's do a quick calculation.
Okay.
Based on the last stimulus rounds, we can estimate that targeting low and middle income people means you're covering about 85% of the population.
Which is how many people?
It's roughly 284 million people.
Okay, so 284 million people, each getting a $2,000 payment. What's the total cost?
The total cost comes out to approximately $568 billion.
Wow.
And if they use that very generous $100,000 threshold, the cost could push up closer to $600 billion.
Okay, but you said earlier the tariff revenue is projected at about $350 billion per year.
Exactly.
The numbers don't add up for an immediate payment. They don't have $568 billion just sitting in a tariff piggy bank today.
They don't. And that contradiction right there exposes the real financial mechanism they'd have to use.
So how would they do it? How do they send out checks right away?
This is the deep insight. Even though they're calling it a dividend from tariff money, they would essentially have to borrow the entire $568 billion today.
So it adds to the national debt.
It adds to the national debt, yes, in order to issue the payments immediately.
Hold on. If they have to borrow it, does that completely undermine the story they're telling? That this is a profit share from tariffs?
It absolutely contradicts the narrative, and that's the tension. They are using the future tariff revenue that projected $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
As the collateral.
As the collateral or the backing for the debt they're taking on today. Their justification is, well, we know this money is coming in eventually, so we're just giving you the dividend a little early.
So it's debt financing no matter how you slice it, even if they strategically call it a tariff dividend. That's a crucial distinction.
It's crucial for understanding the political game here. The immediate payment requires fronting the cost. It means attaching nearly $600 billion to the national debt right now.
And just hoping that $3 trillion in future revenue actually materializes to justify it.
Precisely.
Let's zoom out a bit and look at the pattern here, because this isn't the first time we've heard about a big payment.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
The repetition is what makes this feel different. It adds political weight.
This is now the fourth time the president has endorsed a major financial distribution in less than a year.
And the pattern is, it's pretty unmistakable when you lay it out.
So walk us through it. What was the escalation?
Okay, so it started back in February with a mention of a $5,000 Doge dividend, which, was widely seen as a bit of a political stunt. It never happened.
Right.
Then by August, the idea got more formal. There was discussion around a $600 rebate check, and that one was actually introduced in the Senate.
And then in October, the number suddenly jumped.
It jumped dramatically. The president started talking about a payment of somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000.
And now, here we are in November, and it's a definitive at least $2,000 confirmed by the Treasury Secretary.
There's a clear analysis from our sources on this. The quote is, every time he talks, the dollar amount gets bigger.
And that pattern creates this immense self-imposed pressure on the administration.
They are, as we said before, painting themselves into a very, very tight corner.
And the only way out of that corner is to actually follow through.
It is. Regardless of the huge cost of fronting that $600 billion.
Because if they fail to deliver on this $2,000 payment now,
especially after repeating it, increasing the amount, and having top officials confirm it,
it would be a massive loss of credibility.
A huge loss of trust, especially with the very people they're trying to reach. The political cost of failing to deliver might actually be higher than the financial cost of the payment itself.
All right, let's move on to the question that is probably on everyone's mind right now.
When do I get the money?
When could this money actually arrive? We know it won't be tomorrow, given how Washington works.
We have to be direct about this. There is no exact date because the legislation hasn't even been written yet. But we do have some official guidance.
Who?
From Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He indicated that people can see substantial tax refunds early next year.
Early 2026.
Early 2026.
Okay, so early next year suggests what? Maybe January, February? Around the same time people usually get their tax refund.
That seems to be the implication.
Yeah.
And if you look at the broader political calendar, the timeline makes sense. The window for action is really between now and the midterm elections in November 2026.
And if they want this to have a political impact, they need to do it well before the election.
Right. They probably have about an 11-month window to get this done.
So why the delay? I mean, if the commitment is so strong, why can't they just push a button and send the money now?
It all comes down to the legislative process.
Yeah.
It's slow. Lawmakers are notoriously slow.
And we have holidays coming up, Thanksgiving, the December recess.
Exactly. So a formal bill has to be drafted. Then it has to be introduced, debated, passed by the House, passed by the Senate, reconciled.
And then finally signed by the president.
And even if they fast-track it, that whole process takes weeks, sometimes months. It just naturally pushes any real distribution into the new year.
Which makes that early 2026 target seem pretty realistic.
It does.
So when this money is approved, how does it actually get to people? For the millions of beneficiaries who don't file taxes every year.
It goes back to that plumbing we talked about.
Oh.
Because the systems are already in place, the money would be delivered through the methods already on file with the SSA or the VA.
So direct deposit.
Direct deposit, paper checks, or the direct express cards that a lot of beneficiaries use.
So no new application, no sign-up needed.
No, it should be automatic.
Okay, this next part is vital. We have to talk about the caveats for our low-income audience, the financial protections, and the potential offsets.
This is so important because getting $2,000 could, in theory, mess up your eligibility for other benefits if it's not handled correctly.
Right, like SSI or Medicaid.
We have to be a little cautious here because the final law hasn't been written. But we can look at what's happened in the past.
Okay.
The payment is being framed as a tax credit or a dividend. Past stimulus checks with that structure were generally tax-free.
So we can expect this will be too.
We have every reason to believe so, but
Yeah.
you have to wait for the final text of the law for 100% confirmation.
Let's talk about the two big traps, the situations where the money could be taken away before you even see it.
Right. Garnished or offset. This could be devastating for someone on a fixed income.
So what are they?
The sources identify two main exceptions. The first is federal tax liability.
So if you owe back taxes to the federal government.
To the federal government, yes. Not state or local, but federal. If you owe, say, $3,000 in back taxes, they can keep this $2,000 payment to reduce your debt.
And the second one?
Past due child support. This happened with past stimulus payments. The money could be intercepted and garnished for outstanding child support obligations.
But it's really important to stress that private debt collectors, for credit cards or medical bills, they typically can't touch this money.
That's a critical distinction. These payments are usually protected from private debt collection. The garnishment exceptions are almost always for federal debt or legally mandated things like child support.
Okay, and finally, the most critical protection for many, the effect on other benefits. SSI, Medicaid, SNAP.
This could be the most important part of the conversation for some listeners.
How will this payment affect eligibility for those means-tested programs?
Again, we have to look at history here since the new law isn't written. With the past 3 stimulus checks, Congress was very careful. They specifically wrote into the law that the payments were excluded from being counted as income or as a resource.
For how long?
Usually for 12 months.
So the expectation is that they will write similar protection into this new law.
That is the strong expectation. But until that clause is written and passed, you can't assume it.
Because for someone on SSI, having an extra $2,000 in your bank account,
it could push you over the asset limit, which is often just $2,000 for an individual.
And you could lose your benefits, your health care.
It's the single most important caveat. You need to get absolute confirmation that this specific payment will be protected and won't be counted as a resource for at least a year.
Before we wrap up, we have to spend some serious time on fraud and scams.
Oh, absolutely. This is critical.
Our audience, seniors, people with disabilities, they are so vulnerable whenever these big government payments are announced. Scammers just come out of the woodwork.
They do, because they know this money is a lifeline. We have to urge extreme caution. Remember the #1 rule. The government, whether it's the SSA, the IRS, or the VA, will never, ever call you, text you, or email you asking for money.
They will never ask for your banking details or personal information over the phone.
And they will never demand you take immediate action to get your dividend.
So let's get specific. What are the common scams we think will pop up around this $2,000 payment?
I think we need to watch for 3 main things. First is the verification fees scam.
Okay, what's that?
You get a call from someone claiming to be from the Treasury. They say that to release your $2,000 check, you first have to pay a $50 processing fee.
And they want you to pay with a gift card or Bitcoin or something untraceable.
Exactly. It's a total scam. The government will never ask you for a fee to get your own money.
Okay, what's the second one?
The Direct Express update scam. Scammers know that a lot of people use Direct Express cards.
Right.
So they'll call or text and say, your card has been locked because of the pending deposit. They'll ask you to confirm your PIN and the 3-digit code on the back to unlock it.
And if you give them that, they drain your card.
Instantly. The SSA will never ask for your PIN, ever.
And the third one is probably the most common, the phishing email.
Yeah, the wrong payment email. You'll get something that looks official from the IRS or SSA. It'll say, you received the wrong amount, click here to correct it, and update your bank info.
And that link goes to a fake site that just steals all your information.
It does.
So the bottom line is, if anyone contacts you claiming to be from the government, asking for a fee, asking for your card details, or pressuring you to act now,
hang up. It's a scam, period.
The only places to trust are official government websites or the physical mail that comes to your address.
Or your My Social Security account online.
Yeah.
It is the only place you should be verifying your information.
Let's connect this back to the bigger economic picture. Why are we seeing the president bring this up 4 times in a year?
It's a symptom, really. It connects directly to a kind of systemic economic instability, even if the top-line numbers look good.
The economy feels very divided right now. People call it a K-shaped recovery.
That's a perfect way to describe it.
Can you explain that for our listeners?
Sure. Imagine the letter K. The top arm is going up. That's high-income folks, large corporations. Asset values are rising. Luxury spending is up.
But the bottom arm of the K is going down.
That's low-wage workers, fixed-income families, retirees. They are getting crushed by the high cost of essentials. Food, gas, utilities.
There's a massive divide.
There is. And this $2,000 payment is a political attempt to help the people on that bottom leg of the K.
And what are the other factors pushing lawmakers to consider this now?
I think they're preparing for a potential downturn. There are a few catalysts. Continued inflation is eating away at fixed incomes. There are serious concerns about the stability of the private credit market, and global tensions are keeping costs high.
So historically, when the economy starts to look shaky,
lawmakers scramble to approve some kind of stimulus to cushion the fall. So these discussions are happening because they might be getting ready for a worst-case scenario.
And finally, let's just set expectations. Is this a permanent fix or a one-time thing?
It is explicitly being framed as a one-time distribution, a dividend from the tariffs.
So it is not a permanent increase to your monthly benefits?
No, it is not a COLA. It is not benefit reform. It's a short-term fix. It's designed to give you immediate financial breathing room.
It's emergency cash, help to pay off a bill, cover medical expense. It's not a change to your long-term income.
Exactly. It's relief, not reform.
Okay, let's summarize the key takeaways, the confirmed facts you need to know about this potential $2,000 payment.
We can do a quick rundown. The 5 W's.
Let's do it. What is it?
At least a $2,000 payment framed as a tariff dividend or rebate.
Why is it happening?
It's proposed to be funded by those massive tariff revenues, though the money will have to be borrowed up front.
Who gets it?
Low and middle-income individuals. That is expected to include everyone on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, and VA benefits, with that income threshold currently being discussed at under $100,000.
When will it arrive?
The official guidance is pointing to early 2026, but the political window is really any time in the next 11 months.
And finally, how will you get it?
It will be delivered automatically through your existing payment method, direct deposit, paper check, or direct express card.
You know, a $2,000 payment could be a genuine lifeline for so many people right now.
It really could.
It's money that can offer some relief, some dignity, a way to catch up on bills that have been piling up.
It's a significant amount, and the fact that the commitment is coming from such a high level suggests they really do intend to deliver on this.
And that brings us to our final provocative thought for you to consider as we watch this unfold.
The administration, from the president down to the Treasury Secretary and the press secretary, has now painted itself into an exceptionally tight political corner.
They have repeatedly endorsed this payment. They have officially confirmed their commitment to it.
So now they face a choice. The financial cost to front that $568 billion is immense. It will add to the national debt. That's a real cost.
But what's the other cost?
The cost of lost credibility, the cost of broken promises among their core supporters, retirees, low-income families. if they fail to follow through after all this.
That cost might be even higher than the financial price tag.
It might be. So the question is, which cost will they ultimately choose to bear? The financial one or the political one?
Something to think about as we await the formal legislation. Keep watching.
There is some major financial news making the rounds right now, and we need to talk about it, specifically for anyone on a fixed income.
That's right. We're talking retirees, veterans, low-income families all across the country.
This update really carries the promise of some much-needed breathing room. We are talking about a proposed $2,000 payment.
And it's officially being called a dividend, which is an interesting choice of words.
It is, and it's coming directly from a source that's pretty unique and distinct here. Tariff revenues.
And this proposal is really unlike previous stimulus efforts. The administration has gone out of its way to make it crystal clear that this initiative excludes high-income earners.
So it's focused entirely on low and middle-income U.S. citizens.
Exactly. And for anyone relying on benefits, Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, you are the intended audience here. We really need to dissect why the historical precedent of these relief payments suggests you're not just eligible, but you're actually the prime target for this full $2,000 distribution.
That clarity is so essential. We're going to break down the eligibility rules. We'll analyze some of the potential legal pitfalls that could affect your existing benefits. And we have to tackle the highly confusing timeline.
That's probably the biggest question on everyone's mind.
Absolutely. We'll look at why the president and other high-profile figures are setting expectations for mid to late next year, and what that political timing actually means for the likelihood of these thousands of dollars arriving in your account. So stay tuned for your comprehensive deep dive.
Okay, let's unpack this. We're diving deep into an update that has massive financial implications for millions of Americans.
Especially older adults, those living with disabilities, and really any family relying on a fixed income to survive in this economy.
The focus is a newly discussed $2,000 payment. We're going to call it the dividend, just for clarity, though you'll definitely see it being called a stimulus check in the media.
And for this audience, we know just how critical these funds can be. I mean, they're often the difference between catching up on medical bills or not, or affording necessary home repairs, or just, maintaining some dignity when prices at the grocery store seem to go up every single week.
Exactly. So our mission today is to give you clarity and authority on this topic. And what's fundamentally fascinating about this proposal, especially compared to earlier relief efforts, is the absolute clarity, at least in the rhetoric, on who this is for.
And that is such a crucial starting point, isn't it? Because in previous stimulus rounds, there was just so much anxiety and confusion, particularly for Social Security and SSI recipients. I remember they sometimes feared they were excluded, or worse, that they'd have to file some complicated paperwork just to prove their existence to the government.
Right. And this proposal, it really seems to be trying to get ahead of that worry, to address it proactively.
So the messaging has been consistent on this.
It has. The message is this. This $2,000 dividend payment is directly focused on low-income and middle-income Americans, with an explicit exclusion of high-income people.
That framing, right there, immediately offers some reassurance for people on fixed incomes.
It has to. I mean, if you live primarily on government benefits, your income level inherently places you within that target group. The delivery mechanism later on might get complicated, but the defining line is your income, not whether you hold a job.
Okay, here's where we move from the political promise to the economic reality. Let's nail down the specifics of what this $2,000 payment actually is, but more importantly, where the money is coming from. Because, as you just said, this isn't just standard stimulus.
No, and this is probably the most distinctive element of the entire plan. The payment would be funded by tariff revenues.
Tariff revenues.
Yes, and this is a critical technical detail. It has significant political and economic weight because it means the source of the money is external to the traditional tax collection systems, like income or payroll taxes.
So ostensibly, it's not borrowed money that's just adding to the debt.
That's the argument, yes. The administration is arguing that the nation has collected, and I'm quoting here, tremendous amounts of money from these tariffs, making this funding source available.
Let's break that down, because just saying tariff revenues sounds clean, it sounds simple, but it implies a pretty specific economic consequence. So what exactly are tariffs, and what happens when that revenue is used for a direct dividend?
Well, tariffs are, at their core, just taxes or duties that are levied on imported goods. And historically, they serve two main purposes.
Which are?
One, they generate government revenue. But two, and this is critical in the current context, they act as a protectionist measure. They make foreign goods more expensive, which in theory protects our domestic industries.
Like the U.S. chip business, which the administration specifically mentioned.
Precisely. So when the government collects, say, $2,000 from a tariff on a specific imported good, that money is technically government revenue.
But the economic consensus often suggests that the cost of that tariff is usually just passed on to us, the domestic consumer, in the form of higher prices.
That is the critical, unstated economic conflict we have to analyze here.
So the $2,000 dividend might feel like relief, but the public may have effectively paid for it already through inflation on things like electronics or cars.
You've hit on the key difference. Previous stimulus checks were largely debt-funded. That means they injected new money into the economy, which, as we saw, often contributes to inflation.
Right.
This tariff-funded dividend is different. It's more of a redistribution of money that the government has already collected. However, as you just pointed out, if the tariffs themselves caused consumer prices to rise, which many economists argue they do, then this relief is essentially just returning money that was already taken from the economy.
So it's not necessarily coming from the wealthy. It's balancing trade policy goals with immediate consumer relief.
Yeah.
But we probably shouldn't take the economic reasoning at face value without acknowledging the costs that are baked in.
I think that's a very fair way to look at it.
Okay, so that immediately gives this proposal a very unique framing, really sets it apart from, say, the CARES Act checks. Now, there was also a really fascinating detail about what happens to the rest of the money.
Yes. The president stated in a public post that any money left over after making the $2,000 payments to low and middle-income U.S. citizens would be used to, and I quote, pay down the national debt.
That is a very powerful political signal. You get immediate relief combined with fiscal responsibility.
It sounds great on paper.
But let's apply a critical lens here. The national debt is currently in the tens of trillions of dollars. What is the scale of the surplus tariff revenue likely to be, and how much of an impact could it realistically have on the debt?
And this is where that political statement contrasts really sharply with the fiscal reality. We don't have exact revenue projections for the leftover funds, but let's just assume for a moment the surplus runs into the low billions.
Okay.
Say $5 or $10 billion, which would be a pretty generous estimate after paying out millions of these dividends.
And $5 billion sounds like a massive amount of money to you or me.
Of course. But compared to a national debt that's exceeding $34 trillion, it is statistically insignificant. It's like throwing a pebble into the Grand Canyon.
So, while the intention of paying down the debt is excellent political messaging, probably aimed at fiscal conservatives, the actual impact is minimal.
Exactly. The real purpose of that phrase is to justify the tariff mechanism itself and make the whole dividend proposal more palatable across the aisle.
It's framed as a two-pronged benefit, but the first prong, the immediate relief, is really the only one with any immediate significant impact.
Precisely. And we also must clarify the nature of the payment again. It is currently being discussed as a one-time dividend.
Right. This is not a recurring cost of living adjustment, or TSCL.
No, nor is it some kind of long-term reform to existing benefits like Social Security or Supplemental Security Income, SSI. It's temporary relief.
Albeit substantial relief at $2,000.
Very substantial.
Okay, let's shift our focus to eligibility, because this is where we get to the practical concerns of our audience. The persistent worry, the one we always hear, is whether receiving fixed benefits, Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA benefits, railroad retirement, you name it, somehow disqualifies them or, even worse, penalizes them.
This is the number one question, always.
So let's make the initial inclusion criteria very, very clear. What does this all mean for someone living on a fixed income?
This requires us to look at past precedent. The administration's focus, as they've stated over and over, is solely on gross annual income. It doesn't matter what the source of that income is.
And stimulus payments have historically been designed to funnel money to the bottom tiers of the economy.
Always. The president's explicit focus on excluding high-income people means that just by definition of their financial situation, those on fixed incomes are the priority.
Can we detail who we're talking about here? Because it's not just general retirees.
No, it's a wide net. The source material confirms that individuals living on benefits like Social Security for retirement, Social Security disability insurance, or SSDI, Supplemental Security Income, SSI,
Survivors benefits.
survivors benefits, VA benefits, and Railroad Retirement Board or RRB benefits are all squarely within that target group.
And it is so essential for the audience to understand the distinction between some of those programs, specifically SSI versus SSDI, or regular Social Security, because they carry very different rules.
Absolutely. Social Security and SSDI are insurance programs. They are entitlements you earned through your work history.
But SSI is different.
SSI is a means-tested program. This means eligibility is based not just on your income, but also on your resources, how much money or assets you have. This difference is going to be critical later on, but for now, the eligibility for the dividend itself relies on the same initial screen, your income.
So the key metric is simple. Is your total gross annual income below the established threshold?
Yes. And if you are living strictly on these fixed benefits, the answer is almost certainly yes.
We can look at the data for some reassurance on that.
We can. The average monthly Social Security benefit right now is a little over $2,000.
Which is about $24,000 a year.
Right. And that figure is well below any high-income threshold that has ever been put in place for relief checks. So the vast majority of beneficiaries will qualify for the full $2,000 payment.
Let's elaborate on those thresholds. Using past relief checks, the $1,200, the $600, the $1,400 payments, as our most reliable guide, since there's no formal bill yet.
We can confidently assume the structure will mirror that historical precedent. A clear income threshold will be implemented, and anyone below that line is eligible for the full payment.
And above that threshold?
Above the threshold, the amount will slowly phase out, reducing the payment incrementally until it eventually hits zero.
That phase-out mechanism is so important for listeners who might have a small pension or work a part-time job. It's not a sudden all-or-nothing cliff that would exclude someone just because they earned $1 over the limit.
Correct. The phase-out provides fairness. And for those concerned about where that line is drawn, we have to turn to the historical precedent as our best estimate.
Which has been pretty consistent.
Very consistent. Historically, high income has been defined as $75,000 or more per year for an individual and $150,000 or more per year for a married couple filing jointly.
Can we get into the details of what that phase-out looked like in previous rounds? Let's say a single person earns, I don't know, $76,000. How much of the $2,000 payment would they lose?
Okay, based on the historical model, and again, this is the best technical estimate we have, the phase-out generally occurred at a rate of 5 cents for every dollar earned above the threshold.
Okay, so 5%.
Right. So let's use that $75,000 threshold for this $2,000 payment. The phase-out range typically runs over about $20,000 of income. So if your adjusted gross income, your AGI, was $76,000, you are $1,000 over the start of that threshold.
Right.
You would lose 5% of that $1,000, which is $50. You would still receive $1,950 of the payment.
So that's why most people earning under, say, $90,000 or $100,000 as an individual would still get at least a partial check.
Exactly. That level of detail is exactly what our audience needs for planning.
Now, we absolutely have to debunk a persistent myth that eligibility is somehow contingent on filing a tax return or having formal employment. This caused massive confusion in the earlier rounds.
It did, and we need to be unequivocal here. They do not care if you have a job or not. They do not care if you traditionally file a tax return or not, assuming you're not a high earner.
The only determining factor is your gross annual income relative to that established line.
That's it. And the government already has the income data for benefit recipients through the Social Security Administration, the VA, and the RRB. If you get an electronic benefit payment every month, the government already has all the necessary information to send you this dividend automatically.
And as the source material stresses, most beneficiaries are well below $50,000 a year, which means their eligibility is highly, highly likely.
It is. Any plan that excluded these recipients would completely fail its stated political purpose.
That really is the political safeguard, isn't it?
It has to be. To exclude Social Security or VA beneficiaries would be a monumental political and logistical failure. It would instantly alienate millions of voters and the advocates who represent them.
And just for context, the maximum Social Security benefit that even the highest earners can get is currently around $60,000 a year.
Right. Still significantly below that $75,000 individual exclusion threshold. So if you are receiving benefits, you are safe on the income front.
Okay, now we have to address the most frustrating element of all of this. The when. People need to budget. They need to plan. What are the latest statements about the arrival of this $2,000, and why is this information so messy right now?
This segment requires a really strong dose of reality. The timeline is highly ambiguous.
That's putting it mildly.
The president, in a public statement, indicated that the distribution would occur, and I'm quoting again, somewhere prior to, probably in the middle of next year, a little bit later than that.
That lack of specificity immediately signals uncertainty. Middle of next year, a little bit later than that. That sounds less like a scheduled policy distribution and more like an aspiration.
And that lack of certainty is the symptom of a much larger problem.
Which is?
Officials do not have a solid written plan. There is no official codified proposal yet. The source indicates that they are, quote, literally winging it in various public interviews.
So we're dealing with a high-profile trial balloon, essentially. That would explain the conflicting information we're seeing from the Treasury Secretary, from economic advisors, from various lawmakers.
Of course. If there's no unified, formalized bill, then everyone is just offering their best guess or their own politically motivated spin on it.
That's exactly right. And we need to explore why this chaos exists. I know it's partly procedural, right?
It is. Drafting complex legislation that uses a non-traditional funding source like tariff revenue, it takes time. It involves coordination between multiple committees.
But it's also highly strategic.
Very. By putting the idea out there, the big number, the specific audience, the unique funding, they're testing public reaction. They're building political momentum before they commit to the exact legal framework.
Okay, so if the complexity of the funding source, the tariff revenue, is the reason for the delay, does that introduce a risk that the funding mechanism could be scrapped entirely?
Oh, absolutely.
Could it be replaced with, say, standard debt funding, which would change the entire nature of this dividend?
It absolutely introduces that risk. If the necessary legislation to appropriate the tariff funds proves too difficult to pass, lawmakers could just fall back on traditional borrowing to deliver the promised relief.
But by committing so publicly to the tariff revenue funding, changing course now would weaken their political argument about fiscal responsibility.
And that internal conflict is likely what's slowing down the formal drafting process.
Now, let's consider the political context of the stated timeline. Mid to late next year. This places the payment distribution right before the midterm elections.
And this timing is so crucial for the listener to understand the high level of commitment here. The source material refers to this as a historical pattern where stimulus checks are sometimes sent out as a potential political bribe.
Now, whether you agree with that characterization or not.
Right. Regardless of your view on that, the commitment is high. Lawmakers are attaching their names and their credibility to a tangible financial benefit right before constituents head to the polls.
So the high-profile nature of this promise serves as a strong pressure mechanism. If they promise $2,000 to low-income Americans right before an election and then fail to deliver, the backlash would be immense.
It would be highly damaging politically, and that is the essential takeaway. The political imperative to succeed here is immense, which should give our audience confidence that a payment will eventually arrive, even if the timeline shifts or the funding mechanism gets tweaked.
The promise is just too big to fail politically.
Exactly.
Let's briefly reassure people about the delivery method, connecting back to past experience. For people who rely on benefits, how should they expect this money to arrive?
Based on all the previous relief rounds, the distribution process should be very straightforward for existing benefit recipients.
If you receive your monthly benefits via direct deposit into your bank account,
that is the most likely method. For those on Social Security or SSI who use a direct express card, the funds will be loaded directly onto that card.
And since the government already has all the necessary banking and identity information through the SSA and VA files, there shouldn't be an application or extra step needed for the vast majority of our audience.
No, this automatic distribution avoids all the delays and confusion of manual applications.
Okay, we need to move now to the critical issue of financial stability. This is the topic that causes the most genuine anxiety for our audience.
It really is.
When these large payments are discussed, people on benefits immediately worry about how it impacts their fragile eligibility for means-tested programs like SSI, Medicaid, or SNFEP.
And they are right to worry.
So what are the critical protective details we know, or more accurately, that we must anticipate about this $2,000 payment?
This is where we need to spend some serious time and provide technical detail based on legislative precedent, not just political assurances.
Because until a formal written proposal is released, key questions about taxability, the effect on means-tested eligibility, and garnishment protections, they remain officially unanswered.
They do. However, we can explain how previous Congresses handled this exact scenario to protect recipients.
Let's start with that distinction between income and resources for SSI recipients. Why is $2,000 such a potential problem for someone on supplemental security income?
This is absolutely vital to understand. SSI has very strict financial eligibility limits. The federal resource limit for an individual is typically $2,000.
And $3,000 for a couple.
Right. And resources include cash in the bank, stocks, investments. So if an SSI recipient receives a $2,000 check and deposits it, and they already had, say, $50 in their bank account, their total resources would momentarily exceed that $2,000 limit.
And that overage could immediately trigger a benefit suspension or even termination.
Which is a catastrophic outcome that defeats the entire purpose of the dividend.
So the government cannot simply give $2,000 to an SSI recipient without creating some kind of legislative loophole to protect their status.
Correct. We have to anticipate, based on the absolute necessity of the law, that this $2,000 payment will be protected through specific legislative language.
What does that look like in the past?
In previous stimulus bills, Congress designated relief payments as being excluded from both countable income and countable resources for a grace period, which was typically 12 months.
So if they received the check in July of 2025, they would have until July of 2026 to spend or manage those funds without having them count against their resource limits for SSI, Medicaid, or SNB eligibility.
Exactly. This 12-month grace period is the legislative fix that must be included in the final bill. Without it, the vast majority of SSI recipients and many low-income SNAP or housing assistance recipients would be immediately penalized.
So the political promise of helping the most vulnerable really mandates the inclusion of this protection.
It does. If the final bill does not include these explicit protections, it would be an immediate and massive failure of policy.
That clarity provides some much-needed reassurance that the government knows this legislative hurdle exists and has a standard historical method for clearing it. Now, what about the question of taxability? Is this $2,000 going to be considered taxable income?
Again, we anticipate historical precedent. Previous relief checks were structured as either non-taxable grants or, more commonly, as a refundable tax credit.
Which means they were not considered taxable income that you would report on your annual tax return.
Correct. For our audience, particularly those who don't typically file taxes because their income is too low, the payment should arrive completely tax-free. They should not need to worry about owing taxes on it. The intention here is relief, not complication.
And finally, the question of garnishment. Can debt collectors or creditors seize this $2,000 payment? This is a huge concern for people who are already struggling financially.
And another area where explicit legislative protection is required. Previous stimulus laws included specific language ensuring the funds were protected from garnishment by private creditors or from being levied by state or federal agencies to pay outstanding non-tax debts.
Because lawmakers recognize that the money was intended for living expenses, not for debt repayment.
Exactly. We anticipate the final bill for this $2,000 dividend will carry similar, robust garnishment protections to ensure the funds actually reach the low-income individual as intended.
So while we acknowledge that officials are winging it on the timeline, these protections, the 12-month resource exclusion, the non-taxable status, and the garnishment shield, they're not optional.
They are mandatory elements based on the stated intent of helping the low-income population.
Precisely. If we see a draft proposal emerge that lacks these specific technical protections, that is the moment for massive public pressure and advocacy because the bill would be fundamentally flawed.
But for now, the listeners should operate on the assumption that these necessary protections will be baked into the final language.
We need to circle back to the high-impact political point here, the uncertainty. We've established that officials are winging it. Why isn't this political chaos being resolved internally? Is this just standard procedure, or does it signal some real internal conflict among lawmakers, maybe about that tariff funding mechanism?
I think it's likely a mix of both. It is common for high-profile relief ideas to be floated publicly as a trial balloon before the formal drafting begins.
But the lack of coordination does suggest real conflict.
I think so. The use of tariff revenue ties this dividend directly to ongoing trade policy, which absolutely divides lawmakers. Economic conservatives might oppose using collected tariff revenue for a dividend, arguing it should offset tax cuts or fund infrastructure.
While trade hardliners may oppose softening the economic effect of tariffs with a check.
That's right. So that conflict means the plan is not just about helping low-income Americans, it's a proxy battle over global trade policy and fiscal strategy.
And until those core policy differences are resolved, specifically, agreement on how much tariff revenue is available and whether it's truly surplus or needed elsewhere, the Treasury Department can't finalize its distribution protocols.
And we won't see a solid date. That internal wrangling is the true reason for the vague middle of next year, a little bit later than that schedule. It's an optimistic negotiation deadline, not a payment date.
Let's analyze the economic reasoning for a moment, beyond just the simple revenue argument. If this $2,000 dividend is delivered, what is the anticipated economic impact on the local communities where our listeners live?
Well, direct cash infusions into low and middle income communities are highly stimulative.
What does that mean exactly?
It means when retirees or SSI recipients get $2,000, that money is almost universally spent immediately on essential goods, services, and necessary bill payments.
Things like rent, utilities, food, medical care.
Exactly. This money doesn't sit in savings or go into the stock market. It flows directly into the local economy, creating a rapid velocity of money.
So if the checks arrive, say, next summer, we could expect to see a localized short-term economic boost in communities that have high percentages of fixed-income residents.
That's right. It's a targeted, immediate economic lifeline, which is why politicians are so motivated to ensure it happens. It provides measurable, visible relief, unlike broader macroeconomic policies that can take months or even years to materialize.
Before we wrap this up, we should reiterate the core concepts for eligibility one last time, just to make sure everyone who falls into this beneficiary category understands their inclusion.
Absolutely. The intention is clear. If you are a U.S. citizen on Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA, or RRB, and your annual income is below that historical $75,000 individual or $150,000 married couple threshold,
you should proceed with high confidence that you are eligible for the full $2,000 payment.
Correct. This eligibility is based solely on your gross income, meaning what the government already has on record for you, and it does not require you to have a job or file some special tax form. You are the specific target audience the administration wants to help.
And crucially, we have to emphasize that for those on means-tested programs like SSI, while the payment is intended for you, vigilance is required.
It is. You need to ensure the final legislative text includes that necessary protective language, specifically the exclusion of the $2,000 from countable resources for at least 12 months to protect your long-term benefit eligibility.
And we promise to be the first to analyze that legislative language the moment a formal bill is introduced.
We must also touch briefly on potential scams. Because these large payments draw so much attention, we anticipate a rise in scammers targeting seniors and low-income individuals.
That is an excellent and very necessary warning. What should our listeners remember?
Remember this. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, or the VA will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money, your bank account details, or personal information in relation to this dividend payment.
And since the payment should be automatic.
Exactly. If anyone contacts you claiming you need to pay a fee or verify your information to receive your $2,000, it is a scam.
Full stop.
Full stop. Trust only official letters arriving through the mail or verified government websites. If you're in doubt, hang up the phone and contact the official agency directly yourself.
Okay, let's bring this deep dive home by reinforcing the most crucial facts you need to know about the promised $2,000.
All right, to summarize the current state of this proposed relief. First, the payment. It's a $2,000 dividend funded specifically by tariff revenues.
And that commitment to paying down the national debt with the remainder is a political signal of fiscal intent, even if the practical impact is small.
Right. Second, who qualifies? Eligibility is income-based. If you are a U.S. citizen primarily relying on fixed benefits, SSS, SSDI, SSI, VA, RRB, your income is almost certainly low enough to qualify for the full amount.
Third, the when. The timeline is tentative and, frankly, vague, scheduled for the middle of next year or slightly later.
And that uncertainty is due to internal conflict over the funding mechanism in the legislative process, but the timing indicates extreme political pressure to deliver.
Fourth, the protections. Although they're not formalized yet, we are highly confident the final law will include explicit protections making the payment non-taxable, shielded from garnishment, and excluded from resource calculations like the SSI $2,000 limit for a generous grace period.
And finally, number 5, the caveat. No official written plan exists yet, which necessitates vigilance.
That clarity helps anchor us amidst all the noise and conflicting reports. And now for a final thought for you to consider. Given that so many high-profile figures are strongly committing to this payment, and the funding source tariff revenue is explicitly cited as a sustainable stream, if this $2,000 check does arrive, what level of accountability will the public demand if a similar financial relief package is not implemented in future years, especially if tariff revenues remain strong?
That's a great question.
Does this single large payment set a powerful new precedent for the redistribution of trade revenue? That is something for you to mull over, considering the new standard this commitment sets for future fiscal responsibility and consumer relief.
It absolutely transforms tariff revenue from a quiet government stream into a tangible public expectation. It fundamentally changes the debate around trade policy and its direct effect on vulnerable citizens.
We are here to help you, represent you, and advocate for you by bringing you the most timely, authoritative, and technical information directly from the sources. We will continue doing research on the legislative language, the funding mechanism, and the payment timeline.
So please ensure you are subscribed and have your notifications turned on so you never miss an immediate update on this evolving and very critical situation. If you're watching this, you know how precarious things feel right now. For so many Americans, especially if you're relying on a fixed income, on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, I mean, every single dollar matters.
It really does.
And that is exactly why we need to focus on a major financial commitment that has, well, it's basically dominated the headlines for the last few days.
Yeah.
We're talking about a potential $2,000 payment promised directly to the American public. And this isn't just a rumor.
No, not at all. The commitment has been unprecedented in its coordination. We've heard it publicly, repeatedly, from the president, the Treasury Secretary, the chief economic advisors.
All of them.
All of them affirming their dedication to delivering this specific $2,000 payment.
They've put the number right there on the table and basically dared Congress to stop it. Yeah. We've gathered 5 specific verifiable pieces of evidence, official statements, clips, direct presidential posts that not only confirm this push, but also, they start to reveal the proposed funding and who they're targeting.
And that level of public unified commitment, it dramatically increases the political stakes. For you, if your budget is already stretched thin, understanding the reality behind this promise is it's crucial. When the entire economic team publicly says this money is coming, it generates hope.
Right.
And the administration will face, an intense political backlash if they fail to deliver. So our mission today is to cut through the noise and really analyze the fiscal and political viability of this payment.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Our listener today, and really a huge part of our audience, is focused squarely on financial stability. The ability to pay the rent, cover medical costs, just maintain dignity in retirement. So when a figure like $2,000 is thrown out there by the White House, it stops being some political talking point, and it starts being a lifeline. Today, we are focusing purely on this recent, highly concentrated commitment from the administration.
And the goal here is precision.
Okay.
We're not interested in the hypotheticals of if the government might send money. We are analyzing the specific recent evidence that proves the administration's active, serious intent to legislate this payment into existence, and to do it now. It moves the whole conversation from speculation to logistics.
We're looking for the concrete data points. And the first point of discussion has to be a language itself, because it tells us so much about the policy's intent.
Absolutely. When you have multiple high-ranking individuals echoing the exact same commitment and using the same unique terminology dividend, it signals a strong, coordinated strategy. We really need to examine that distinction before we even look at the evidence for the funding.
Okay, so let's start there. The president has been, I'd say, meticulous about his language. He refers to this as a $2,000 stimulus check or dividend payment.
Right.
But then he specifies the preferred mechanism, stating he wants at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people. That shift in terminology feels very, very deliberate.
It is. It is the heart of the administration's fiscal narrative for this payment. A traditional stimulus check is, it's generally understood to be deficit spending.
Money they have to borrow or print?
Exactly. Money borrowed or printed to inject liquidity into the economy quickly. A dividend, in this context, suggests something completely different. It suggests a distribution of accrued, existing government revenue, which is typically linked to a specific source of income.
Which, in this case, they're saying is tariffs.
In this case, it's tariffs.
So by framing it as a dividend, what they're really trying to do is preemptively neutralize that criticism that this is just adding to the national debt. Is that right?
Precisely. It attempts to reframe the payment as a financial return to citizens from money already collected through trade duties. And that has massive political utility.
Okay, but it's more than just politics, isn't it? I mean, the term dividend could carry specific legal and tax implications.
It could, and those details are still being worked out by the economic advisors. For instance, sometimes dividends from government-managed funds are treated differently for tax purposes than, say, general income or an emergency stimulus.
Potentially making it tax-free.
Potentially. Or altering how it interacts with eligibility for other means-tested benefits, which is a major, major concern for our audience on SSI or Medicaid.
That's a critical point for our listeners, especially if you're on SSI, SSDI, or housing assistance, where a sudden influx of what looks like taxable income can jeopardize your ongoing eligibility for vital aid. So the wording choices here matter deeply.
They do. And the president's phrasing, to everybody except high-income people, it just underscores the intent to make this a broad-based measure. It's aimed squarely at middle-class, working, and fixed-income Americans.
It defines the goal by exclusion, promising universality up to a certain point.
Exactly.
But we have to anchor this discussion back to reality. This is not yet money in the bank.
Absolutely not. As the administration's chief economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, he explicitly confirmed this. He said this money will require legislation, and that is the highest hurdle.
It's everything, really.
It's everything. It cannot be enacted via a simple presidential memorandum or an executive order. Congress must draft, debate, and pass a law authorizing the appropriation of this specific tariff revenue and establishing all the rules for its distribution.
So despite all the public enthusiasm, the final decision rests on Capitol Hill, in the hands of lawmakers who are, let's be honest, often hesitant to pass broad, expensive measures.
Which is why the administration's coordinated pressure is so telling. They are trying to make it politically impossible for Congress to say no.
They're strategically leveraging public demand.
And the 5 data points we are about to discuss, they serve as the foundation of that political leverage. They're committing the administration so deeply that failure to deliver would just be politically disastrous.
This is where the political messaging meets the policy planning. The administration hasn't just mentioned this idea in passing. They have saturated the media landscape with the identical message, all within about a 72-hour period.
Yeah, it's been a full-court press.
This strategy of painting themselves into an extremely tight corner, as one source observed, it just suggests total institutional buy-in.
It's a very high-stakes move.
Yeah.
For the audience relying on financial predictability, this signals that the promise has passed the initial, vetting stage and is now in active development. We have to scrutinize the statements of the people doing the groundwork.
Okay, so let's start with the economic gatekeeper, the man who provided the financial justification for this entire proposal.
Right.
Economic advisor Kevin Hassett.
Kevin Hassett is the economic advisor. He's the person responsible for crunching the numbers and confirming feasibility.
His statement was pivotal because it provided that financial anchor for the dividend narrative. So what did he specifically claim regarding the funding?
Hassett asserted that the current influx of tariff revenue has created, and this is a quote, enough room to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget.
Okay, that is a profoundly important claim.
It is.
If that's accepted, it shifts the entire debate from being about deficit spending to one of revenue distribution.
Completely.
Okay, let's unpack that fiscal narrative. Hassett is essentially claiming that the money derived from import duties, from tariffs, is sufficient and separable from the general federal budget pool, allowing it to be returned to the people without affecting, say, existing Social Security funding or military spending.
Yes, and this relies on a specific accounting argument. While all federal revenue generally goes to the U.S. Treasury's general fund, the administration is arguing that the source of the revenue, the tariffs, can be earmarked for redistribution as a dividend. Hassett confirmed they have enough money in the current stream to fund the full $2,000 checks.
And he also confirmed he's working on it now, right?
He did. He confirmed that he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight so the president has all the choices he needs, which proves the proposal is in a technical analysis phase, not just some talking point.
But here's where we need to stop being recorders and start being analysts. Our sources noted a significant internal contradiction. While Hassett claims the funding works, there was an internal note suggesting that the numbers that we're calculating on a year-over-year basis, it doesn't really make sense. So what does that contradiction tell us? Is this tariff funding a sound economic solution, or is it just a political justification?
That internal tension is the most fascinating part of the data. Look, tariff revenue is inherently volatile.
Of course.
It fluctuates based on global trade volumes, trade war dynamics, specific tariff rates. To rely on it for a massive fixed one-time payment of $2,000 per person is, well, it's fiscally questionable over the long term or even year to year.
So the internal skepticism makes sense.
It does. It suggests that while they may have a large cash reserve right now due to recent tariff policies, projecting that revenue consistently is very difficult. Therefore, Hassett's public statement is arguably more of a political assurance, saying we found the money, don't worry about the debt, than a pure reflection of long-term fiscal stability.
Yeah.
So the political fact is that the chief economic advisor has given the green light, regardless of the nuanced economic reality. For the administration, that public assurance is enough to justify the next step, defining who gets the money. Exactly. Which brings us to evidence number 2. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Right. Next, we had the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who would be the person to oversee the actual distribution. He confirmed the commitment, and he gave us the first specific figure regarding eligibility.
Bessent provided a tentative eligibility idea when he was discussing who would receive the rebate. He mentioned it would be for families making less than, say, $100,000.
Okay, now for our audience, that $100,000 figure is crucial.
It is.
Because it provides a clear indication of where they intend to draw the line. It confirms they are targeting the vast majority of households, specifically fixed income and middle-class earners, while excluding the highest earners.
But we do have to be careful here. Bessent clarified that this $100,000 was merely a figure in discussion, and that no final threshold has been decided upon yet.
So it's not set in stone?
Not at all. Previous stimulus checks have used varying thresholds, sometimes based on adjusted gross income, sometimes on modified AGI, and they often phase out the benefit above that line rather than just cutting it off abruptly.
Right, a gradual reduction.
Exactly. But the fact that they are discussing a cap around this figure confirms that the definition of high-income people is being quantified right now, and it's likely aligning with thresholds used in prior relief efforts, just to simplify the rollout.
This discussion of an income cap is, I think, particularly reassuring for anyone on Social Security or disability, because it signals that if you weren't considered high income under prior relief efforts, you're likely the exact demographic this dividend is intended to support.
That's the takeaway. The commitment is broad, aiming for maximum impact on people who need financial breathing room, which is so often our fixed income audience. Okay, let's move to the messaging front. Evidence 3. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Her statement confirmed the active process that's underway. She stated clearly that the White House is, quote, committed to making that happen. Yes.
Leavitt's contribution was essential because it laid out the logistical commitment. She confirmed they are currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
Which corroborates Hassett's work.
It does. They are actively researching the best legal vehicle to move the tariff money to the American people.
She did have to temper the expectations a little bit on the timeline, noting that no timeline or further details are available yet.
But the overall message was one of relentless dedication. And this confirms the sequencing we're seeing. Commitment first, then technical analysis, then legislative action. For the public, knowing that the White House press secretary is confirming the active exploring of legal options is powerful evidence that this is not some shelved idea, but a live proposal. And then finally, evidence 4 and 5, the commitment was cemented directly by the president himself on his public platforms. This is what transformed the statement from an interview, quote, into an undeniable public promise.
The use of Truth Social to reinforce the promise, twice within just a few days, on a Sunday and then again on Monday, that is a classic political tactic. It's designed to lock in the public narrative and prevent the message from being diluted by other news cycles. And the repeated phrasing was precise and identical. The distribution of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid. That verb choice, will be paid, is so definitive. It is. This repetition, coupled with the specificity of the amount and the mechanism, provides the clearest possible evidence of political intent. Together, these 5 data points demonstrate a singular focus across the administration.
The message is clear.
The $2,000 payment is a top priority that is now past the point of casual discussion. They've made the commitment, now they have to deliver. Now that we've established the commitment is real, we have to deal with the inevitable hurdles, starting with eligibility and the legislative process itself. The core intention is clear. Target everyone who is not high income. And the administration's broad language means that once that specific income threshold is finalized, and it's likely around that $100,000 family AGI discussion point, most beneficiaries of Social Security, SSI, SSDI, and VA benefits will almost certainly qualify.
Yeah.
These fixed income groups are precisely the people who need this financial support most and who would not be captured by any high-income exclusion.
But the mechanism, that remains the critical constraint. Since Hassett confirmed this relies on tariff revenue and requires legislation, we are looking at Congress. What does require legislation actually entail in this scenario? I mean, this is crucial for understanding the timeline.
This is where the deep dive really starts. When a major financial distribution is proposed, Congress has several options, and the choice they make matters significantly for timing.
So what are the most likely paths here?
Well, the first is a standalone bill, passed through regular order. This is typically slow, it's vulnerable to amendments, and it requires bipartisan support to clear procedural hurdles.
Which is hard to get.
Very. Given the size and nature of this payment, a standalone bill could take months or even fail entirely due to political deadlock.
And the alternative? What's the faster route?
The more streamlined path, which I'm sure they're exploring, is budget reconciliation. Reconciliation allows Congress to pass certain measures related to spending, revenues, and the federal debt limit with a simple majority.
Bypassing the filibuster.
Bypassing the usual threat of a filibuster. If the administration can successfully frame this as a revenue distribution measure linked to the collection of tariff duties, they might attempt to use reconciliation.
But that's not a guarantee.
No, it's not. Reconciliation has very strict rules regarding what is permissible, and whether a direct dividend payment qualifies under those rules, well, that would be subject to intense Senate scrutiny.
So the complexity of the legislative path means this is far from a slam dunk. Yet our sources suggest lawmakers are reportedly warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments. Why the sudden warmth?
There are 2 main drivers, I think. First, the political pressure generated by the White House's public commitment is immense. Lawmakers know that voting against a measure that provides $2,000 to their constituents,
Right.
especially if the funding is publicly claimed to be separate from the debt, that's a difficult electoral decision to make.
And the second driver?
The second is that there may be internal legislative compromises at play. To get the necessary votes, the administration might be bundling this payment with other legislative priorities, or perhaps adjusting the eligibility criteria slightly to appease specific factions within Congress. The fact that the initial rejection we often see with massive spending proposals is absent suggests that strategic groundwork is already being laid.
It really seems the economic viability, dubious as it might be over the long term, is being overshadowed by political necessity. The narrative of returning tariff money to the people is proving highly effective in lowering congressional resistance.
That narrative is the key. It allows budget hawks to conceptually support the measure as a redistribution of collected revenue rather than approval of new debt. This subtle shift in framing is likely the reason for the reported warming up. The speed at which this moves now depends entirely on the legal team's success in defining a legislative vehicle, like a reconciliation bill, that can pass quickly.
Okay, let's transition to the practical implications. This is where this deep dive becomes most relevant for our audience. What does this strong commitment mean for the likelihood of the money actually arriving? And critically, how will it affect existing benefits?
The repeated public commitment is a massive factor. They are in a high-risk situation. If the administration, after the president posted this twice, and his top 3 financial officials confirmed it, if they failed to deliver, the resulting political blowback would be catastrophic.
So that risk works in the listener's favor.
In a way, yes. That inherent risk actually serves as a guarantor for you, the listener. The internal motivation to succeed is now maximized.
Let's dive deeper into the financial complexities, specifically Hassett's tariff funding claim. If the money is coming from tariffs, does that genuinely make it fiscally sound?
This is where we have to maintain that critical distance. Hassett's assertion that the revenue exists and will not require digging into the existing federal budget is the administration's public line. However, that contradiction we noted in the sources, the year-over-year accounting challenge, it suggests that this funding source may not be sustainable or stable. If Congress passes this bill based on the tariff revenue, and that revenue suddenly dips, they will either have to cut the amount of the payment, delay future payments, or ultimately fund the difference through conventional means, like debt.
So for the listener, the confidence of the economic advisor provides a legislative justification, but the long-term solvency of the mechanism is, it's secondary to the immediate political goal of distribution.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's assume, for the sake of the audience, that the legislation passes and the $2,000 payment arrives. We have to address the most pressing concerns for our fixed income and low income audience: taxes, other benefits, and scams. These are crucial concerns that must be addressed, even without the final legislative text.
Starting with taxability. If it's labeled a dividend from tariff revenue, does that protect it from being taxed?
It offers a possibility, but it's not a guarantee. Past stimulus checks generally have been non-taxable income because they were structured as refundable tax credits.
Okay.
If this payment is structured purely as a dividend distribution, its tax treatment would depend entirely on the specific language in the final bill. We would strongly advise our audience to assume, just for planning purposes, that the funds could be considered taxable until Congress explicitly declares them tax-free.
But for most of our audience whose incomes are low, any tax liability would probably be minimal, right?
It would likely be minimal or offset by other credits, yes.
A far more urgent concern for those on means-tested benefits like supplemental security income, SSI, SNAP food assistance, or Medicaid is the impact on their eligibility. Can a $2,000 payment jeopardize that vital aid?
Historically, Congress has been very protective of these benefits during relief efforts. During prior stimulus rounds, the money was specifically excluded from counting as income or resources for a 12-month period for SSI and other federal means-tested programs.
And that protection is absolutely vital.
It is. If Congress fails to include this exemption in the new legislation, a $2,000 lump sum could push an SSI recipient over the $2,000 asset limit, causing them to lose benefits. Given the political focus on low-income Americans, we expect and frankly advocate for Congress to include these explicit protections to safeguard eligibility for ongoing benefits.
And what about garnishment? Can debt collectors or outstanding judgments seize this money upon arrival?
This is another area where the final legislation must be explicit. For the payment to be safe, the bill needs to include garnishment protection, declaring the funds exempt from legal processes that would attach them to satisfied debts.
We've seen that protection before.
We have, but listeners must monitor the final bill. If you are concerned, you should deposit the money into a protected account as quickly as possible. And finally, let's address the inevitable dark side of financial news scams. This is a highly vulnerable audience. This is perhaps the most important guidance we can offer today. The administration has provided strong evidence of its intent, but the details are still pending. Therefore, listeners should anticipate a massive wave of fraud attempts. The official channels, the IRS, the SSA, or the VA, will never call, text, or email you asking for money, banking information, or personal data to process your $2,000 dividend. The distribution of federal funds almost always relies on information the government already has on file.
So what should you do if you receive a suspicious communication?
You should hang up immediately, delete the text or email, and report it to the appropriate agency. Trust only official letters sent via mail or verified government websites ending in te.gov. No legitimate entity needs payment or sensitive information to send you money you are already entitled to receive.
We've established the commitment is strong and the need for protections is high. But when can people expect to see this money? What are the next concrete steps we should be monitoring? Because the administration is still exploring all legal options, we lack those crucial definitive details. A final income threshold, a definitive timeline, and the specific distribution plan. The timeline is just inextricably linked to the legislative path chosen. If Congress chooses the slower, regular standalone bill path, we could be looking at many months. If they successfully use a mechanism like budget reconciliation, the timeline could shrink dramatically.
Correct. The most important thing listeners can do is monitor the movement of the legislative proposal in Congress. Look for official announcements regarding the introduction of a bill number in committee discussions. That will be the primary indicator that the wheels are truly turning.
And what about the administration? They promised an update once the economic advisors finish their work?
Yes. Watch for a joint announcement from the White House and the Treasury Department. That update will likely contain the finalized income threshold, the process of distribution, direct deposit, paper checks, direct express cards, and an estimated timeline based on congressional cooperation.
And they'll need to detail how the SSA and VA will coordinate to get the money out.
Exactly. How they will coordinate with the Treasury to get the money to existing beneficiaries quickly and correctly.
In the past, these payments have often been tied to a beneficiary's birthday for staggered distribution. Should listeners expect similar administrative complexity this time?
Likely, yes. The distribution will leverage existing infrastructure. For current Social Security and SSI recipients, the Treasury will rely on the payment files maintained by the Social Security Administration. If the payment is a one-time event, they will likely adopt a staggered schedule based on either the benefit received, so SSI first, then Social Security, or the recipient's birth date, as a means of managing the massive volume of payments and ensuring the system doesn't overload.
So the best preparatory step is just to make sure your info is up to date.
Maintaining up-to-date information in the My Social Security portal is the best preparatory step you can take right now. So the guidance remains. Manage expectations. Understand the commitment is genuine, but action is still pending. And prioritize safety against scams above all else.
Exactly. The commitment is a political reality. The delivery is a legislative logistic. Do not plan your budget around receiving this money immediately, but recognize that the likelihood of passage is extremely high given the political pressure the administration has created for itself. Wait for the concrete legislative text before making any financial decisions based on this proposed dividend.
This has been a crucial deep dive into a promise that could provide significant financial breathing room for millions of Americans, especially those who rely on fixed incomes and struggle against rising costs. Let's summarize the key takeaways. The evidence for the $2,000 payment is undeniable. 5 high-profile officials have publicly confirmed the administration's commitment, and the payment is framed as a dividend funded by tariff revenue, a fiscal narrative that's been confirmed by the economic advisor.
The mechanism requires Congress to act, and while legislative movement is possible, the speed depends on the choice of legislative vehicle, such as a standalone bill versus budget reconciliation. For you, the promise of a $2,000 influx means potential relief from mounting bills. And the critical conditions for our audience are twofold. The final legislation must explicitly exclude this payment from income calculations for means-tested benefits like SSI, and it must provide garnishment protections. And we strongly advise constant vigilance against scams targeting this specific promise. This political commitment is designed to be a significant measure of support for those needing financial help the most. The administration has made its intent clear.
And that leads us to our final thought for you to consider. Given that the administration has committed itself so publicly to this tariff funding narrative, and knowing the internal accounting challenges, what specific legislative concessions, beyond just the $100,000 income threshold, do you anticipate Congress demanding in exchange for swift approval of this highly publicized payment?
The clock is ticking, the pressure is building, and the details are about to matter immensely. We encourage you to keep following these updates closely as the administration works to fulfill this very public, potentially life-changing promise. Thank you for diving.
Okay, so let's unpack this. There's some major financial news hitting the wires. We've got discussions confirmed, like actually confirmed by the Treasury Secretary, about a potential $2,000 payment. Could be a dividend, could be a stimulus check. The terms are flying around.
That's right. And it's a significant amount of money we're talking about here, potentially heading out to millions of Americans. It's really caused a stir since the president first mentioned it, just a few days back?
Exactly. A total whirlwind of headlines. But now, crucially, we're getting some concrete details filtering down. Straight from the top of the administration, they're starting to define not just the amount, but also this really key income threshold.
Yeah, and that's exactly where we need to focus today. Our mission for you, the learner, is really critical. We need to cut through all that noise, the speculation in the headlines. We need to confirm the absolute core details. It's not just about throwing numbers out there. It's about getting the full picture, the context of what the government's actually thinking policy-wise right now. So who exactly is being considered? What is this proposed income level they're talking about? Because that part, it's proving pretty controversial already. And maybe most importantly for people, when might this, substantial payment actually show up?
when does the money hit the bank account?
Precisely. This deep dive is all about getting you some actionable clarity because it's a fast-moving story, and honestly, it can be a pretty confusing financial picture.
And the confirmation piece here is just so crucial, isn't it? We're not like relying on whispers or anonymous sources anymore. The initial idea, yeah, it came from the president, got amplified, but the real shift, the key update, was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stepping up. He confirmed this whole thing is under active discussion within the administration. That's a big signal.
Huge signal. It moves the whole conversation, doesn't it? From just a proposal, maybe wishful thinking, into, well, serious policy consideration, advanced stages. And it's backed by the Treasury Department's machinery now. That's significant.
So what's really fascinating then is the core question seems to be twofold. First, what exactly is this payment? Because like you said, the terms are all over the place, maybe deliberately confusing. And second, who precisely qualifies? And that second part, that's where the real tension seems to be.
Absolutely. Especially because the income levels they're floating right now, they seem quite a bit higher than what we saw in previous relief efforts, stimulus rounds.
Right.
And if that higher ceiling actually holds, I mean, that implies a much, much broader group of people getting this money, which, you know, has seismic implications for the budget, for whether it can even get through Congress. Big stuff.
Okay, let's jump right into that confusing terminology then. Because you hear stimulus check, you hear dividend payment, sometimes even substantial tax refund.
Yeah.
Why is the language so muddy? What's going on there? And what does it actually mean for, the process of getting the money?
Well, the confusion is partly intentional, I'd say. But it also stems from the specific legal hoops the government has to jump through. To deliver large amounts of cash quickly, outside the normal budget process, they need a mechanism. The administration seems keen on dividend payment. Sounds nice, right? Like they're returning surplus money or profits.
Yeah, it sounds positive.
But really, regardless of the political label, stimulus, dividend, whatever the technical structure, is almost certainly an advance of a refundable tax credit.
Okay, advance of a refundable tax credit. Let's break that down. That sounds exactly like the kind of government jargon that just makes people's eyes glaze over. What does it actually mean for, the average person just trying to figure out if they're getting help with their bills?
It definitely sounds like jargon, but it's actually pretty important to grasp because it dictates how eligibility works and the timing.
Yeah.
So think about a tax credit generally. It just reduces the amount of tax you owe, right? But a refundable tax credit is special. It doesn't just zero out your tax bill. If the credit is worth more than the taxes you owe, the government actually sends you the difference as cash.
Oh.
It's basically designed using the tax code as a way to give direct cash assistance, even to people who maybe don't earn enough to pay income taxes at all.
So let's say the government decides you're eligible for the full $2,000, but maybe you only owed, say, $500 in taxes that year. You'd get that $500 covered, and then they'd send you a check or direct deposit for the remaining $1,500.
Exactly. That's how a traditional refundable credit works when you file your taxes. But now here's the key word, advance. By calling this payment in advance, what the administration is signaling is they intend to deliver that whole amount. The full $2,000 the source confirms is on the table up front, right now or as soon as possible.
So skipping the usual tax filing wait.
Totally skipping it. They're bypassing the standard yearly tax filing process, delivering the funds immediately, basically. Long before you normally file taxes for the year the credit technically applies to. The source we looked at explicitly called it delivering just a lot of cash, using a sort of fast-track method built into the tax code.
Okay, that makes sense. But this mechanism, structuring it through the tax system, immediately brings up a huge concern. We hear this all the time, especially from older folks, people on fixed incomes, maybe receiving disability, Social Security, SSI, VA benefits, people who aren't always required to file a tax return. If it's a tax credit, does that mean you absolutely have to file tax paperwork to get this $2,000?
This is so critical, and yeah, we have to tackle that misconception head on. It pops up every single time these payments are discussed.
Yeah.
The core fact, and this is confirmed by what Treasury Secretary Bessent has said, and just the nature of it being an advance payment, is that filing a traditional tax return does not matter for your eligibility. Let me repeat that. Filing a tax return is not the requirement.
But how does the Treasury know who to send the money to then? If they're not looking at a recent 1040 form for everyone, that's the logistical gap people worry about. They think, they don't know I exist if I don't file.
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it highlights how complex the logistics really are behind the scenes. The Treasury relies on existing, pretty comprehensive federal databases. So for people receiving Social Security retirement, SSDI, SSI, or VA benefits, the Social Security Administration and the VA share that recipient data directly with the Treasury. They already have that info.
Okay, so those groups are largely covered automatically.
Largely, yes. For low-income folks who don't file and don't receive those specific federal benefits, it's a bit trickier. In past rounds, the Treasury set up special online portals, simple non-filer tools, to collect just the minimum info needed: name, address, bank details. The administration's goal this time, though, seems to be automating it as much as humanly possible, relying purely on income information they likely already have from federal records. Things like W-2s or 1099s submitted by employers or banks, even if you didn't have to file a return based on that income.
Gotcha.
So the bottom line is, just as the administration's discussion suggests, the focus is only on your income compared to whatever threshold they finally set, not on whether you physically mailed paperwork to the IRS.
Okay, let me just hammer this home for clarity, because it's so important for so many listeners. If you're retired, if you're on disability, if your income just falls below the level where you're required to file taxes, the Treasury Secretary's confirmation strongly suggests you should still be eligible for this cash payment, provided your income is below the line.
That's exactly right.
The tax credit advance thing is really just a technical label for how the government accounts for it and gets the money appropriated. It's not meant to be a barrier for you, the recipient.
Precisely. The system, based on past experience, is designed specifically to catch and include non-filers in these situations. And let's lock in that amount again. The president's initial announcement was quite specific: a dividend of at least $2,000 per person.
At least $2,000.
Right. So this isn't some small partial payment being discussed. It's a significant lump sum amount that's being actively shaped right now at the highest levels.
Okay, so we understand the mechanism. We understand the amount is substantial. The next huge question is, who actually gets it? Who qualifies? And this is where it gets really, really interesting, and where this proposal really starts to look different from what we've seen before. The income threshold being floated is way higher than in previous rounds, which means potentially millions more people could be eligible for this $2,000.
Yes. This is, without a doubt, the biggest policy shift here. If you look back at the president's first statement, remember he said it would go to everyone, but then added the qualifier, not including high-income people.
Right, which left everyone asking, okay, what's high income? Very vague.
Exactly. Totally ambiguous, until Treasury Secretary Besson stepped in and provided that definitive clarification.
Okay, so what definition did Scott Besson give us? What's the magic number? Where does high income start, according to the Treasury right now?
The specific clarification from Secretary Besson indicates that high income begins at $100,000. So therefore, individuals with an adjusted gross income, or AGI, of $100,000 or less are being signaled as eligible for this payment.
Wow.
He explicitly laid out that $100,000 threshold, confirming the administration's current thinking on the scope.
$100,000 for an individual.
Yeah.
That feels like a really high ceiling compared to what we're used to, doesn't it?
It's enormous.
We should definitely put that in context, because previous stimulus checks, thinking back to 2020, 2021, during the pandemic, they generally used a threshold around $75,000 for individuals, right?
Yeah.
And then the payment would start phasing out pretty quickly above that.
That's exactly right. And that jump from $75,000 up to $100,000, I mean, that is the story here. It's a substantial, very deliberate increase in who qualifies. It immediately pulls in a pretty big chunk of the upper middle class, maybe higher earners, who were either excluded entirely or got much smaller payments in prior rounds.
Right.
This $100,000 mark, it feels like the administration is planting a flag, defining the boundary of the middle class for the purpose of this specific payment, at least.
So why the jump? I mean, what's the thinking behind picking $100,000? Why not stick with the $75,000 limit that Congress has, approved before? Seems like an easier path.
Well, the calculus is probably multi-layered. First, you've got the economic reality, right? An income of $75,000 today in late 2025, heading into 2026, it just doesn't feel like what it did back in 2020.
True. Inflation's hit hard.
Exactly. Cost of living is up significantly.
Yeah.
So a higher ceiling lets the administration argue they're truly helping the middle class, which, let's be honest, is always a pretty flexible political term. Second, there's the pure political reach. By pushing eligibility up to $100,000, they include this massive group of potential voters, people who might have felt kind of ignored by relief efforts that were more targeted towards lower incomes.
Makes sense.
It shifts the narrative, doesn't it? away from just targeted poverty relief towards something closer to broad, almost universal economic support. Appeals to a much wider demographic.
It's like saying, look, we know maybe you're earning a decent salary, but costs are up for you too, so here's some help. It definitely broadens the tent politically.
Precisely. Changes the whole framing. But, okay, we have to look at the household picture. What about married couples? We know previous payments usually doubled the individual limit for joint filers. Does the source material, does Besson's commentary give us any direct confirmation on what the joint income limit might be this time?
The discussion from the administration hasn't explicitly nailed down the joint figure yet, no. But the analysis seems pretty strong on this point.
Yeah, the analysis strongly suggests, just based on historical patterns, how the IRS and Treasury usually structure these things, especially using adjusted gross income, that this $100,000 individual threshold would almost certainly be doubled for a married couple filing jointly.
So potentially up to $200,000 for a married couple.
That's the indication. A married couple could potentially have a combined income up to about $200,000 and still qualify for the $2,000 payment each.
So $4,000 total for that household.
Potentially, yes. Those are the general income parameters that Secretary Besson's comments are pointing towards right now. $100 K individual, $200 married.
That's a staggering potential reach. I mean, for a lot of households, the immediate thought is, wow, I might actually qualify this time when I didn't before.
Yeah.
Much wider net. But okay, let's pivot from the benefit side and dive into the expert analysis of this high threshold. Because there's always a trade-off, right? What's the immediate downside, and why does this generous ceiling create, potentially, a major political headache?
Right. If we connect this to the bigger picture, that higher income threshold is directly inevitably linked to the overall price tag of the program. And that price tag, that's probably the single biggest factor determining if this thing ever actually gets passed by Congress.
It always comes down to cost.
Always. The financial math is brutally simple. The higher you set that income ceiling, the more households qualify. The more households qualify, the greater the total cost the government has to authorize and, crucially, fund the money for.
Okay, let's try to put some hard numbers on that increase. Because even with the lower thresholds last time around, that $75K individual, $150K or married mark, the estimated cost was already huge, wasn't it?
Astronomical. If we ballparked it back then, assuming maybe 85% of the population qualified, which is roughly 284 million people, you multiply that by $2,000, you were already looking at a cost of approximately $568 billion. And that figure alone caused a lot of debate and resistance last time.
$500 billion plus.
Yeah. So now you factor in the revised cost projection, the one driven by Secretary Besson's $100,000, $200,000 figures. With that new, much wider eligibility net, the total spending is projected to jump substantially, potentially reaching, maybe even exceeding, $600 billion.
$600 billion.
Yeah.
That is just an astronomical number. That's definitely going to make a lot of lawmakers sit up and take notice.
Yeah.
Especially anyone focused on fiscal discipline or the national debt.
Absolutely. It's the kind of number that stops conversations.
So this brings us right to the massive legislative hurdle. What does the analysis suggest is the likely fate of a $600 billion proposal like this, especially given how politically divided Congress often is?
Well, the analysis suggests this is where the proposal hits its biggest point of friction. It's Achilles' heel, maybe. Lawmakers, especially those already hesitant about big spending packages, and there are plenty of them, are very likely to see a $600 billion price tag as just too high, too much to approve quickly or easily.
So while $100,000 might be the line the administration wants to draw for their public message about helping the middle class,
right,
it is absolutely not the line that defines political feasibility inside the Capitol building.
Exactly. You've nailed it. We're looking at a policy that's, financially very ambitious, maybe even generous, but that makes it legislatively very vulnerable.
Let's dig into that vulnerability a bit more. Which groups in Congress would likely push back hard against a bill this expensive?
Well, you'd probably see opposition from different parts of the spectrum, but for different reasons. On the fiscal conservative side, the argument is straightforward. Debt and deficit. They'll see a $600 billion relatively untargeted cash transfer as fiscally irresponsible, maybe even inflationary.
They'd argue it should be much more targeted.
Precisely. Money should only go to those in demonstrable dire economic need, not someone making $95,000 a year. Then, maybe counterintuitively, you might even get some pushback from the progressive side. While they generally support direct payments, some might argue that if you were going to spend $600 billion, maybe it should be invested in longer-term solutions. things like permanent social program expansions, infrastructure, climate initiatives, not just a one-time cash infusion that doesn't fix underlying problems.
So the sheer size makes it hard to build a coalition. Too expensive for some, maybe not the right kind of spending for others.
Exactly. It's just too large to make everyone happy. Which leads directly to the most crucial point about compromise. The administration wants this policy. Congress holds the purse strings. So what's the active discussion, the buzz around potentially lowering that threshold to make it more palatable?
Is that already happening? People anticipating the sticker shock.
Oh, absolutely. There's intense discussion, speculation at least, already bubbling up behind the scenes about needing to bring that income threshold down, maybe significantly. Why? Purely to lower the total price tag and therefore increase the odds of it actually passing. We're hearing talk about maybe going back to the previous $75,000 level for individuals, or possibly even lower, down to maybe $60,000.
Okay, let's think about the impact of that. Dropping the limit from $100,000 all the way down to $60,000 for an individual. That's a huge cut in who qualifies.
Massive cut.
What does that do to the percentage of Americans eligible, and more importantly for the politics, the overall cost?
If that line drops to $60,000, I mean, you're instantly excluding millions of middle-income workers. Everyone making between, say, $60,001 and $100,000 is suddenly out. It dramatically shrinks the scope. Based on, rough census data and income distributions, moving from a $100 case ceiling down to a $60 case ceiling could easily reduce the eligible population by, say, 15% to 20%, maybe more. Which means that $600 billion price tag, it could drop much closer to maybe $480 billion, perhaps even a bit lower. Still huge, but maybe not as terrifying to budget hawks.
And for you, the learner, what's the fundamental why behind this potential political maneuver? Why would they deliberately walk back that generous $100,000 limit the president seemed to propose?
The why comes down to one thing: probability of success, getting the bill passed. Lowering the threshold makes it an easier sell to lawmakers, as the source put it, simply because the cost is less shocking, less politically risky.
A more palatable number.
Exactly. A lower cost is essential for trying to get any kind of bipartisan support or even just keeping your own party fully united. Plus, there's another angle. Lowering the threshold allows lawmakers to frame it differently. It concentrates the money more heavily on people who, from a purely economic standpoint, really, really, truly need this money.
So lower wage workers, retirees solely on Social Security, people closer to the poverty line.
Right. It lets legislators frame the bill as targeted emergency relief again, rather than a broad, near-universal stimulus. And targeted relief tends to be less controversial, easier to defend.
So we've got this real tension playing out. The administration signals $100,000. Maybe that's their opening bid, maximizing reach.
Mm-hmm.
But the legislative reality, the sticker shock, suggests that to actually get any money out the door to secure the votes needed in Congress, that number might have to drop substantially, maybe back towards $75K or even $60K.
That's the core dynamic. It's a high-stakes trade-off, isn't it, between maximizing the scope of the payment versus maximizing its actual feasibility.
Getting something done versus getting the ideal thing done.
Precisely. Secretary Besson's comments gave us the administration's ideal target, their starting point, perhaps. But the context, the cost analysis, reminds us that this figure is absolutely subject to negotiation, subject to potentially radical change as a bill gets drafted and debated.
So we all need to be prepared for that $100,000 ceiling to possibly shrink quite a bit in the coming weeks or months, depending on the mood in Congress.
Definitely. It's the number to watch.
Okay, let's assume, for the sake of argument, they do manage to find a compromise. They agree on a price tag, the legislation passes. Let's turn to the second most burning question for everyone listening: timing and logistics. People need to know, when might they actually see this money? What's the timeline look like?
Right, crucial question. The official indication we have comes straight from Treasury Secretary Scott Besson. He gave us a window. He indicated that U.S. citizens could potentially be seeing substantial tax refunds, his words, early next year.
Early next year. Okay.
Yeah.
Context is key here. The sources placed this discussion in mid-November 2025. So early next year clearly means early 2026.
That's the time frame he signaled, early 2026.
Now, early 2026, while that might feel a long way off, especially if you're feeling financial pressure right now, we need to inject a dose of reality about how Congress works, or doesn't work sometimes.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier how slow the legislative process can be. Can you maybe use an analogy? Help illustrate just how difficult it is to pass a, let's say, $500 billion plus bill quickly.
Sure. Think about trying to launch a massive, incredibly complex new IT system across a giant global corporation. It involves tons of different departments, legal, finance, tech, operations. They all have their own priorities, their own concerns, and they all need to review it, tweak it, and sign off before it goes live.
It sounds like a nightmare.
It doesn't happen overnight, right? Same with Congress and a bill like this. Even if lawmakers came together today, mid-November, put everything else aside and started writing the legislation, the analysis estimates it would still take, realistically, about a month and a half minimum, just to get the bill written properly, debated in committees, argued on the floor, passed in both the House and the Senate.
Okay, so a month and a half, best case, from mid-November. That puts us right into early January 2026, assuming everything goes perfectly smoothly, zero interruptions.
Exactly, best case scenario. But now we have to factor in the political calendar, which always acts like a giant brake pedal on everything.
Ah, yes, the holidays.
You got it. We have to consider the upcoming political breaks. They slow the process down dramatically. Lawmakers are about to leave for their Thanksgiving recess. Then, inevitably, Congress adjourns for that long holiday vacation period, usually from mid-December through the new year. The source was pretty blunt, saying Congress is just very, very, very slow at processing huge, complicated financial bills like this. Bills that require intense, high-level negotiation.
Which means that timeline Secretary Besson gave, early 2026, it actually sounds pretty realistic, doesn't it? Maybe even a little optimistic considering all those hurdles.
It does seem realistic. You need time for drafting the bill, then the intense back-and-forth negotiation over things like that income threshold, then floor votes in both chambers, then potentially a conference committee to reconcile differences between the House and Senate versions.
And then it goes to the president for his signature.
Right. And even then, the work isn't done. That's when the Treasury Department's real heavy lifting begins.
Getting the money out the door.
Exactly. The money doesn't just magically appear the day the bill is signed. The Treasury needs time to actually organize the disbursement. That means updating their computer systems, cross-referencing all those eligibility databases we talked about, especially making sure they capture the non-filers correctly, and then initiating the actual payment process, whether that's sending instructions for millions of direct deposits or printing and mailing hundreds of millions of paper checks or loading funds onto direct express cards.
It's a massive logistical operation.
Huge. So that early 2026 timeline, it feels like a sober reflection of the combined time needed for legislation plus the time needed for logistical processing. So, key takeaway on timing. Probably don't expect this payment before January 2026 at the earliest.
Okay, that timing discussion brings us back nicely to eligibility, actually. Because the logistics, getting the money out efficiently, hinges completely on being able to identify who qualifies accurately. Let's use this moment to circle back and really hammer home the core foundation for who gets this money, especially since the Secretary used that phrase, substantial tax refunds, which could still confuse people.
Yes, absolutely. This point needs repeating because it is genuinely the most common misunderstanding we see. People get eligibility for the payment tangled up with eligibility for filing taxes. The source material is really adamant about this. What actually predicates eligibility? What makes you qualify for a stimulus or dividend check like this? Is it because you're retired? Is it because you receive Social Security or SSI or SSDI? No. The only factor that matters every single time, according to the analysis, is your income relative to whatever threshold Congress finally sets.
So just to be crystal clear for everyone listening, your eligibility is based only on that income number compared to the proposed $100,000 ceiling or whatever it ends up being. The type of benefit you might receive, Social Security, retirement, disability, veterans benefits, or your employment status, working, not working, retired, all of that is secondary. It comes down to the income figure.
That is the absolute key detail recap. The government, when processing these advanced tax credits, is primarily focused on one thing, confirming that your income falls below the defined line, currently proposed at $100. As the source put it, they don't give a rip about all the other details like benefit type. Only the dollar figure of your total income matters for getting through that first eligibility gate.
Okay, let's delve just a little deeper into the structure, this advance of a refundable tax credit thing. Are there any, potential catches or reconciliation issues later on? Say you get the $2,000 early in 2026 based on your 2024 income, but then later in 2026, maybe you get a new job, your income suddenly jumps above the threshold. Do you end up having to pay the money back when you file your 2026 taxes?
That is an excellent, really practical question an informed listener should be asking. And based on how previous stimulus payments were structured, the answer is generally no. Typically, the Treasury includes what's called a hold harmless provision in the rules for these advance payments.
Hold harmless.
Yeah. It basically means the advance payment you receive is based on your income from the most recent tax data they have, which, if this passes in early 2026, would likely be your 2024 income data. If your income then increases later in 2026, the administration typically does not try to claw back that payment. They don't make you repay it.
Ah, okay. That's good to know.
It ensures stability for recipients. The idea is to provide help now when it's needed, not create some complicated repayment situation down the road that might discourage people from using the money.
That distinction is really crucial. It means people can hopefully use the money with some confidence, knowing a positive change later in the year, like finding a better job, won't suddenly result in a surprise bill from the IRS.
Precisely. And this mechanism, using prior year data, also helps address that logistical concern about non-filers again. The Treasury will be using the same basic systems and databases that process the previous relief payments, which means they have established ways to identify people receiving non-taxable benefits like Social Security, even if they didn't file, and issue payments based on that information from SSA or VA.
So the plumbing is already there, essentially.
The plumbing is largely there. The source was really emphatic on this point, stating directly, "I would not worry about that at all. They don't care if you file a tax return. It has nothing to do with your tax return or not." It all comes back to that income threshold, not the act of filing.
Okay, so we've covered the likely timing, early 2026. We've covered the ambitious income threshold, $100K individual, $200 married, but likely subject to change. Let's circle back one more time to that political feasibility debate, because it really does feel like the central tension surrounding this whole proposal, doesn't it?
It really is.
The administration seems to be pushing for maximum eligibility, maximum reach. But Congress, or at least a significant portion of it, is going to be focused squarely on minimizing that financial impact, that $600 billion number.
Yeah, and this is where we need to look beyond just the immediate headlines and think about the longer-term political strategy involved. A $600 billion payment isn't just, a simple policy tweak. It's a massive economic intervention, a huge injection of cash into the economy. And the debate will absolutely revolve around whether an intervention of that scale is actually necessary right now, or if it risks negative consequences, like, say, overheating the economy again, fueling inflation, or adding too much to the national debt for future generations to deal with.
If Congress does push back, and they manage to negotiate that threshold down, let's pick a number, say, back towards the $75,000 mark for individuals, maybe $70,000 even. What percentage of the U.S. population are we talking about then? Would it still be a broad-based payment?
Oh, absolutely. Even a threshold around $70,000 or $75,000 for individuals, which is much closer to the actual median household income in the U.S., would still ensure that a huge majority of Americans qualify. You're likely still talking about somewhere in the range of 80% to 82% of the population being eligible.
So still most people.
Still most people, yes. It removes that higher-earning, upper-middle-class segment that the $100K, $200K proposal includes, but it definitely still constitutes a broad, very significant relief package. And politically, that's often the kind of compromise legislators lean towards, isn't it? It's still politically popular because it helps the vast majority of people, but it appears more fiscally responsible because it shaves off that most expensive top tier from the administration's initial pitch.
It becomes a political calculation then.
Right.
Is it better to shoot for the moon with $100,000 eligibility and risk the whole bill crashing and burning entirely?
Right.
Or do you compromise down to $70,000 or $75,000, guarantee a still massive, maybe $500 billion payment actually gets out the door early next year?
That is precisely the question being weighed behind closed doors right now in Washington. The source material confirms that the internal thinking among many legislators revolves around maximizing the likelihood of passage. If they can get that overall price tag down, closer to the $500 billion mark rather than $600 billion plus, the odds of the bill actually happening go up significantly.
Why? Just because the number looks less scary?
Partly, yes. It addresses that core concern about fiscal responsibility that resonates with a substantial number of lawmakers, maybe even some moderate Democrats, not just Republicans. The political environment just seems far more receptive to, say, $500 billion of what can be framed as targeted relief compared to over $600 billion of very broad relief.
Let's also think about the justification. When the government issued those big payments back in 2020 and 2021, it was clearly tied to an immediate visible crisis. The pandemic lockdowns, mass unemployment, was a stated reason, the justification being used for this potential dividend payment now, in late 2025, early 2026. The immediate crisis seems to have passed.
Yeah, the justification is framed a bit differently this time. It revolves more around the persistent high cost of living, the ongoing effects of inflation. The argument is basically that even though the economy might have stabilized in some ways, many middle and lower income households haven't really recovered the purchasing power they lost over the last few years.
So it's about catching up from inflation's bite.
Exactly. And that dividend terminology is quite strategic, isn't it? It tries to suggest this is maybe sharing the nation's economic output or perhaps addressing budget surpluses, even if those are debatable, rather than framing it solely as an emergency intervention needed because the sky is falling. It's an argument that the economic strain is still very real and ongoing for many families, even if the headline crisis has faded.
That framing dividend versus emergency stimulus, that's actually quite important for the political maneuvering, isn't it?
Absolutely. The administration seems to be positioning this more as a corrective measure, a way to help people deal with inflation's erosion of their budgets, not just another desperate injection of funds into a failing economy. It's perhaps a subtler framing, but politically, it might be a safer way to propose such a massive cash transfer in the current environment.
Okay, let's quickly recap the logistical steps the Treasury has to take if a bill is passed, beyond just hitting send on the payments. What else do they need to confirm about recipients?
Well, they need to confirm a couple of key things for each potential recipient. First, generally, residency status. These payments are typically restricted to U.S. citizens and certain categories of resident aliens. Second, and most importantly, that income level we keep coming back to. They have to verify, using the data they get from the IRS, SSA, VA, etc., that the individual's or couple's income falls beneath whatever final ceiling Congress legislates.
Right.
And since this is designed as an advance, the speed and accuracy of the whole operation depend heavily on how good, how current, and how accessible those government databases are.
Yeah. And what happens if, come January or February 2026, the systems aren't perfectly cinched up? Or there are glitches. We saw some delays last time. What are the processing times people should realistically brace for?
Yeah, based on past experience, delays are almost inevitable with something this huge. When a bill is signed, the Treasury typically needs at least 2 to 3 weeks just to get the first wave of payments flowing. That first wave is usually people for whom the Treasury already has direct deposit information on file from recent tax returns or federal benefits.
So direct deposit folks go first.
Almost always, yes. It's the fastest. Recipients who rely on paper checks mailed through the Postal Service or funds loaded onto Direct Express prepaid cards, they often experience longer processing times. It could potentially stretch into February, maybe even March 2026 for some people to see their money. Patience will definitely be required.
Good advice. And the key thing you can do now is make sure the government has your most current banking information, right? Through the IRS website or your My Social Security account.
Absolutely. If you have direct deposit set up, that is always the quickest way to receive these kinds of payments. Update it if it's changed.
Okay, one more critical area before we wrap up. Financial protections. This is huge for many recipients, especially those on fixed incomes or other benefits. If you get this $2,000, is it taxable income?
Good question. Historically, payments structured like this, as an advance of a refundable tax credit, are generally considered non-taxable income for you, the recipient.
Okay, that's big.
It's treated as a return of tax liability you might have had, or as structured government assistance, not as earned income, so no federal income tax on it, typically.
And what about other benefits? Does receiving this $2,000 payment affect your eligibility for crucial programs like SNAP assistance or Medicaid health coverage or maybe subsidized housing assistance? People worry about getting pushed over income limits.
Another critical point. And again, historically, Congress has been very careful here. These types of broad relief payments are typically excluded from being counted as income when determining your eligibility for most means-tested federal benefit programs.
So the $2,000 shouldn't mess up your SNAP or Medicaid.
Correct. The legislation usually includes specific language to ensure that this relief money doesn't accidentally cause someone to lose their core monthly support benefits. That's always been a fundamental protection built into these packages.
That provides immense reassurance, I'm sure, for many listeners. So the $2,000 is likely tax-free, and it likely won't count against you for your other essential assistance programs.
That's the standard practice and strong expectation, yes. And one more protection worth mentioning: garnishment.
Debt collectors.
Exactly. The legislation authorizing these payments usually needs to explicitly shield them from being seized by private debt collectors or subject to most garnishment orders. In past relief efforts, Congress specifically blocked banks and creditors from grabbing these funds out of people's accounts. Recognizing the money is meant for immediate needs, food, rent, utilities, not for paying off old debts. That protection is also crucial.
Okay, this has been incredibly detailed. Let's try to bring this deep dive to a close with a quick essential recap for the listener who just wants the absolute key nuggets to take away from all this confirmed financial update news.
Sounds good. Let's nail down the core points as they stand right now. First, the amount. The administration, via the President and Treasury Secretary, is actively discussing a payment, likely framed as a dividend, of $2,000 or more per person.
Second, the eligibility line. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has indicated the administration's current target defines high income as starting above $100,000 for an individual. This likely translates to about $200,000 for a married couple filing jointly. If your income is at or below that, you're in their target group.
Third, the big caveat. We absolutely must remember that this $100K, $200K line is highly contested because of the enormous, potentially $600 billion price tag. It could very well be lowered significantly by Congress during negotiations to make the bill politically feasible. That number is not set in stone.
Fourth, the timing. The official indication from the Treasury Secretary points to a potential arrival of these funds in early 2026. Not before then, it would likely be structured as a substantial advance on a tax refund.
And fifth, the mechanism. Crucially, filing a traditional tax return is not required to receive this payment. Eligibility hinges solely on your income level, which the government aims to verify using existing federal records, including data from SSA and VA for benefit recipients.
Okay, that provides tremendous clarity on a story that, honestly, just a few days ago felt like pure speculation and rumors. But this whole discussion, especially around the legislative hurdles and that massive cost, it raises a really important final question, doesn't it? The success of actually getting this $2,000 payment might hinge not just on, cold economic calculations or backroom political deals,
Right.
but maybe also on public sentiment, on the demonstrated perception of need out there.
That is such a powerful and I think provocative thought to leave with you, the listener. The analysis we've been discussing strongly suggests that legislative bodies, well, they rarely pass these massive, really expensive relief packages based only on abstract economic arguments or statistics. They need political cover. They need momentum. And the source material we reviewed explicitly mentioned this dynamic. It said that when the public shows excitement and demonstrates broad support on an idea, the likelihood of that thing actually happening becomes significantly greater.
So are you saying that how much people talk about this, how much noise the public makes about wanting or needing this payment could actually influence whether it passes and maybe even at what income level?
It suggests that, yes, the listener should really consider how public interest, public demand, can influence major financial legislation like this. We often think of policy as just happening between elected officials behind closed doors. But this analysis hints that public momentum might be a necessary ingredient, maybe even a crucial one, for a policy of this sheer scale and cost to overcome resistance.
Interesting. So if the public seems indifferent or maybe just focused on other things?
Then the opposition can focus purely on that $600 billion price tag, right? Frame it as wasteful spending.
But if lawmakers perceive, as the source put it, that the people are all jacked up, that they're excited, they're counting on this payment.
And maybe, just maybe, they feel more political pressure, more incentive to find a way to overcome that hurdle of the high cost, to deliver something.
So public silence could empower the fiscal hawks, while public enthusiasm could empower the proponents.
It's a crucial dynamic to consider. If the public appears indifferent or skeptical, the likelihood of legislative resistance winning out definitely increases. That could mean the eligibility pool shrinks dramatically, or the bill gets delayed indefinitely, or just dies. So your engagement, your interest, following this story, talking about it, it's not just passively watching the news. In a way, it potentially becomes a genuine factor in whether that $2,000 ever actually arrives in your bank account.
That is a fascinating insight into the real-world interplay between policy, the budget, Congress, and ultimately public will. This has been a really critical deep dive into this proposed $2,000 dividend payment. We've clarified the amount, the mechanism, the potential timing, and crucially, that contested $100,000 income threshold. We will absolutely keep tracking this story, watching closely to see if that ambitious $100,000 line holds, or if Congress, facing that huge price tag, forces it down closer to the more traditional $75,000 or maybe even $60,000 mark to make the bill happen.
Definitely stay tuned. We'll be monitoring every update coming out of the Treasury and Congress, especially as we head towards the end of the year and into early 2026. This is a story that will undoubtedly move fast once the lawmakers get back to Washington after the holidays and really start
We have a major update coming right out of the president himself, confirming the ongoing discussion of a potential and, frankly, a massive financial boost for millions.
Right.
We're talking about a $2,000 stimulus dividend payment.
And this isn't just some political chatter. This is, direct confirmation and maybe more importantly, some crucial clarity on who this money is really for.
Yes, exactly.
That's right. I mean, the most pressing question for anyone relying on a fixed income has always been, am I eligible?
Mm-hmm.
And this discussion, it really addresses that widespread confusion. It confirms this payment is intended strictly for low and middle income Americans.
So for you listening right now who might be worried about working requirements or your tax filing status, the administration has given a singular, powerful focus.
And that focus is your income class.
If you get Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits, or other fixed benefits, you really need to listen closely. We are diving deep into the key rule, and this is straight from the administration, that determines your eligibility.
Yeah.
We're going to use the source material to to thoroughly debunk these persistent myths about needing to be working or filing new tax returns.
So stay with us. We're going to unpack the crucial income thresholds being discussed, that whole $75,000 question, and critically clarify the current and, let's be honest, uncertain status of this potential $2,000 payment.
Our mission here is to give you certainty in what is a very uncertain environment, helping you understand the fine print before a law is even on the table. Welcome back to the Deep Dive.
Today, our mission is laser-focused. It's born directly out of these recent remarks from the president that confirm a high-stakes discussion is happening.
Right.
We are talking about a potential financial lifeline. It's one that's been talked about for weeks, but has now finally gained some real clarity.
We're talking about the proposed $2,000 stimulus check, or as the administration's also calling it, the $2,000 dividend payment. And I think this is a really necessary deep dive because, as we saw with past relief efforts, the language around these payments can cause so much anxiety.
Oh, absolutely. Intense anxiety for the people who need the help the most.
Right.
We're talking specifically about seniors, people with disabilities, low-income beneficiaries who rely on programs like Social Security, SSI, and veterans benefits. They just need to know, without any ambiguity, if they're included.
The information that we're working with today, it comes from a very recent public appearance. The president was just answering reporters' questions.
So it wasn't a formal policy announcement?
No, not at all. Not a bill signing. It was, an unscripted moment that actually provided some crystal clarity on the intent and the target of this money. It's the highest level information we have right now.
And the president's response, it really confirmed that the proposal is moving forward, even with some resistance from certain lawmakers about how it's funded. So our goal today is just to extract those definitive details on eligibility and specifically eliminate that doubt that's hanging over low-income viewers and those on fixed incomes. If you rely on the Social Security Administration, this is probably the most critical stress-reducing analysis you're going to hear.
I think so, too. It's about taking these high-level statements and just translating them into concrete, actionable knowledge for you. The president didn't just confirm the amount. He narrowed the field of who could get it, and that eliminates a huge amount of speculation right at the source. So let's start by defining what this payment actually is.
Good idea.
The amount that's been consistently confirmed is $2,000, and it's $2,000 per person.
So is this a traditional stimulus check like the ones from a few years ago, or is this dividend language something new?
Well, the president is using those terms pretty much interchangeably, and that tells us two things.
Okay. Functionally, for the person getting the money, it acts just like a direct stimulus or a rebate. It's a lump sum payment that's meant to inject immediate spending power into the economy.
But the word dividend feels very deliberate.
Oh, it is. The use of dividend is a crucial political framing. It distances the payment from, historical emergency spending and ties it directly to how they say they're going to fund it.
And that's where things get, politically complex. And it's where we really need to dig into the source material. How exactly is the administration planning to pay for a $2,000 payment to potentially millions of people?
The claim from the president is that the funding comes entirely from revenue generated by tariffs.
Tariffs.
Yes. He's been quoted saying they are making so much money with tariffs.
Okay, so that's the core economic argument being put forward. Tariffs are basically taxes on imported goods.
Exactly. And the idea is that recent trade policies have resulted in a significant ongoing stream of this revenue money that, wasn't necessarily in the initial budget forecasts.
So it's like new money.
It's being framed as new or unexpected revenue. And according to the administration, it's a stream large enough to fund this massive distribution.
So the dividend name suggests the government is just, what, returning a surplus back to citizens?
Pretty much, like a shareholder payout. It's a clever framing.
But that framing, it immediately created a political fault line. Right. Which the president had to address.
He did. We know that several Republican lawmakers have expressed deep concern.
To people who would have to vote on it.
The very same. And their argument is a classic fiscally conservative one. If the government suddenly has all this new revenue, that revenue should be used to reduce the national debt, not just be sent out immediately.
It's a classic budget battle. And the president was basically forced to counter that argument directly.
And this is where you can really see the rhetorical strategy. He didn't just dismiss the debt argument.
What did he say?
He claimed the country could do both. His counterpoint was something like, well, we will pay down the national debt. I agree with them on that. But I also think that, we're making so much money with tariffs that we'll also be able to make a nice dividend.
That sounds almost too good to be true. I mean, does the source material offer any analysis on whether that's actually fiscally plausible? Using the same money for two huge competing goals.
And that's the skepticism we need to bring to this. Economically, the argument is, let's say, fraught. When politicians claim new tariff revenue is extra money, critics will argue that tariffs aren't generated out of thin air.
Right, they're taxes.
They're taxes. And usually those costs are just passed on to the American consumer through higher prices on goods.
So is it really new revenue? Or is it just a cost shift?
That's the billion-dollar question. If it's a cost shift, then the dividend is basically being funded by consumers who are already paying a bit more for goods. It's just recycled money.
Which is why that term dividend is so effective. It kind of bypasses the whole deficit spending argument.
It does. It frames the payment as a clear benefit from a successful policy. It's not a burden, it's a rebate to the middle and lower classes from a winning trade strategy.
And that political move is aimed right at securing that emotional connection with the target audience.
With our listeners, yeah. We're talking about millions of people who are genuinely struggling. Every time the administration confirms this $2,000 figure, it's seen as a huge potential win.
For a senior citizen on a fixed Social Security income, that $2,000 is not a political talking point.
Not at all. It's the difference between paying an unexpected medical bill or, having to forego essential medication.
It provides real hope. It provides a sense of dignity. We're dealing with the reality of inflation, where the cost of living adjustments, the COLAs, they've really struggled to keep up.
They can't keep pace. For someone on a fixed income of, let's say, $1,500 a month, a $2,000 payment is more than a whole month's worth of their core income.
It's massive.
Exactly. This money is for survival. It's for catching up on overdue utility bills, replacing a broken appliance, or just easing that tension between the rent check and the grocery budget. The stakes are immense.
And that urgency is what fuels the need for clear answers on who qualifies. Which brings us to the most powerful clarification the president provided.
Okay.
So that covers the political and financial landscape of the whole proposal. But let's pivot now, because for people trying to manage a budget, the single most critical piece of information wasn't about funding.
No.
It was about who exactly qualifies. And the singular focus is income class.
This is the definitive answer, and it came straight from the highest authority. The president was unambiguous. He said the dividend is geared toward middle-income people and lower-income people.
And just as important, he said, who would not be getting it.
He did. He stated explicitly that they are not giving this dividend to high-income people or rich people.
Now, that clarity, it might seem obvious, but it's actually revolutionary for our low-income audience.
Why is that?
Because in the past, whenever the government distributes money, eligibility has so often been tied to filing a tax return or having so-called earned income from a job.
And that created this massive, anxious cloud over seniors and disabled individuals whose income is entirely from fixed benefits.
Exactly. That past experience created these persistent myths, which we can now, finally, debunk using the president's own words.
So let's tackle the most common concerns for those on fixed benefits: Social Security, SSDI, SSI, and VA benefits.
Okay, myth number one. I need to be actively working a job to get this $2,000 payment.
That is absolutely false, based on the stated intent.
Right.
The president did not say recipients need to be working. His only requirement was middle and low-income people.
Which is so vital because for millions of retirees and people on disability, their primary income is not earned income.
By definition, it's not. The focus here is on financial need, not on your employment status.
Okay, what about myth number 2, which is just as stressful for a lot of people? I must file a new tax return this year to get this money.
Again, false. The president did not impose a filing requirement. And while, the IRS typically uses tax returns for direct deposits, past relief efforts have shown over and over again that the government can use records from the Social Security Administration.
And the VA.
And the VA for non-filers. The SSA already has all the banking and identifying information it needs for every single beneficiary.
So that strongly suggests that the established government records will be the main delivery route for people on fixed benefits.
It does.
So the core of the matter, then, is this crucial reassurance for every person receiving Social Security, SSDI, SSI, or VA benefits.
You are included in the target group. And this often just hinges on how you define income. Many fixed income beneficiaries worry that because they're retired or unable to work, their benefits somehow don't count.
Or that they're treated as something other than income.
Right. But the source material is emphatic here. Income does not need to be earned income.
This point cannot be overstated. I mean, it is the source of so much stress. Let's just repeat the critical concept here. Income from Social Security is still considered income. Income is income.
That phrase right there is the definitive, clarifying statement. It doesn't matter if the money comes from an hourly wage, a huge investment portfolio, which would disqualify you, of course,
right,
or the recurring benefit paid by the SSA or the VA every single month. Money you receive is income, and as long as your total annual income keeps you in those middle and low income thresholds, you are securely in the target group.
And when we talk about income thresholds, we have to just stop and acknowledge the release this provides.
Yeah.
For the listener who's only getting $1,000 a month in SSI or a modest Social Security check, the fact that they don't have to worry about punch cards or complicated new tax forms, that's not just financial relief.
No, it's administrative simplicity. It protects their dignity. And this clarity is logistically crucial. Using the SSA's and VA's existing data means these payments can, in theory, be rolled out much faster to non-filers than waiting for them to file something new.
Right. When the government decides to help the truly vulnerable, they just bypass the whole annual tax filing process.
They do. They use the highly accurate, up-to-date monthly data systems they already have for benefit payments.
So that intentional focus on income rather than filing status is what ensures these $2,000 payments won't just bypass millions of vulnerable Americans.
It signals a clear understanding within the administration of the demographics they're trying to help.
So we can confidently say, if this payment goes through, the eligibility...
That's it. No working requirement, no special tax form needed, just the income test. So while the president has made it definitively clear who this is for middle and low income, the critical detail that's still missing is the line, the definitive concrete number they're going to use to determine who qualifies.
This is the big unanswered question.
It is, and it requires us to look at historical data and some recent political suggestions.
Okay, so let's establish the benchmark. We have a general historical standard that the government, and specifically the IRS, has used again and again for past stimulus payments. And those historically common income thresholds were $75,000 per year for an individual.
And $150,000 per year for a married couple.
Right. That 75-150 model is the general benchmark for defining the cutoff for getting the full payment.
And it's almost always tied to your adjusted gross income, or AGI, from a tax return.
Let's just pause and define AGI. We use the term, but what does it actually mean for our listeners?
Sure. AGI, or adjusted gross income, is the key figure the IRS uses. Put simply, it's your gross income, so everything you earned or received, minus some specific adjustments.
Like retirement contributions.
Right, or student loan interest. And crucially for our listeners, AGI does include the taxable portions of your Social Security benefits, though often only up to 85% of those benefits get included.
And even if you don't file a tax return, the SSA knows your AGI equivalent.
That's the number that will be used. They have that data.
Now, the source material does note that $75,000 for one person might seem, kind of high to be considered purely low income.
It does, but we have to remember this figure represents the threshold where payments begin to phase out not where true poverty begins.
It's the line separating the broad middle class from the higher earners.
And that line really highlights just how complex it is to define middle income across such a huge country.
That's a good point.
I mean, $75,000 might give you a comfortable life in rural Kansas, but in Manhattan or San Francisco, that same amount is a real struggle. But for administrative purposes, the government just needs one single national number.
Okay, but now let's talk about the confusion that was added to this debate recently. About 3.5 weeks before the president's latest comments, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, reportedly suggested a much higher threshold.
He did. He suggested $100,000.
For an individual.
Yes. And that is a very significant jump from the historical $75,000 threshold.
And the analysis in our source material on that $100,000 suggestion is, well, pretty skeptical.
It seems way too high for the stated purpose.
Yeah.
If the goal, as the president explicitly said, is not to give this dividend to high-income people, then a $100,000 threshold, it really risks encompassing a lot of people who are financially secure.
So when you look at the actual intent to target the low and middle income groups who are getting hit hardest by inflation,
the 75-150 model is just significantly more likely to be the one they choose.
it's the mechanism the IRS and SSA are already familiar with.
It's familiar, it has precedent, and it's a more politically defensible line. A $100,000 threshold would likely face immediate legislative criticism for being fiscally irresponsible.
Or just too broad.
Way too broad.
So if we're weighing the probability, that historical $75,000 benchmark, it really seems like the strongest candidate.
I think so.
But let's connect this back to the listener on a fixed income. Why does this debate over 75 versus 100,000 even matter if their income is only, say, $18,000 a year?
It matters because it confirms their security.
How so?
If your total annual income from Social Security, maybe a tiny pension or SSI is, $30,000, $40,000, even $50,000, you are securely within the intended beneficiary group.
So it doesn't matter where they draw that upper line.
Exactly. Regardless of whether the final threshold is $75K or $100K for individuals, your low-income status guarantees your eligibility. You pass the income test with flying colors.
So in other words, the debate about where to draw the line for the upper middle class is just academic for the fixed income recipient. You've already passed the core test.
Right. The only question that really matters for you is the logistics. How quickly can the administration use the existing SSA and VA data to process those payments without making you file anything new?
And that confidence is crucial. It frees you, the listener, from the immediate anxiety of qualification, and it lets you focus on the reality of the situation.
Which is the massive logistical and legislative uncertainty that's still ahead. And now we arrive at the most crucial caveat of all, and we really have to deliver this information with clarity and empathy.
Okay.
We still do not know if this payment will actually happen. The president's remarks are a powerful expression of intent. They're an update on the discussion, but it is not a final confirmation or an approved law.
This is the necessary tempering of enthusiasm. That $2,000 figure is exciting, but we have to face the political reality here. The deep disagreement over whether to use that tariff revenue for debt repayment or for immediate relief, that is a genuine roadblock.
It's a huge one.
Until a bill is formally drafted, passed by both the House and the Senate, and then signed into law, this proposal is stalled. It's stuck in the legislative process.
And the time frame here matters. The president has been talking about this for about a month now, which in legislative terms is basically the blink of an eye.
It's nothing.
It's nothing. The path from a presidential comment about tariffs to a massive nationwide distribution of funds is, well, it's filled with political compromises and potential failure points.
Especially when you have strong opposition to the funding source itself.
Exactly.
We know our listeners need specific answers right now. They're asking, when will my direct deposit show up? When will the paper checks be mailed? But we have to be honest about this logistical gap.
And we have to address this constraint directly. Because this is not yet an approved law, the administration has not provided any official details about payment schedules, specific dates, or, and this is critical, how the payment would interact with existing benefit programs.
This is a vital point that we need to expand on. We cannot tell you if the $2,000 payment will be taxed next year.
We can't.
Or if it might temporarily jeopardize your eligibility for essential programs like SNAP, Medicaid, or housing assistance.
And that brings us to the crucial concept of waivers. Waivers are specific legal clauses that get embedded within the payment legislation itself.
And they ensure that the $2,000 payment is specifically excluded from being counted as income or a resource.
For a set period of time, yes.
Yeah.
And this protection is absolutely necessary. You don't want a low-income person to get $2,000 and then immediately lose $500 a month in Medicaid coverage because their resource limit was temporarily exceeded.
And since the law hasn't been passed, those waivers don't exist yet?
They don't. Which means no official agency can give you details on taxability or resource impact. They have to wait for Congress to legally define the payment's protections.
So this legal void means that any information you see online claiming to have specific payment dates or confirmed tax details is either pure speculation or
much worse, a financial scam. We have to just emphasize, rely only on official channels, the president, official statements, or confirmed legislative text from government websites.
This lack of official logistics creates a dangerous vacuum, especially for low-income and elderly recipients who can be more vulnerable to this kind of exploitation. So we have spent some real time on a proactive warning against scams.
This is maybe the single most important action item we can provide today. Be on guard against fraud. Since confirmed details are scarce, criminals are going to try to fill that void with false claims and sophisticated scams.
Let's get into the specific tactics they use. You have to be highly suspicious of any unsolicited calls, texts, or emails claiming they can expedite your $2,000 dividend.
These scams almost always involve an immediate call to action. They might say there's an issue with your direct deposit and you need to verify your bank account number or social security number.
Either over the phone or by clicking some suspicious link.
Another extremely common one is the fee-to-release scam. A scammer will call, claiming to be from the SSI or the IRS, and say that a small processing fee, maybe $50 or $100, has to be paid.
And they always want it paid in some weird way.
Always.
Yeah.
Using a gift card, cryptocurrency, or a wire transfer to unlock your $2,000 payment.
We need to be crystal clear about the rules of engagement with government agencies. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA, they will never contact you out of the blue by phone, text, or email asking you to verify your direct deposit info.
Or to pay a fee to release your money. These are government agencies. They operate through formal, verified letters sent to your physical mailing address.
So if you get anything suspicious, a text with a non.gov link, a phone call demanding a fee, just remember this one rule.
Trust only official letters sent to your mailing address and verified government websites ending in .gov. If someone is pressuring you to act immediately or pay money, it is 100% a scam. Hang up and report it.
Protecting the money you already have is just as important as receiving new funds.
Absolutely.
Furthermore, we need to connect this $2,000 proposal to the broader economic picture. This is not being framed as a permanent structural change to benefits.
That's right. It's not a massive KLA boost or some long-term reform of Social Security.
No.
It's explicitly framed as potential emergency relief, driven by a specific, unique economic situation, this new tariff revenue, and the context of ongoing inflation.
So it's intended to be a one-time dividend.
Yeah.
A non-recurring payment.
Exactly. It's aimed at providing immediate economic support, not a permanent increase to your monthly benefits. It's designed to offer breathing room in the short term, not a long-term structural fix.
So to sum up the current status, we have high intent from the president, we have clear eligibility based solely on income, but the reality is there are zero concrete logistical details.
No payment dates, no tax rules, no waiver protections, because the legislative process just hasn't been completed yet. That is the current reality of the $2,000 dividend discussion.
All right, let's consolidate the most vital takeaways from this deep dive just to make sure these facts stick with you as you track this proposal going forward.
Okay, first key takeaway, the amount. We are talking about a potential $2,000 stimulus dividend per person. That figure has been confirmed repeatedly.
Second, who qualifies? Eligibility is determined by income, class, middle, and lower income people only. If you're categorized as high income, you are explicitly excluded from this plan.
Third, income definition. And this is the crucial point for our community. Fixed income from the SSA, SSI, SSDI, and the VA, it all counts as income. You do not need to be working, and you do not need to file a new tax return to qualify as long as your total annual income is within the lower bracket. So the government will use the records they already have.
And fourth, status and caution. This is currently a proposal. It depends on that tariff revenue, and it depends on legislative approval. So while the intent is high, its final distribution is still uncertain.
And until it's signed into law, trust no one offering you payment dates or demanding fees. This potential $2,000 payment, if it is approved, could provide essential dignity and breathing room for millions struggling with bills.
We understand the hope that's tied to this figure, and we're going to continue to monitor every single official update, every statement, and every legislative action to bring you the facts as soon as they're available.
So we encourage you to follow this closely and please remain vigilant. Until we have confirmed logistics and waiver protections, rely only on verifiable official sources. Protect your information.
Don't fall for the sophisticated scams that are trying to capitalize on this uncertainty.
And before we sign off, we just want to offer one final provocative thought for you to consider. We talked about the historical income threshold of $75,000 and that outlier of $100,000. For a payment that's truly aimed at providing effective, targeted relief, especially in this economy, what specific income line do you believe should be drawn for eligibility?
That's a great question. Drop your thoughts on the 75K versus 100K question, or maybe a different number entirely, in the comments below. Engage with us and share your perspective.
Thank you for joining us for this crucial deep dive into your source material. Stay informed, stay safe, and we will catch you on the next. The White House has really doubled down on a commitment here.
They really have a big one.
And it could mean a $2,000 plus direct payment?
At least $2,000, yes.
Right.
Or a dividend, as they're calling it.
Right, a dividend. Landing in the pockets of, millions of people. Retirees, folks on Social Security, SSDI.
And low-income beneficiaries. We're going to break down the 5 key pieces of evidence from some really high-profile officials.
We're talking Treasury Secretary, the President's economic advisor, people who are pushing hard for this money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll cover who qualifies, the source of the funding, which is tariffs, interestingly enough, and the timeline you need to know about.
And this isn't just talk, right? This feels like a clear commitment, one that puts the administration under, immense political pressure to actually deliver.
It does. So stay with us to get the facts, and just as importantly, to understand the financial protections that have to be in place for this money to truly help you.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. This is the place where we try to cut through all the noise and just deliver the essential facts you need. And today, we are laser focused on a financial update that is, I think it's fair to say, generating a lot of hope and maybe some anxiety, too.
For sure. Especially for those of you on fixed incomes.
Exactly. Our retirees on Social Security, people receiving SSI, those on Social Security disability insurance, and, of course, low-income veterans.
We know how critical financial security is.
And when you start hearing high-level government officials promising thousands of dollars in direct payments, you need clarity. You need comprehensive clarity, not just bits and pieces of rumors.
And that's our mission today. It's very specific. We're going to isolate these recent high-level political commitments around this potential $2,000 dividend payment.
And really dissect the official sources.
Yes, we have to move beyond just the headlines. What do the actual words being used by the president, by his top financial advisors, what do they reveal about the real likelihood of this payment?
And the mechanics behind it, right? The funding, the legislative steps that absolutely must happen before a single dollar gets delivered.
That's the key.
Okay, so let's just anchor ourselves right away to that core promise. We are talking about a proposed payment of at least $2,000.
At least. That's the floor they've set.
And I think the biggest difference between this and, past relief efforts is just the scale of the public commitment.
I agree. By having so many different, highly visible people confirming this number.
They've kind of painted themselves into a corner. The political cost of failing on this promise now is just incredibly high.
It's huge. And to really understand the weight of that commitment, we have to start with how they're planning to pay for it, the funding mechanism.
Right, because this is not being framed as a typical stimulus check, which, usually adds to the national deficit.
No, this is deliberate. They're framing it as a rebate. Or that word again, a dividend.
And it's funded specifically by tariff revenue.
Specifically, money collected from taxes on imported goods. That's the plan.
That distinction, framing it as a dividend from tariffs, that feels like the whole political game right there, doesn't it?
It's the crux of the maneuver, yes. We heard directly from the president's economic advisor, a man named Kevin Hassett.
And he said what, exactly?
He stated explicitly that the tariff revenue that's coming in would be enough to cover the cost of these $2,000 checks.
Without having to, what was the phrase, dig into the rest of the budget.
That is the pivotal claim. It's designed to immediately quiet down any concerns from, fiscally conservative lawmakers or critics of deficit spending.
Well, this is where we have to be careful, right?
This is where we need to introduce a note of critical caution.
Yes.
Well, the administration is insisting the money is there from tariff revenue.
Some outside analyses aren't so sure.
Exactly. Some external financial analyses suggest that the year-over-year tariff numbers, which can be, very volatile.
Up one year, down the next.
Right. They might not perfectly line up with the total amount of money needed for a payment of this scale to millions and millions of Americans.
So, okay, if the math is even a little shaky, why commit so heavily to the tariff funding idea?
It's all about political strategy and, frankly, optics.
Okay.
By attaching the payment to a dedicated existing revenue stream, these tariffs, they're trying to depoliticize the cost.
They're saying this isn't new spending.
This is just us returning money that was already collected at the border. It's a powerful message. If they were to back away from that tariff funding claim later on.
The criticism would be immense.
Not just from the opposition, but probably from within their own base who like that non-deficit approach.
So the commitment to the amount, $2,000, that's strong. And the commitment to the funding mechanism, tariffs, is just as strong, even if the numbers are a little debatable.
Exactly.
So what's the operational status right now? Where do things stand today?
As of this moment, the commitment level is extraordinarily high. But, this is a huge but, this is not yet approved or funded.
Not yet law.
Not yet law. Kevin Hassett was very unambiguous on this point. This requires formal legislation from Congress.
So no executive order can make this happen?
No. Unlike some other emergency actions, this specific use of tariff money and this kind of distribution, it just can't be done by executive order alone. That requirement for congressional action is the single biggest, most immediate hurdle this $2,000 proposal is facing.
Okay, so let's unpack that extraordinary evidence. We're calling this the weight of commitment because, the sources really do show a level of coordination you rarely see for a bill that hasn't even been written yet.
It's a deliberate strategy.
Yeah.
It's meant to force this entire issue right onto the congressional calendar.
To really get the weight of the promise being made to you, our listener, we need to look at the specific messaging from, 5 separate confirmations?
5. All high profile. They're all acting in concert. It's very clear.
Okay, so let's start at the very top. The 2 public presidential statements we found in the source material.
Okay, so the first statement, which came out on a Sunday, that was the original announcement that really kicked this all off.
What was the quote?
The quote we saw was, at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid.
So right from the jump, it establishes the dollar figure and the main exclusion?
Immediately. And then, he didn't wait. The president quickly followed up to double down on that promise.
How quickly?
The very next day, on Monday, there was explicit reinforcement of that $2,000 payment amount.
Wow, so that's tactical.
Oh, it's very tactical. The speed of that repetition prevents the promise from just being dismissed as, a passing comment or maybe a misstatement.
It signals this is an official priority.
Exactly. It shows the proposal has been vetted internally and is now front and center for the administration.
You said earlier that the word dividend is crucial. Let's dig into that a little deeper. Why is dividend so different from, say, stimulus check?
The semantics are absolutely key for the legislative path this has to take.
Yeah.
A stimulus check, like we saw during the pandemic relief efforts.
CARES Act and all that.
Right. That usually implies an advanced refundable tax credit or a direct appropriation. It's meant to counteract an economic slowdown. A dividend, in the way they're using it here, it signals a distribution or a return of collected public funds.
The tariff money?
Specifically, the tariff revenue. So it's an attempt to legally and politically classify the payment as a redistribution of existing federal income, not as new spending. And that changes everything in how the Treasury Department has to account for it.
And that initial exclusion, high-income people, is also a big deal right from the start.
A very big deal. By setting that exclusion criteria up front, the administration is clearly communicating that this is targeted relief.
It's not for everyone.
No. It implies immediate high-priority support for the low-income sector, which, of course, includes our fixed-income audience, Social Security, SSI, disability beneficiaries. It positions the whole thing as a mechanism for financial equity, not just some broad cash handout.
So, okay, the president sets the promise and the tone. Now, who are the 3 officials who have come out and confirmed the active pursuit of this payment?
We can start with Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor. His statements were all about the feasibility, the numbers.
Right. His key quote was that he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight. What does that specific phrasing tell us about where they are in the process?
It tells us they're in that crucial phase of final cost analysis and coordination. They're moving from a general idea to the nitty-gritty implementation details.
Like calculating the exact total cost.
And confirming that tariff revenue stream. His confirmation that there is enough money from tariffs to pay for the $2,000 checks without touching the main budget, that's the administration's primary shield against deficit critics.
And Hassett also gave us the first real, tangible clue about eligibility, didn't he?
He did. He brought up the discussion of a $100,000 income threshold for families.
100,000.
Now, he was careful. He said this figure is in discussion and it's not finalized. But it gives us the first concrete idea of where they might draw that line for the high-income people exclusion.
So we can think of that number as a potential ceiling.
A ceiling for the middle class, yes.
Right.
Which, by extension, reinforces the automatic inclusion of the vast majority of fixed-income beneficiaries who earn well below that figure.
Okay, moving to data point number 4. We heard from Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary, and of course the Treasury is the department that would actually be cutting the checks.
Besson's statement was powerful simply because of his position. He's the one who has to make it happen.
And what did he say?
He confirmed the administrative commitment, stating very clearly, the White House is committed to making that happen. Yes.
That's pretty direct.
It's not a policy advisor or a press secretary. This is the head of the financial department responsible for execution, confirming it's a priority.
He also mentioned that they're currently exploring all legal options to get it done. What does that exploration phase usually mean?
It means the legal teams are working overtime to identify the fastest and most airtight legislative vehicle.
So should it be a standalone bill?
Or should it be attached to a must-pass piece of legislation? Or maybe structured through an existing statute? The commitment to exploring all legal options shows a high level of operational intent to follow through on this political promise. They know the legislative landscape is tricky.
And the fifth piece of evidence came from the communication side of things from Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary.
Right. She reinforced the administration's commitment to this $2,000 proposal.
So when you put it all together,
when you have confirmation across policy with Hassett, finance with Besson, and communications with Leavitt, all backing up the president's initial announcement, it makes this promise nearly impossible to walk back without facing severe political backlash.
It's a really exceptional case of unified messaging.
Designed to build public momentum and, let's be honest, pressure Congress.
Okay, that political leverage is massive. But let's circle back to that big roadblock. Congress. We know it needs legislation.
That legislative reality is the center of gravity for this whole thing right now. Hassett was firm. Without legislation, the money cannot flow.
But the sources did give us a little glimmer of hope there.
A very intriguing update, yes. It noted that lawmakers are reportedly warming up to the idea of these payments.
Which suggests the public campaign is working.
It suggests the administration's public push and the enthusiasm it's generated are having the intended effect. It's softening that initial congressional resistance, which is a necessary first step toward actually getting it passed.
And for our audience, the crucial takeaway here is that this is meant to be immediate, targeted financial relief.
Absolutely. This $2,000 payment is being talked about as a one-time dividend, a cash injection.
It's not a permanent change to Social Security or SSI benefits.
No, and it's not a change to the annual cost of living adjustment, the CCOLA. It's designed to provide immediate breathing room against the current pressures of inflation. That's a very distinct goal from long-term benefit reform.
All right, let's get to the question that is on everyone's mind, the most pressing one for millions of our listeners. Who specifically qualifies to receive this $2,000 check?
This is where we have to shift from political commitment to the technical criteria. And we have to be clear. We're relying on the parameters discussed so far, but everyone must remember that the final language in the bill is what will ultimately govern eligibility.
Okay. So the only clear exclusion mentioned by the president was high-income people. Let's dissect that $100,000 tentative threshold that the economic advisor brought up.
Okay. If that figure, $100,000 for families, actually holds, it casts a very wide net.
Put that in perspective for us.
Well, that number is significantly higher than the average income for a retired person or someone who relies solely on federal disability benefits.
For sure.
For tax purposes, $100,000 often defines the upper middle class. So by setting the ceiling there, they're ensuring that the vast majority of American households, especially those who've seen their fixed incomes just get eaten away by inflation, will be included.
So if that generous threshold holds up, What's the clear inference for Social Security retirees, for people on SSDI, SSI, and our low-income veterans?
The inference is unambiguous. They are the core intended beneficiaries.
They're the target audience.
Absolutely. Whether an SSI recipient is single or married, their income levels are far, far below that $100,000 family threshold. This dividend is explicitly aimed at giving a substantial cash boost to the lower economic tiers, giving them the maximum benefit.
So if you are currently getting Social Security retirement or disability SSI or VA compensation, you should feel pretty confident you're in that target group.
You should confidently assume you are included, yes.
But, and we have to say this very strongly, that $100,000 number is not law.
That is vital. Because the legislation hasn't been written yet, the precise income thresholds are still in discussion.
Congress could change it.
Congress might choose to use adjusted gross income from your last tax filing, or they could use an even lower threshold than the $100,000 figure being discussed. We just have to watch the drafting of the bill text very carefully. But the overall intent is crystal clear. The relief is for those who need it most.
What about the logistics, actually getting the payment? For those who are already on the government benefit rolls, will there be some new application process?
Based on all the precedent from previous relief efforts, especially those aimed at existing beneficiaries, listeners should expect simplicity.
That's a relief.
It is. If you already get your Social Security retirement, SSDI, SSI, or VA benefits via direct deposit, the process would almost certainly be automatic.
No new paperwork.
No. The infrastructure at the Social Security Administration and the Treasury is already set up to handle these mass distributions without needing new applications from existing recipients.
Why is that automatic nature so important for this audience?
It's a huge accessibility issue. Many seniors or individuals with disabilities might not have easy access to online portals or just the ability to navigate a complex new application process.
Of course.
The automatic distribution ensures that the relief gets to those who are often the most difficult to reach through traditional outreach methods. The system already knows you're eligible. It knows your bank information. They can just process the payment.
Okay, what about residency? The proposal mentions U.S. citizens and everybody except high-income folks. What does that usually mean in practice?
Well, previous payments have generally targeted U.S. citizens and legal residents who either file taxes or receive federal benefits.
So for our core audience...
For our core audience, those already receiving benefits, if you are legally residing in the U.S. and getting those benefits, coverage is widely expected. That would include those in U.S. territories who are eligible for federal programs.
But there's a catch.
There's a potential catch. If the payment ends up being tied to tax filing status, which is pretty common for things called rebates, then the final legislation will have to spell out the specific residency and filing requirements.
All right, let's shift gears to the crucial aspect of timing. Even with this strong commitment, the big question is, when could the money actually arrive? And we have to manage expectations here while detailing what we know about the delivery sequence.
The number one message has to be absolutely clear. We do not have a confirmed payment date or timeline.
None at all.
No. And that's because, as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed, the White House is still exploring all legal options. And more importantly, we are still waiting for congressional approval.
So let's break down that legislative hurdle. How does that political process typically translate into actual time on a calendar?
Okay, so once the legislation is introduced, it has to navigate committee hearings, then floor votes in both the House and the Senate, then reconciliation if there are differences, before it can finally be signed into law by the president.
And that whole process can take how long?
Weeks, or even months. It all depends on the priority level and how much political opposition it faces. We have to stress that the clock on the payment doesn't even start ticking until the president signs the bill.
Okay. But let's assume Congress does pass the bill. How quickly can the administration act then? We have some history to look back on here.
Yes, we do. If you look back at the CARES Act relief, the very first payments took several weeks to reach people after the law was passed.
Just because of the logistics of it?
The sheer logistical complexity of updating the systems for a mass payment. However, the subsequent rounds were much faster.
They learned from the first one.
They did. So once legislation is passed, the SSA and Treasury have shown they can process automated direct deposits within about 2 to 4 weeks for existing beneficiaries. The critical time factor here is getting over that initial political and legislative hurdle. That's the biggest source of any delay.
Okay, so assuming the legislation passes, let's get into the nitty-gritty of how the money will arrive. Since the source doesn't specify the method for this particular payment, we have to rely on precedent.
And we can confidently anticipate they'll use the 3 established channels that they've used for relief payments to Social Security and SSI recipients in the past.
The primary channel, of course, being direct deposit.
Correct. The vast majority of current beneficiaries get their payments via direct deposit. It's the fastest, it's the safest, and it's the most common method. If your current benefits arrive in your bank account, you should expect this dividend to follow the exact same path.
What about the secondary methods? Still vital for those who don't have traditional banking.
For those who rely on paper payments, they will receive paper checks. But we always have to note, this method is slower.
Because of the mail.
Because of postal processing and delivery times. And critically, for many SSI recipients and others who use federal benefit accounts, the money will likely be delivered to the Direct Express card.
Which acts like a prepaid debit card.
Exactly. It's a prepaid debit card for federal benefits. So making sure your Direct Express card is active and current is going to be essential for a smooth transaction.
We touched on special cases earlier. Can we elaborate a bit on how, say, international recipients or those with representative payees might be affected?
Sure. For international recipients of Social Security, the payments are usually processed through a foreign currency exchange, which can inherently add a lot of time, often several weeks compared to a domestic direct deposit.
And for representative payees?
If you have a representative payee, a person or an organization that's authorized to manage your benefits for you, the $2,000 payment would typically be routed to that payee's account or their Direct Express card, just like your regular monthly benefits are managed.
But the final bill will have the last word.
The final legislative text will confirm any exceptions, but the infrastructure for this is already standardized.
Okay, let's say the payment is approved and someone thinks they've been missed, they experience a delay. What's the protocol? They shouldn't be listening to rumors from their neighbors.
Absolutely not. The first and the most reliable signal will be an official letter from the Social Security Administration or the VA.
In the mail.
In the physical mail. The government is legally required to communicate the exact payment schedule and the expected time frame officially. So until you get that letter, you should not assume you've been missed.
Is there a proactive step our listeners can take right now to prepare for a smooth, fast delivery?
Yes. The single most effective thing you can do is log into or set up your My Social Security portal account
at ssa.gov.
That's right. Use this time to make sure your mailing address is correct, and most importantly, verify your direct deposit information. If you've changed banks in the last year, update it right now. A seamless delivery hinges entirely on the system having the correct destination on file for you.
We've established the intent, the logistics. Now, I want to dedicate some real time to the true value of this $2,000 payment, and that means financial protections.
This is the most critical segment for our fixed income audience.
Because without these shields, the money that's intended for relief can just be instantly lost to debt. Or it could jeopardize vital health and housing benefits.
A $2,000 lump sum is only helpful if it doesn't cause a negative consequence somewhere else in your financial life. We need explicit clarity on 4 major protection areas.
Okay, let's start with taxability. Since we're dealing with a dividend, possibly funded by tariffs, not a traditional stimulus, what are the tax implications?
This is a big unknown. Since the specific legislation isn't law yet, we cannot confirm whether the $2,000 will be taxable or tax-free.
What's the precedent?
Historically, stimulus checks were classified as non-taxable advanced tax credits, or rebates. But if this payment is structured as a true dividend or income supplement, it could theoretically be taxable.
So what needs to be in the bill?
It absolutely needs an explicit tax exemption clause in the final bill. If that clause is missing, it could force some low-income beneficiaries to file taxes just to report the income, even if they don't owe anything. The legislation must clearly state that the $2,000 is tax-exempt.
Next up, let's talk about our listeners who are working while receiving benefits, those on retirement or SSDI who have to follow annual earnings limits. Will this $2,000 payment count toward those limits?
It's highly, highly unlikely to count toward annual income limits.
Why not?
Because the annual earnings limits apply to earned income from wages or self-employment. A one-time relief payment, no matter how it's structured, is typically categorized as an excluded source of income.
Because if it did count.
If it were counted as earned income, it would immediately disqualify many beneficiaries from their benefits, which would entirely defeat the purpose of the relief. We fully expect the legislation will include specific language to make sure the payment does not count toward those limits.
Okay, now for the most complex, and I would say most dangerous area for low-income beneficiaries, benefit eligibility shields. And we need to be really clear about the difference between income limits and resource limits.
This is vital, especially for anyone receiving Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, and by extension Medicaid and SNAP food stamps. While income is what you get each month, resources are what you possess, your savings, cash, assets.
And what are the current resource limits for SSI?
They are notoriously painfully low. $2,000 for an individual.
The same amount as the payment.
Exactly. And it's $3,000 for a couple. And this resource test is rigid. If a recipient's countable resources go over that limit for even one day of the month, they can lose their SSI eligibility.
Which means they lose Medicaid, too.
Immediately. The loss of Medicaid and other linked benefits is often the most catastrophic part.
So if an SSI recipient gets a $2,000 lump sum payment, what's the immediate danger here?
The danger is that if that $2,000 is deposited into their bank account and the final bill does not explicitly exclude it from the resource test, that person would suddenly have resources over the $2,000 limit.
And they lose their benefits.
They would immediately lose their SSI. This is why advocacy groups are fighting so hard to make sure the final bill includes a resource exclusion clause. Typically, that allows recipients to hold the money for several months, say 9 to 12 months, before it counts toward the resource limit. Without that specific protection, the intended relief could instantly destroy their access to essential medical and housing aid.
So if you are on SSI, this is the #1 thing in the bill you have to watch for. What about Medicare premiums? Is there any risk there?
Medicare premiums are governed by a different set of rules. They're generally based on your Modified Adjusted Gross Income, or MAGI, from your tax returns from 2 years prior.
So this payment wouldn't affect it?
Even if the $2,000 were somehow taxable, it's a one-time event that is highly unlikely to impact the MGI thresholds that trigger higher premiums.
Oh.
So for the vast majority of our listeners, the $2,000 will have no bearing on their current or future Medicare premiums.
Okay, last one, and this is maybe the most immediate threat to the cash itself. Garnishment and debt protection. Is this $2,000 safe from creditors?
This is arguably the most crucial financial protection that's needed. Without explicit statutory language granting garnishment protection, debt collectors could seize the funds.
We saw this with the pandemic stimulus checks, right?
Yes. They required specific language in the CARES Act and the later bills to shield the funds from being legally claimed by private creditors for consumer debt, credit cards, medical bills, private student loans.
Why can't we just assume the funds are automatically protected like regular Social Security benefits?
Because federal benefits like Social Security and VA payments are protected under existing law. But a one-time dividend payment, especially one that's sourced from tariff revenue and not the traditional SSA trust fund, is legally a different animal.
It's in a gray area.
It's in a gray area. If the legislation doesn't explicitly name this payment type and declare it exempt from garnishment, creditors could have a legal right to intercept it the moment it hits your bank account. This protection is a non-negotiable advocacy point to make sure the relief actually reaches the people it's intended for.
We've covered the whole financial landscape.
Yeah.
Now let's move to the practical, actionable advice every single listener should follow right now, starting with the immediate threat of scams.
Yes. The high-profile nature of this $2,000 promise makes it a prime target for fraudsters. We need to deliver the scam warning with extreme clarity and strength.
Okay, here is the absolute unbreakable rule. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, or the VA, will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money, gift cards, or personal information like your Social Security number or your bank details to receive this payment.
If you get any communication, a phone call, a text message, an email asking you to pay a processing fee or verify your identity to get your $2,000 dividend, it is a scam.
What should you do?
Hang up the phone immediately. Delete the text. Do not click on any links. Government agencies communicate official payment information through verifiable physical mail or secure government portals. That's it.
So what's the official communication rule they should stick to?
You should only trust information you get in official letters sent through the U.S. mail or on verified government websites like SSA.gov or VA.gov. If you are even slightly unsure, do not respond to the suspicious contact. Instead, independently call the official SSA or VA phone numbers you already have on file.
And if they do get a suspicious call or text, where should they report it?
The single most effective action you can take is to report the scam immediately. You can contact the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, or the Social Security Administration's Office of the Inspector General, the OIG.
And that helps everyone.
Quick reporting helps the authorities shut down these scam operations, and it protects other people in your community who might be more vulnerable.
Let's talk for a minute about the delicate balance of managing expectations. The administration has, as we said, painted themselves into this very tight corner. What's the long-term implication of making such a public commitment?
The public commitment is a strategic move. It's meant to create political momentum. As the source material noted, the more public support and awareness there is for this $2,000 payment, the higher the likelihood that Congress will feel pressured to act quickly.
So they basically staked a lot of political capital on delivering this money.
A significant amount, yes. It makes it an inescapable topic on Capitol Hill.
And it's important to keep reinforcing that this $2,000 is a short-term fix. It's separate from long-term benefit structures.
It is. This $2,000 dividend is an immediate, one-time financial fix. It's meant to provide temporary relief. It should not be confused with the big, long-term structural solvency discussions about Social Security or the annual cost of living adjustment.
The kick away.
Right. KRO is an automatic annual increase that's tied to inflation, whereas this is a standalone cash injection designed to address the current cost of living crisis.
From an economic point of view, why is targeting low-income individuals with direct payments often seen as the most effective form of short-term fiscal stimulus?
It has to do with something economists call the marginal propensity to consume.
Which means what?
Simply put, people on fixed incomes or in low-income brackets tend to spend every dollar they receive, and they spend it immediately.
On essentials.
On essentials, rent, food, medicine, utilities. By injecting funds directly into these communities, the money rapidly cycles back into the local economy. It creates a faster, more effective ripple effect than payments that are targeted at high-income earners who might just save or invest the money. It's an immediate, powerful economic catalyst for local communities.
This has been a really exhaustive deep dive into an evolving financial commitment that could genuinely provide life-changing relief for millions. So let's summarize the absolutely essential facts one last time.
Okay. The commitment from the highest levels of the White House to a $2,000 plus payment is robust. It's been confirmed by 5 separate high-profile sources, including the Treasury Secretary and the Economic Advisor, who confirmed it's being actively pursued.
The proposed way to pay for it is specifically the surplus from tariff revenue, structured as a dividend, and the administration insists this funding is fiscally sound.
But crucially, this promise still requires congressional legislation to become law. It is not approved yet, and the timing hinges completely on that legislative action.
Eligibility is focusing clearly on non-high-income families, with discussions centering on a possible $100,000 threshold for families. And this means that retirees, SSDI, SSI recipients, and low-income veterans are the clear intended beneficiaries.
And most importantly, for your financial protection, the final bill must include clauses guaranteeing it's tax-exempt, that it's excluded from SSI resource limits, and that it has garnishment protection from debt collectors. No action is needed from you yet, but please be vigilant against scams.
So what does all this political pressure mean for you, the listener, right at this moment?
It means the political cost of failure is enormous. This public commitment puts incredible, unprecedented pressure on Congress to deliver this payment. The next few weeks, as lawmakers get back to session and debate the legislative vehicles, will determine if this strong intent translates into actual law.
And if this $2,000 can provide the dignity, the breathing room, and the relief that so many people are hoping for as they continue to face these rising costs, we want you to be the very first to know the moment there is a definitive legislative update, a payment date, or the final eligibility rules are set. Please subscribe right now and turn on your notifications so you never miss an official update from our deep dive team.
And please share this deep dive with anyone else in your life, a family member, a friend, a neighbor who relies on these benefits and needs the factual clarity we tried to provide today. And leave your most pressing questions in the comments below.
We really appreciate you trusting us to guide you through this complex, critical financial news. Stay safe, stay informed, and we will catch you next time for the...
We have a major financial update to talk about today. It's coming directly from discussions, right inside the Oval Office. Well, we're talking about a potential large-scale payment. Some are saying $2,000, others are just saying thousands of dollars. Yeah. And this isn't just another rumor. The level of public commitment we're seeing from the President, from the Treasury Secretary, it's unusually high.
It really is. And for you, for everyone listening, especially if you're on a fixed income retirees, people receiving SSI, SSDI, the question really splits in two, doesn't it?
Okay.
First, is this money real? Is it concrete? And second, if it is it coming soon, or is it just, being dangled out there on a political calendar way off in the future?
Right. The immediate need versus the political game.
That tension is the single biggest thing we need to clear up today.
And we have to get this point across right from the very start. The conversations they're having explicitly cover a huge, huge percentage of the population. So if you get Social Security, if you get SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, and you've been hearing this confusing government speak about working families and getting worried.
Yes, a lot of people are.
Exactly. We're going to spend a good amount of time today taking those fears apart piece by piece with facts and history and just basic political logic. You are not being left out of this conversation.
And we're also going to dive deep into the mechanics of this thing. I mean, how they plan to pay for it. A $2,000 payment? That's nearly $600 billion.
$600 billion.
The plan is to fund it all through tariff revenue, which, well, it creates a huge logistical puzzle. It's a massive reprioritization of how the government spends its money. And that's why the timeline is so uncertain, even though, as you said, the commitment from lawmakers feels overwhelming right now.
So that's our mission for this deep dive. We're going to unpack these brand new statements. We'll clarify the sheer size of this plan, analyze the two very different timelines, the political one and the economic one, and most importantly, we're going to give you the straight facts you need about whether you're eligible for this money. So let's get into it.
Welcome.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today we are jumping right into the latest official statements on this proposed financial distribution. It's being called a few different things, right? A dividend payment, a rebate.
Right, but functionally, it's a stimulus check. The goal is to put cash directly into people's hands.
And our source material is as fresh as it gets. We're talking about statements made by the president just today, plus comments that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made over the weekend. So we're getting a really complete picture of where the administration stands right now.
And that combination is so important. You have the president's direct remarks, the big picture, and then the Treasury Secretary's perspective, which gives you the financial nuts and bolts. But what's really fascinating to me is the speed and the intensity of it all. It's not just one or two officials anymore. We're hearing from high-profile lawmakers. We're hearing from senators, the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary himself. They're all giving updates almost every single day on this $2,000 idea.
It feels like they're all singing from the same song sheet, which is rare.
It is. And that intensity, it suggests that the political price for not doing it is already huge. After this much public talk, after all these promises, I mean, politically, logistically, it almost has to be a certain thing at this point. The train has left the station.
Okay, so let's unpack the heart of the plan. This potential $2,000 payment and, as you said, the surprisingly tricky way they plan to fund it.
Let's do it.
First, the benefit itself. A $2,000 lump sum payment for an individual. For families, we're talking thousands of dollars. For so many people right now, especially on fixed incomes, where the COLA increases just aren't keeping up with inflation, this isn't pocket change.
Not at all. It's breathing room. It's help with groceries that cost a fortune or prescription copays. It's real life-stabilizing relief.
And the administration is being very careful with their language, calling it a dividend or a rebate.
They are. The idea is to frame it as returning money to the public, not just printing it out of nowhere. But it's the sheer scale of it that makes the financing so difficult.
Yeah.
To really get why this has been such a challenge, you have to look at their funding source, tariff revenue. The plan is to take a huge chunk of that money, about $600 billion, and send it straight out as these payments.
That's a huge shift. So if they're only using tariffs, we need to understand what that $600 billion means compared to what they normally collect. What does that actually look like?
Well, this is what puts the whole challenge into perspective. Let's do the math from the sources. To send $2,000 checks to their target audience, which is about 85% of the population, or roughly 284 million people, they need something like $568 billion.
So they just rounded up to $600 billion.
Exactly. Now, compare that to normal operations. In a typical year, the U.S. brings in about $350 billion from all tariffs combined.
Hold on. If they need $600 billion, but they only collect $350 billion a year, that's almost 2 full years of tariff money.
That's it exactly. They would have to dedicate nearly 2 full years' worth of incoming trade revenue just for this one single program. And you have to remember, that's not money that's just sitting in a spare stimulus fund.
Right, it's already spoken for.
It's critical for the rest of the federal budget. It pays for everything from infrastructure projects to defense spending to, just paying interest on the national debt. So when you reallocate $600 billion, you create this massive immediate hole in the general budget.
Which then has to be filled somehow.
Right. Either by moving money from other departments, which is politically very difficult, or, and this is more likely, just by increasing the deficit. This whole logistical mess is why the sources are saying the administration is still, quote, winning it. They don't have a fully written, detailed proposal yet.
Which brings up a really important question. You said there's this huge commitment from the top. If the funding is this hard, if it requires this much planning, why are they talking about it so much in public? Why announce it before all the details are locked down?
Because the politics of it create this self-fulfilling pressure. Think about it. If the president, the Treasury Secretary, the economic advisor, if they all go out and publicly promise a $2,000 payment over and over again,
the cost of not delivering becomes catastrophic.
Exactly. The political fallout would be severe. The sources say it would create a lot of very, very upset people. At this point, the cost of backing out is probably higher than the cost of just figuring out the messy funding part.
So the constant updates, the daily press hits.
Yeah.
They're a kind of commitment insurance. They're building up public expectation to basically force their own hand.
That's a great way to put it.
But let me play skeptic for a second here. If the plan is still preliminary and the math is hard, what happens if they fail? What if they can't deliver the full $2,000 or they have to delay it again and again?
The sources are pretty clear on that. Any failure to deliver on the promised scale and timeline would just crush public trust, especially for lower income folks and people on fixed incomes who are hanging on every one of these updates. If they came out and said, sorry, it's only going to be 1,000, it would be seen as a major betrayal. It would turn a logistical problem into a massive political crisis.
So the PR strategy they're using, it signals their intent, but it also creates this huge liability if they can't actually pull it off.
An enormous liability. So for now, we have to assume they are 100% dedicated to finding that $600 billion, even if the when of it all is still up in the air.
And that brings us perfectly to the biggest question of all, the timing. When exactly could people expect to see this money?
Right. And there are two very different answers to that question.
Let's start with the official one. I'm going to relay the president's statement from today directly about the timeline. He said the money is, quote, likely coming sometime in the middle of next year, or possibly a little bit later than the middle of next year.
Okay, so let's break that down. Middle of next year means summer. A little bit later could mean late summer, early fall. And that timing aligns perfectly. And I mean, it is perfectly aligned with the political calendar.
You're talking about the midterm elections.
Of course. That timeline puts the distribution of these checks right smack in the window just before the midterms.
And we should be clear, as analysts, we're not making a political comment here. We're just pointing out a historical pattern.
It's just a recognized trend. It's a fact. If you look back at the big stimulus payments, that $1,400 check, even parts of the $600 one, they were timed with a very keen eye on major elections. The source material is very blunt about it. They call it a vote-gathering exercise. It's a proven strategy. You provide a big financial boost right before a major election using, taxpayer or tariff funds to build up goodwill.
And the fact that the administration is comfortable saying that timeline out loud, middle of next year, that's almost an admission of the strategy itself.
It really is. It signals that this is the plan.
Okay, but let's push back on that a little. For the sake of our listeners on fixed incomes who are struggling right now, if this is all about getting votes, why would they target reliable voters? Seniors, retirees, but they are already a very reliable voting bloc. Wouldn't it make more sense politically to focus the money on younger, less reliable voters to try and boost turnout there?
That is an excellent question, and it gets at a deeper level of the political math here. It's about more than just trying to convert non-voters. It's also about affirmation and scale. So yes, seniors are reliable voters, but they're also a massive organized bloc that is feeling the most acute financial pain right now because their incomes are fixed.
So you're saying it's about shoring up your base?
It's about shoring up your base, and it's about the sheer scale of the payment. These payments are designed to be broad. By including the fixed income community, they make sure the money touches nearly every household in the country in some way. You get huge political capital by rewarding a reliable bloc while also reaching the wider electorate, trying to exclude them just to chase a few new voters. It's a huge risk for a very small reward. The sources are clear. The scale is what gives it political power.
So the default plan, the political plan, is for mid-next year, assuming the economy stays a little stable.
Right.
But you mentioned there's a huge wild card in all of this, a massive contingency that could speed everything up, the economic uncertainty factor.
Yes, this is the big one. That mid-next year timeline is only the plan if the economy is considered fine, or at least stable enough for the next 8 months or so. But there is an immediate catastrophic trigger that changes everything. If the economy, quote, crashes and burns in the next few weeks or months, the sources say the money would go out practically immediately.
That is a critical distinction.
Yeah.
But what does crashes and burns actually mean? We can't just leave it as a vague term. What are the specific economic signs they'd be looking for?
That's the key question. The president didn't list specific triggers today, but the economists cited in our sources suggest we should be watching for 3 main indicators. First, a rapid jump in the unemployment rate. If it spikes up over, say, 5.5%, 6% in just a month or two, that's a huge red flag.
Okay.
Second, 2 straight quarters of negative GDP growth. That's the textbook definition of a recession. And third would be some kind of major instability in the banking system or the housing market, something that signals a systemic crisis is brewing. If any one of those things happens, or even if there's just a really severe slowdown that feels like a recession, which frankly a lot of people think we're already in, that becomes the catalyst. That's what forces them to distribute the money immediately and forget all about the political timing.
And if they do have to pivot to an emergency distribution because the economy collapses,
the
whole plan changes, right? The funding, the scale. The source material mentioned a whole lot of money printing and helicopter money. We need to explain what that actually means for people listening.
This is absolutely crucial context. When we're talking about funding through tariffs, that's the slow, politically timed plan. When we're talking about an emergency response, we are talking about a totally different beast. We're talking about direct monetary intervention from the central bank. Helicopter money might sound a little silly, but it's a real term economists use. It was popularized by Milton Friedman, and it describes an emergency action where newly created money is injected directly into the economy, into the hands of the public.
It's like it's literally being dropped from a helicopter.
Exactly. It's a last resort measure to fight off deflation and spark demand when just cutting interest rates isn't enough.
So how would this emergency approach compare to what we saw during the pandemic?
The language in the sources is very, very strong on this point. During the pandemic, the total response involved printing something like $6 trillion, which was unprecedented. The analysis suggests that if the next economic crisis is seen as being deeper or more severe than the COVID lockdown crisis, the government's response could actually dwarf that. The context is, if $6 trillion felt nuts a few years ago, the next response could be significantly larger. Some projections are even throwing around numbers as high as $15 trillion in new stimulus.
Wow.
It just shows that if the economy really does falter, they are prepared to act with immense, overwhelming force almost overnight. And that would pull the timeline for these payments from mid-next year to, practically right now.
Okay, this is a perfect pivot to what is probably the #1 cause of anxiety for our listeners, eligibility. Over the weekend, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said this money would be for working families. And that one phrase, it caused immediate panic among fixed income recipients. Retirees, people on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, they heard that and thought, well, that's not me. I'm not working. I'm out.
And we have to address that fear directly, with absolute clarity. Please, if you're listening, do not let that language discourage you or worry you. The phrase working families it's political shorthand. It's government jargon. It has, and I want to be very clear, nothing to do with whether you are currently employed and drawing a paycheck.
It's a broad catch-all term.
It's a term designed to signal that the money is going to productive members of society. And receiving Social Security is an earned benefit. You worked for it. You are absolutely part of that demographic.
So if I'm a retiree listening to this, or I'm on SSI, I should just mentally translate working families to families who are under a certain income level.
Precisely. That is exactly right. The true and the only determining factor for your eligibility will be your income, not your work status. The government has no system, and certainly no desire, to try and audit your current employment for a broad payment like this. If you are retired, if you are disabled, if you're a survivor, your eligibility is all about your adjusted gross income, or AGI.
So let's get into those income numbers, based on the sources. The administration has thrown around the figure under $100,000, but history tells us it will probably be a bit lower than that.
That's right. The general consensus is that 100,000 is more of a political talking point, to signal that millionaires aren't getting checks. But the final practical income cap will almost certainly be lower, just so the money is more targeted to the people who will actually spend it and stimulate the economy. The expectation is that the final limits will look a lot like the last stimulus rounds,
which were roughly $75,000 for a single person.
And $150,000 for a married couple filing their taxes together.
So for the vast majority of our listeners on fixed incomes, it boils down to one simple question. Is your total annual income, including your Social Security and any other money, below that $75,000 or $150,000 line?
And if the answer to that is yes, then all the other language from the Treasury Secretary doesn't matter. You are eligible. Retirees, SSI recipients, SSDI recipients, VA beneficiaries, you are all included if you meet that income test. We really have to tune out the panic from vague political words and just focus on the technical facts.
And this goes right back to the political logic we were talking about before. Let's just hammer this point one more time, because I think it's the most reassuring thing we can say. If this payment is timed to influence an election, what would be the political reality of excluding fixed income recipients?
It would be political suicide. I mean, it would be completely destructive. When you look at who votes in this country, seniors, retirees, Social Security beneficiaries, they are one of the largest, most engaged, and most reliable voting blocs there is, period.
They show up.
They always show up. So to design this massive, expensive handout to generate goodwill right before an election and then deliberately exclude that huge, powerful group, the sources say that's just not a realistic scenario. It's politically impossible. Any politician who proposed that would face an immediate and severe backlash.
And this isn't just a theory, right? We have three very clear, very recent examples to back this up.
Exactly. This isn't guesswork. The three big stimulus checks in 2020 and 2021, the $1,200, the $600, and the $1,300 payments, every single one of them included every major fixed income group: Social Security retirees, people on disability, SSDI and SSI survivors, VA beneficiaries. They were all included as long as they were under the income limit. And since they were included all three times before using the same basic system, the expectation has to be that they'll be included again.
Okay, now let's get into some of the technical details. I know tax rules can sound a little dry, but understanding the actual mechanism they use to send this money is the key. It's the reason why people on fixed incomes, even people who don't file taxes, are included automatically.
This technical definition is really the core protection for our audience. A stimulus check isn't legally defined as some kind of, random government handout. It is officially structured as an advance of a refundable tax credit that is tied to your federal tax return.
Okay, let's spend a minute on that, because the difference between refundable and non-refundable is everything. That one word is the firewall that protects fixed income recipients.
It is. Let's start with a normal tax credit, a non-refundable one. That kind of credit can only lower the amount of tax you owe down to zero. So if you owe $1,000 in taxes, a $1,000 credit is great. It wipes out your bill. But if your income is so low you owe zero in taxes, you get nothing. The credit is worthless to you.
Right. Now, what about the stimulus mechanism?
The stimulus uses a refundable tax credit. And this is the magic key. A refundable credit means it can reduce your tax bill below zero. Even if your total income is so low that you owe $0 in federal taxes, which is the case for many people living only on Social Security or SSI, you still get the full amount of the credit as a cash refund check. The government is, in effect, fronting you the cash no matter what your tax bill is.
And that's the legal structure that ensures low-income people who aren't working, in the traditional sense, still get paid.
That's it. And it directly answers that other huge question we always get. I don't file a tax return because my income is too low. Will I still get the money?
And the answer, based on the last three rounds, is a clear yes.
Yes. Receiving the payment is tied to your income being below the line, not to the physical act of filing a tax form. What happened in 2020 and 2021 is that the Social Security Administration, the VA, and other agencies shared their payment data directly with the IRS. That allowed the IRS to just automatically process and send out direct deposits or paper checks to beneficiaries, even if they hadn't filed a tax return in years. The system is built to find and pay people who are outside the normal tax filing system.
Now, it's worth noting that while this refundable tax credit is the standard way to do a big, broad stimulus, the government has used other, more targeted methods in the past.
They have, yes. The sources point to one example back in May of 2009. There was a dedicated $250 economic recovery payment that was sent specifically and only to Social Security beneficiaries. So it shows they have the ability to do these very targeted payments. But because this current plan involves the whole population and this whole tariff revenue idea, the refundable tax credit is almost certainly the path they'll take. The infrastructure is already there.
Okay, finally on the mechanics, we have to talk about garnishment. This is a big deal. Normally, fixed income benefits are very protected from debt collectors. But the stimulus checks were sometimes a different story. What should people be watching for?
This is a really vital point. You're right, Social Security benefits are generally protected from being garnished by private debt collectors. But with the last stimulus payments, Congress didn't pass specific laws to protect those particular checks, so they were sometimes treated differently. There were a few rare but very important exceptions where the money could be seized.
Who were they?
The two main vulnerabilities were, first, garnishment for back taxes that you owed directly to the IRS itself. If you owe the IRS, they can take it. And second, garnishment for back child support payments. And we should also just quickly mention the other non-garnishment issues. If you were claimed as an adult dependent on someone else's tax return, you wouldn't get a check. Or if your funds are managed by a representative payee who, mismanages the money, those are other ways the payment could be missed.
So the big takeaway here is that while most people got the money with no problem, there were these loopholes for things like back taxes and child support. And we'll have to see if Congress adds specific protections this time.
Exactly. Until a law is passed to explicitly protect this specific payment, that risk is still there. But the overall message for the vast majority of fixed income beneficiaries is clear. You are included, and the system is designed to get the money to you.
We have gone through a ton of detail today. So before we wrap up, let's do a quick high-level summary. Let's reinforce the core facts from the administration's latest statements and our analysis.
Okay, let's boil it down to the certainties and the variables. The certain part. The payment is likely $2,000, maybe more for families. The political commitment to do something is overwhelming, and the funding plan is ambitious, right? Nearly $600 billion from tariffs.
And the variable part is the timeline, which is split into two very different possibilities. Possibility one is the political timeline.
Right. That's the default plan. Assuming the economy holds steady, the money comes in the middle of next year, timed for the midterms.
And then there's possibility two, the economic timeline.
The wild card. If the economy takes a nosedive in the coming months, that distribution speeds up dramatically. It becomes an emergency stimulus, and it happens practically immediately, likely with a lot of newly created money.
And let's restate the most important reassurance for everyone listening who is on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits.
Your eligibility is based on your income. That's it. It will likely be around $75,000 for an individual, $150,000 for a married couple. It is not based on your employment status. The legal structure, the historical precedent, and the political reality all point in the same direction. Fixed income recipients are expected to be fully included. So please, do not let vague terms like working families cause you any stress. If your income is below the line, you are included.
Let's also talk about scams for a moment. While we're all waiting for this to play out, this is when the scammers come out of the woodwork. What should our listeners be watching out for?
This is so important. Every time a payment like this is discussed, the scams explode. So let us be extremely blunt. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA, they will never call you. They will never text you. They will never email you asking for your personal information or your bank account details for this payment.
Never.
It will not happen. These agencies only communicate through official letters mailed to your address on file or through the secure government websites like the My Social Security portal. If you get a call, a text, or an email, it's a scam. Do not engage. Do not click any links. And please tell your friends and family the same thing.
Okay, so final thoughts on all this.
Yeah.
We have this really frustrating situation, right? This high level of commitment, but this deep uncertainty about the timeline.
It is frustrating. The waiting is stressful. But I think the forces pushing this payment forward are just immense. You have the overwhelming political pressure on one side, and on the other, you have the very real possibility of an economic downturn that would force their hand. When you combine those two things, it strongly, strongly suggests that some kind of significant payment is going to happen within the next 12 months. We just need to watch the economic news very closely because that's the wild card that could change the timeline overnight.
And that's really the essential message we want to leave you with today. For so many of you, these potential payments aren't just a number. They represent real stability. They can provide that crucial breathing room, help you catch up on bills, or just offer a little bit of dignity during what are very tight financial times. And that's true whether the reason it comes is political or economic. We are tracking every single update on this, and we will be right back here the moment a definitive plan is announced.
So continue to monitor all the official communications. Be prepared for that political timeline next year, but just stay aware that economic events could accelerate everything very suddenly.
We really encourage you to keep following these updates. If this deep dive gave you some clarity and maybe a little peace of mind, please subscribe to the channel, like the video, and share it. Share it with your friends, your family members, anyone on a fixed income who needs these facts right now. We really appreciate you joining us for this comprehensive deep dive.
Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we are cutting straight through all the noise.
A lot of noise.
So much noise around what might be one of the biggest financial updates we've seen in a while. We're talking about the very real possibility of thousands of dollars in direct payments.
Right.
Specifically, that number we keep hearing is $2,000, and it could be coming to you as emergency relief.
And that's the keyword, relief. And for those of you on a fixed income, and we know that so many of you listening, whether you're a retiree or you're receiving Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA benefits, your biggest question is always, am I included?
Of course.
We're going to make it crystal clear today why this payment is, well, it's pretty much designed with you in mind.
Yeah, this money could provide that breathing room everyone needs for bills, for rising costs, and we're going to break down the timeline, who's eligible, and how to protect yourself right now.
Let's do it.
Okay, so let's really set the stage. Our mission today is to focus on these really high-profile updates. They're coming directly from the administration. We're talking the president, the Treasury Secretary.
Yep.
And they're using this specific term, dividend payments.
Right. And we need to translate that immediately. When you hear dividend payment, just, think stimulus check.
Exactly. It's a direct payment.
It's a direct payment. And the number that keeps coming up over and over is $2,000. Or sometimes they'll phrase it as thousands of dollars.
And what feels different this time, and you've pointed this out, is the sheer political commitment. It's not just a vague idea anymore.
No, not at all. You have lawmakers, senators, the highest profile people in the administration giving, almost daily updates. It suggests this is highly, highly likely to happen.
So the goal here is to filter out that noise, like we said, and really speak to the concerns of everyone on a fixed income. Retirees, people on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits. You need clarity.
You need to know if you qualify, and just as important, when that money might actually show up.
Absolutely. The political momentum is building, and it seems like they're really committing their reputation to this.
They really are. And that's important because when they commit this hard, politically, it becomes very, very difficult for them to back out. The public backlash would just be enormous.
Okay, so let's unpack maybe the most interesting and unique detail about this whole thing. Where is this $2,000 payment actually supposed to come from?
Yeah.
Because it's not like the last stimulus rounds.
No, not at all. This is not the same playbook. Those were funded through, massive borrowing, just straight up deficit spending.
Right. Printing money, basically.
This is completely different, and that's why they're using that very specific word, dividend.
Okay, so what does that mean? A dividend from what?
The entire plan is to fund these payments using tariff revenue.
Tariff revenue. Okay, explain that.
So, money the government collects on imported goods. The plan is to peel off about $600 billion of that revenue money that's already in the government's accounts and then distribute it back out to the people.
$600 billion. That is not a small number.
That's a massive number.
Before we even get to how they'll send it out, what does taking $600 billion from tariffs do to the rest of the budget? That money usually goes somewhere, right?
That is the multi-$100 billion question, isn't it? And yeah, it's a major political trade-off. That revenue normally just flows into the general fund.
So it helps pay for everything.
Pretty much. Government operations, infrastructure projects, maybe paying down a tiny piece of the deficit. So if you divert $600 billion, you're essentially choosing not to fund other things.
So it isn't really free money.
Oh, absolutely not. Nothing is. It's a redirection. They're taking money that could have, say, repaired highways or funded federal agencies, and they're putting it directly into your pocket.
And that must be facing some serious opposition.
It is, of course it is. But this is where the political messaging comes in. By calling it a dividend or rebate to the American consumer, they're framing it differently.
They're saying it's your money anyway.
Exactly. They're basically saying you paid for these tariffs through higher prices on goods, so we're just giving it back to you.
Yeah.
And politically, that's a much easier sell than we're going to borrow another $600 billion.
And that amount, the $600 billion, it's a huge number. How much tariff revenue is that really?
To put it in perspective, it's nearly 2 full years worth of tariff collections.
Wow.
So it's a gigantic bet. They are betting that the political win from sending you $2,000 is bigger than any political fight over the budget.
So how does that $600 billion figure connect back to the $2,000 checks for everybody?
It lines up almost perfectly. The math works out. I mean, we're talking about a huge logistical operation here.
Yeah, I'll bet.
The goal is to send $2,000 to about 85% of the population.
Yeah.
That comes out to roughly 284 million people. And if you do the math, $2,000 times that many people is about $568 billion.
So the $600 billion covers it with a little buffer.
Exactly. The funding pool is specifically designed to cover the full cost. It's not an accident.
All right. That makes the funding part much clearer. It's a redirection. Now, let's get to what is, I think, the most critical part for our audience. Eligibility. We have to address the confusion and, honestly, the anxiety that was caused when officials, including the Treasury Secretary, used the phrase working families.
That phrase, it caused immediate panic. We saw it in the comments, the emails. I'm on disability. I can't work. Does this mean I'm left out?
Right. I'm a retiree. I'm not a working family anymore.
And we need to just state this as clearly as possible.
So let's be definitive. Are people on fixed income, Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits excluded because of that phrase?
No, absolutely not. 100% no. That phrase, working families, is just. It's political jargon, it's shorthand, it's meant to sound inclusive and relatable to a broad audience.
So it doesn't literally mean you have to have a job.
It does not mean you must be currently employed. The administration knows, I mean, they know full well, that excluding seniors and people with disabilities from a major payment like this would be political suicide.
Okay, so if it's not about having a job, what is the actual rule? What's the real criteria they'll use?
Well, it's one thing, your income.
That's it.
That's it. Specifically, your adjusted gross income, or AGI. They are not checking your employment status. They don't care if you have a job. The only question they ask is your income below the cutoff?
And what do we expect that cutoff to be?
Well, nothing is final until a bill is passed, but if we look at the past 3 stimulus rounds and other proposals, all signs point to a threshold of around $75,000 for an individual.
And for a couple.
And $150,000 for a married couple who files their taxes together.
Okay, let's quickly define AGI, because a lot of our listeners might not file taxes, so that term might be new to them.
Right, good point. So adjusted gross income is basically your total gross income minus a few specific deductions. For most people on a fixed income, your AGI would be the taxable part of your Social Security benefits.
Not the whole amount.
No, just the taxable portion. Plus, any pension income, money you take out of a traditional 401k or IRA, things like that.
What about things that aren't taxed?
Critically, non-taxable income doesn't count. So certain VA benefits or the non-taxable part of your Social Security, that's excluded. And that's really helpful because it means your AGI is often much lower than your total cash in hand.
So it's very likely that most people on Social Security or disability will fall well below that $75,000 line.
The vast majority, yes. So if your AGI is below that line, you qualify, period. End of story. The phrase working families is noise. Your AGI is the signal.
And let's just hammer this home with the historical proof, because I think it's the most reassuring thing we can offer.
It really is. The evidence is concrete.
Why are we so confident?
Okay, first, just pure politics. Seniors and retirees are one of the largest, most reliable voting blocs in the country.
They show up to vote.
They absolutely show up, alienating that entire group by denying them a $2,000 check right before an election. It would be, it would be politically ridiculous. It would backfire spectacularly.
So there's the political motivation, But there's also the plumbing, right? The system is already built to do
The
that.
plumbing is already there.
Yeah.
Exactly. Look at the last 3 stimulus checks, the $1,200, the $600, the $1,400 payments. In all 3 of those cases, the system was already set up to send money directly to Social Security retirees, to SSDI recipients, to people on SSI, to VA beneficiaries.
Right.
They didn't have to invent a new system. They just used the payment info they already had.
And you even brought up a really specific example from back in 2009.
Yes, this is a perfect historical precedent. Back in May of 2009, during that crisis, the government sent out a special $250 payment, and it went only to Social Security beneficiaries, railroad retirees, and veterans.
So they've specifically targeted this exact group before?
They have. It proves they have the ability and the willingness to do it. So when you hear working families, I want you to replace that little bit of anxiety with the confidence of history. The system is built for you.
It's incredibly clear. Let's talk a bit more about those income thresholds, the $75,000 and $150,000. What about people who are right on the edge? Say someone makes $76,000. Are they just out of luck?
That's a great question. And no, they're usually not just cut off completely. These kinds of payments almost always use what's called a phase out.
Phase out.
Yeah, so your benefit doesn't just drop from $2,000 to $0 the second you make $1 over the limit.
Okay, so how does that work, typically?
Usually, the payment amount starts to decrease gradually over a certain income range. For example, they might reduce the payment by, say, $50 for every $1,000 you earn above that $75,000 threshold.
So someone making $80,000 wouldn't get the full $2,000, but they'd still get something.
Exactly. They might get, say, $1,750 instead. It protects people who are right on that borderline from losing the entire benefit just because they're a little bit over. We fully expect to see a similar phase-out rule for this payment.
That's really helpful. Okay, now let's move to the legal structure of the payment. This is a bit technical, but it's maybe the most important detail for anyone with low or zero taxable income. What is this payment legally?
This is the absolute key to the whole thing. Legally, these stimulus checks, these dividend payments, they are all structured as an advance of a refundable tax credit.
Okay, 2 big phrases there, advance and refundable tax credit. Let's break down refundable tax credit first.
Right. So think about it like this. A non-refundable tax credit can only lower the taxes you owe. If you owe $500 in taxes, a $2,000 non-refundable credit will wipe out that $500, and the other $1,500 just disappears.
You don't get it back.
You get nothing back. But because this payment is refundable,
It's different.
completely different. A refundable tax credit is treated like actual money you've paid to the government. Even if your income is so low that you owe $0 in taxes,
You still get the money.
you still get the full $2,000. The government literally cuts you a check or makes a direct deposit for the full amount.
That is the guarantee. That's the mechanism that makes sure everyone on a fixed income, even with no taxable income, gets the money.
That's the whole ballgame. And the advance part just means they give you the money now based on your status instead of making you wait to claim it on a tax return next year.
Which brings up the next question. What about filing taxes? So many people on fixed incomes don't have to file. Will they need to file a tax return just to get this money?
It is highly, highly unlikely. Just like with the last stimulus rounds, the Treasury and the IRS will get the data they need directly from the Social Security Administration and the VA.
So if you're already getting a federal benefit.
They know who you are. They have your payment information, whether it's a bank account for direct deposit or a mailing address for a check or a direct express card. As long as your income is below the threshold, you should not need to do anything at all. No tax return required.
That is a huge relief to hear. Okay, so we've covered the money, we've covered who gets it. Now, the big question, when? When might this $2,000 actually arrive?
Right, the timing. So the official word coming from the president is that the money is, and this is the quote, likely coming sometime in the middle of next year, or possibly a little bit later than the middle of next year.
Okay, so let's translate middle of next year or a little bit later. What does that mean in terms of months?
We're looking at a window of, say, late summer to early fall of next year.
So not next week.
Definitely not next week. Everyone needs to manage their expectations. This is not immediate. There's a whole legislative process to get through first. This money is not scheduled to arrive in the next few weeks or even couple months.
But let's look at that timing. Late summer or early fall of next year. That's not an accident, is it?
Oh, not at all. You just have to look at the calendar. That timing is perfectly calibrated.
For the midterm elections.
Right before the midterm elections. It is a classic textbook political strategy. You deliver a huge, tangible financial benefit to millions and millions of voters